Our story begins tonight in an interstitial realm that links the Prime to the greater realms beyond. It is a place once meant for grander purposes, but now the source of all magic that wisps and wends its way towards the Prime. The story tonight takes place in a very specific avenue, a corridor, perhaps, of the faded realm. Corridor is the word to use, as tonight we begin in the corridors of learning. A network of labyrinthine passageways of strange floating cobbled stone, fractured ancient buildings, all while that yellow-green rippling aurora wends its way overhead. But these cobblestone corridors are not empty, but rather filled with fluttering, impossible, unbound tomes and scripts and scrolls and pages of every language that is yet to exist and has already come to pass. Every ounce of potential knowledge is found in these hallowed, almost sacred hallways. These hallways were once, and perhaps still, the direct responsibility of the family known as the Viraans. And here, at the end of one of these sprawling magical stone pathways, is an inert, ornate arcane mirror. Glass, almost like slate grey, before a droplet of red ripples in its center, spiraling outwards before making that glass pane glow with arcane light. And as the pane of glass ripples like actual liquid, two figures step out. One a stranger to this space, and one quite familiar. The first is Decima Iudex Aquila, and the second, walking these stones for the 100th time, Garavellir Viraan. And it is here, as one introduces the other to their familial space, that we begin our story tonight.
What?
You did say you'd follow me anywhere, didn't you?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think you were going to test that within minutes of us being woven into the tapestry.
I just thought, seeing as my blood was more or less a key to this particular lock, since you share some now, I thought you'd make a fine companion here.
Arvanon, are you get to just, and her arm is like wrapped, actually both of her arms are wrapped around yours, but she's doing that like making physical contact, but also her head is on a swivel, just, you can see the spin up of excitement and recognition and the desire to go sprint off in a direction in the way she is like holding on to you as her fingers become like talons.
I will say here that as you both have stepped into this space, first of all, as any arcane caster would be attuned to the faded realm, both of your bodies, this sort of network of specialized nerves designed to channel magic within your bodies, come alight and alive in the faded realm. And that would be the same for any particular mage. But here in the corridors, now that you both share the Viraan blood, there is an awareness, like a heightened sense of connectivity between you and the faded realm and this space that, yes, houses knowledge, but some part of it you can feel just by breathing and moving in this area wants to respond to your specific will. It is designed to shift with you and not just around you.
You needn't contain yourself, my love.
Okay. And you can come here whenever you want, and that's just a thing that you've been able to do the whole time?
Some yes and no. Granted, and Garavellir sort of takes a look around for the silhouette of his divine progenitor, and seeing no Viraan present, feels a bit like a child left alone without supervision, in a place he really shouldn't be. I don't know if this is a gift of sorts, but it is rarely this open to me.
Okay. You know what? You've done the cruelest thing you could do to a woman who got married minutes ago.
What on earth do you mean?
There are two very strong impulses that are mutually exclusive that are fighting right now.
The choice is yours.
A set of very specific tomes and ancient scriptures begin to flutter like a almost parchment-based whirlpool around you, drawn in by your set of particular desires here. Some of these pieces of scriptures might be ancient treatises on exploration, and some of them are very descriptive.
You know what? There's just that moment where, like, she reaches forward and one of the drier tomes, like, passes through and one of the descriptive ones lands. She's gonna open and go, well, that's all I need. Yeah, come on. And she grabs you by the front of your shirt and just drags you into an alcove.
Oh, all right. And then go on.
The books can watch. I don't care. The books can watch.
I'm here to learn.
And that's the phrase, folks. So, as you move swiftly into an alcove of the corridors of learning, 2 quick points of order before we continue exploring.
Not that quick.
Come on now.
What are you saying?
First of all, as you look around for the shadow, the silhouette of your divine progenitor, Garavellir, you can see, or you know well by now, that the way the corridors function, they don't work like Euclidean linear pathways. They twist around each other, upside down, swiveling on top of each other. But all of the pathways of the corridors gradually sort of buckle and whirl and point towards this upward slope that's sort of visible from anywhere in the corridors that ends in that the pillared gazebo with the stone throne. And as you're craning your neck, as you're being dragged by Decima, craning your neck one last time to check, you can see the rise leading up to the stone gazebo. And there is no one sitting in that seat. More to the point, even being in the corridors by this point, the number of times you've been here to speak with Viraan, there is a weighted presence that is missing, and all of the parchment and tomes and floating scrolls kind of orient themselves like a compass pointing north towards Viraan when he's there, and they are not doing that. Evidently, they are not doing that now. The other point of order, particularly that you are now both of the Viraan bloodline, the corridors here, where you want them to move, the stones will separate and reshape around you to create new pathways to guide you towards what you A, think you're looking for, and B, what knowledge is seeking you out.
Yeah, there was definitely an idea of, after, in this moment of effectively living a fantasy where he's, the Viraan of the corridors and his wife is here doing this, he was like, okay, I can really, until Viraan has returned from wherever he is, in this moment, we are pretty much the kings and queens of the castle, effectively. So, he's going to enjoy this.
At some point in the lead up, she switches to, like, Elven and doesn't notice it and does not swap back.
Garavellir doesn't say a damn thing.
I love it. The language of the corridors themselves and your new inherent language just taking precedence in this space. So from the mirrored entrance here, what exactly are you looking for, Decima? What alcove are you seeking out in this moment?
There was nothing specific. Not knowing a sense of like tenders and keepers of this place. I've heard Viraan, but I don't have the extra context. It's just a little place out of the way. All she's looking for is somewhere a little darker and a little more contained.
Yep, I love it. I think the corridors respond to you easily enough, and this desire easily enough here, that as you whip around to the left, some of the stones from one of the right passages break apart and reassemble to form this sort of strange semicircular pathway veering off sharply to the left of the corridor that you're on. And as you follow it, more stones reassemble to form this little rounded, almost dead-end book nook that then gets wreathed with growing ivy, sort of wending and stitching together the bricks. Just this almost like half dome, a half shell, if you will, only about 5 feet tall, 3 or 4 feet wide, with a small ivy-cushioned bench there, and some old leathery books inset into the bricks as if they too are interstitial connective tissue. And the ivy glimmers a little bit with almost bioluminescent dew, but it doesn't feel wet, and the light isn't obtrusive, and suddenly, as you get to this crafted domed book nook, the wind and the walling arcane sounds that permeate all of the Faded Realm soften tremendously to just this underscoring of the faintest sound of crinkling parchment.
Are you doing this?
I thought you were.
I can't. Oh.
Wait.
This is confusing.
Hold on.
Okay.
And I'll take your hand, and I will take out the lyre, and just sort of thinking again to this idea of controlling the space in this moment. Just sort of let it go and join some of the floating pieces of parchment. As you said, that was sort of the accompaniment that was happening around us. Letting it go, not necessarily saying, hey, play this, play that, but just seeing what the essence of the knowledge around us wants the accompaniment to be.
The lyre floats up a bit, just sort of caught in the drift of your magic and Decima, your magic, and the presence of the corridors themselves. And it's not until 2 of the vines from this book nook that's been created begin to entangle with the bracing of the lyre that music starts to play. It's just this gentle, classical accompaniment, these rhythmic plinking of these strings that's a very easy melody to sink into. It feels refined, it feels comforting, and it is relaxing. And the parchment sort of vibrates and jostles along with the lyre now, almost as if the parchment was becoming like the percussion of this small little 2-piece band that you've now arranged here. And I'm actually going to add here that something in your implants, Decima, the way you're breathing into them, the way the arcanely augmented wind is whistling through your own lungs here now, there is something almost like a gentle, faraway flute or a set of wooden, metallic pipes that sort of whistle through your own chest cavity, echoing along this stone book nook. And again, this 2-piece band becomes a 3-piece band, and you are ensconced in the sound and the sight and the solitude.
I can understand why he doesn't mind staying here.
Or Viraan.
At the words Viraan, the corridors ripple.
Oh.
The stones clatter. The music briefly halts before picking up again.
Oh.
I'm not going to do that again.
That's good to know, actually.
What if we just stayed?
Garavellir, visibly, as he so often does when you say most anything, sort of relaxes, softens again. That would be a great gift. But we have here and now.
That's good. And I think Decima is going to just sigh softly. It's a little melancholy, but it's mostly content. And I think you feel it. It's not just breath. The point of breath is to oxygenate blood. So I don't think you feel her inspiration anymore as that breeze or that breathing. You feel it like a surge of oxygen in your blood, like that sudden spike of heart rate thrown into motion. And nothing passes outside or external to Decima when she does it now. It's just part of the connection. We are connected by blood, and breath and magic and love, and any inspiration is just of us.
I think it's the same in return, honestly. Just as yours was breath and Garavellir's was the wind of the wild. It's the same, it's just been placed somewhere differently. So I think our inspirations now, for each other at least, only for each other, are mirrors of a sense.
Decima moves to that little cushioned area and is still sort of pulling you. I don't know why she hasn't stopped that. It just seems right. Your library is a sub, and so are you. And she's just like, great, be in charge. This is wonderful.
Garavellir's not saying a damn thing again. He's just going, happy to be here.
The corridors have a type. Great, got it. And even as she's just sort of like sitting back onto that cushion and kind of pulls you so she can like lean back against you as she's still looking, she begins to spot different tomes appearing. Questions about the tablet. Questions about the mortal states. Indices and genealogies of families in Calanthus. All of the things outside that, even as she asked, what if we stay, her mind was drifting back to everything that exists before, here and now. And she's beginning to see it populate this space a little bit. And it's making her a little somber.
You owe them nothing, Decima.
Did you read my mind? Or are you just that good at reading me?
There weren't very many good books in Calanthus. There was only one really that caught my eye.
What was that?
There's a tapestry that should answer that for you now.
As you were communicating here, particularly Garavellir, as you reassure Decima's lack of need to worry about these external set of impetus, a couple more pieces of parchment appear for you, or more rather drawn towards your thought, Garavellir. There is an ancient scroll that appears about bloodline duty amidst families in Ythae'el, and a series of meteorological reports from almost 1,000 years ago.
Pushes away the parchment of bloodlines, looks at the meteorological reports for a moment, but lets it pass and returns his focus to Decima, trying to empty his mind. He was at first impressed, of course, with the corridors, how they could read him, but there is a slight staggering by this presentation of information that he himself wasn't sure he wanted. It unnerves him a little bit that something so beyond him knows that that's what he should look at. It upsets him a little bit. So he tries to recenter himself on the one thing, the one person that doesn't. I suppose I owe it to myself, seeing as you know, gestures around, a great deal more about the family you've joined. What am I getting myself into, Decima?
The Ludex clan is a middling family inside of it's all games, I suppose. They jockey for position and power and acclaim via the accomplishment of their heirs. Did I? I don't think I've ever told you where my name came from.
You didn't exactly like to talk about it.
Yeah. Well. So here's the thing. Every generation, the closest, the tightest families the ones who are allowed to use our family name. The first 10 heirs born into a generation are numbered. And that means that we are essentially the line of succession for the clan. Everyone after me, number 10, gets a normal name. So, there's not a lot of honor being the one on the cusp. Just close enough to get a name. No real hope of leadership. So I went into service. I fought. Didn't go that well. Blood Eagle. And then I was tested, infused. The last 3 or 4 years, I have been the darling of a clan that I guess I never really stopped resenting. They should have appreciated me before. But then I became Lord Inquisitor. So, I'm sorry.
Don't you dare.
As you've been talking here, or rather, as Decima, you have been talking about your history, and Garavellir, as is your wont, you have been falling into the sound of her words. I think initially, both unbeknownst to either of you, this chamber has deepened and widened into this circular area. The bench has extended into this ivy-laden, almost 4x4 platform, as this nook has rounded out into a full, almost stone, ivy, parchment-laden, almost igloo, really, with that archway opening leading out into the corridor that was created for your entrance here. The ivy has continued to twine around the stones with more of that semi-bioluminescent dew appearing on the leaves, so the heat and humidity has just risen by degrees as you've been talking in this space.
If you were the 11th, what name would you want?
I've never thought about it.
Perhaps Decima's taken on more than what it meant to you then. I know it has for me.
I never liked my name so much as when you said it. When you say it.
Again and again I will. And I love you.
And Decima's eyes flick over. And I think it's a thing that you catch her doing. Just vaguely in the direction of where you dismissed the bloodline parchment. She was trying very hard to keep focused on you, so that when your gaze returned to her, it looked as though she had never looked away from you. But there is just that little bit of the Lord Inquisitor ever putting together the puzzle of you. You see it just for us, for just a moment.
There's a sigh from Garavellir as he gestures the parchment over and holds it.
We don't have to do this if you don't want to.
It's your family too. I hand the parchment to you.
I should be clear here. This is not a parchment or a scroll designed to detail all the intricacies of the Viraan-specific bloodline duties. More, it was drawn by your words, Garavellir, of those outside forces not mattering here in this space. A reminder from the stone and from the scroll that we all have things we must carry. As this scroll, this parchment here, simply is an old elven document detailing what is proper for a member of a strong, well-bred elven bloodline to do and to carry themselves with as they exist in the world, both as a scion of the greater Elvenan and specifically a scion of their old and ancient blood.
Then, actually, rather than handing it to Decima, Garavellir will take a slightly different approach and sort of scoot, I suppose, they're both sitting, himself closer to Decima and begin to open the parchment a little bit. I've never been very good at being a proper member of my family. Would you care to help me?
With anything.
Let's see how proper you can be.
And I think that's the moment. There's just her little exhale and that little growl. And I think any other parchment, like, sort of circulating closely, it's just enough, like a ripple. No, it's like when you drop a drop of like liquid soap when there's like stuff floating on the surface and everything pushes back as she claims space and claims you. And claims you in this space.
The order of operations. Let's see how proper you can be. That intake of breath and exhale of energy from Decima's body and from the Arcanotech enhancements. Not only does the parchment scatter around you like a pulse in the water, some of the edges of it singes as your ambient heat ticks up through the room, dazzling orange, yellow, red light in the dew. And the stones of the doorway close. And if I'm not mistaken, the words were, I claim space, I claim you in this space, or something to that effect.
Something like that, yeah.
As the red, orange, yellow firelight dapples through the dew, in response, the bioluminescent light it was projecting dims even further. So, in order to see, you would have to get intimately acquainted with the outlines of proximity of one another. You would have to get very, very close, and in this moment, I do not think that is a problem for either of you, as there is nothing in here other than yourself, the listless, silent ivy, the harp which quiets just to a dull, plinking note or two. But even if it was playing raucous music, I don't think either of you would hear. And it is here, in this image, that this story will fade to a somewhat blissful black. And when the sun rises tomorrow, neither of you will see it rise, as you will wake in a city deep under the roots of the Heart Wild, in a gothically adorned stone chamber in the royal suite in the palace at Crypthelm. But that will be a story for a different day.
Hello.
Surya!
Mr. Game and Watch! Oh. Game!
Hi.
Share stock!
That's great.
Did you say share stock?
Yeah.
Nice.
Player B has been eliminated.
Hi, folks. Welcome back to Bards of New York, the actual play D&D podcast, where sometimes we actually play D&D, and we're not at that part of the screen. Hi, friends. It is good to be back. It was so strange. It was like midnight. I was sitting on the bed of the Airbnb in New Crow, watching you guys Bards and Craft, and the delay is so funky, and it just made me like itchy to get back in the table. Yes, the elephant not in the room. Miles is out hunting. I think has joined the sewer rat quest.
He's trying to bring Rat Daddy back.
We have a lead on Rat. We have a lead on John's location.
Okay. Deep in the sewers.
Maybe
hunting
my
rat daddies.
favors like
It's
Past
gonna-
the Ninja Turtles.
It's gonna be a tight raid.
What?
I
Yeah.
didn't like that.
What does
I
that
didn't
mean?
want that. I
don't
want to
think
go
he knows
home.
what that
I said it on purpose.
Yeah, I like
Hi.
that.
I
So
don't know what it means.
Talis today, as we'll get into in the session, Talis is fully going to be the Mule Contessa's keeper today.
I'll
Making
try
sure
not to be
Contessa gets
annoyed.
into no harm and no trouble. And we'll ward the party when needed here and there. But yeah, I'm thrilled. Also, huge news, it's June. Happy motherfucking Pride, folks!
Happy
Don't
birthday.
just wear the rainbow 1 month of the year, but shout about it extra loud this month. That's what we're talking about. We've been over this a million times, and I'll go over it a million times more in this space, but Bards is the... if you are looking for a safe space to feel protected from the trials, tribulations, and torment of everyday life, particularly those of you living under the current American government, we are here for that. This is we practice tolerance for all things but intolerance here in this house. I will say it to my dying day.
So specific.
Yeah.
So specific. Because the most annoying argument in the world is like, if it's a safe space, then why don't you let...
No, get the fuck out of here.
The
My
intolerance
gun
fallacy.
toting, gay-hating ass.
Yeah.
in
Isn't it
here.
called
It's
the tolerance
it's
paradox?
bro.
Yeah,
paradox, that's what it is, yeah.
Tolerance paradox.
But you have to be willing to play the game of tolerance to be entered into that paradox, and a lot of people don't apply it. And there are people, yelling in our YouTube comments. Yeah, please continue engaging with our content and get the fuck out of the house.
Continue being gay as fuck.
Yeah, get out of here. But all of you lovely people, you stay. You are safe
Change
in
your
this
mind.
house.
If you need to hear this, change your mind.
If you've made it this far.
Yeah.
If you made
Yeah.
it to episode 42.
Dear
Dorcage.
gods. Yeah, I don't know. If you
Yeah,
need to hear
maybe.
it, change your mind. And that applies to like anything.
Yeah.
If
Well,
you
better yet,
change your
Whatever.
Be
Everyone's-
willing to
Take a
look at
chance.
life through somebody else's fucking perspective.
Try it.
Seek the perspective of somebody whose shoes you do not walk in for at least 10 minutes, and then we can chat a little bit. But all of you here know that.
And we love you.
And we love you for it. Yeah, that's the big one. What are other fun announcements of the day?
I mean, if you want to match, you could buy the same shirt and we could wear the same shirt at the same time.
I was gonna wear a shirt, but
This is
it's over there now.
I
enemy. Fartnizing's
the enemy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh!
Daniel! Get it together.
Great.
I know Aabria guessed it here, but it doesn't count. It
Right,
doesn't
Daniel.
count, damn it.
They're
I
great.
just want to be very clear. I did ask Kyle, and he's making it sound like I took this.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Merch store.
Just-
It is summertime. I've been adding I've been adding tank tops. I'm thinking about doing like different Pride things. If anybody has any ideas for that, I'd love to have that. I also put phone cases. It's for all the iterations of iPhone, and then also like a bunch of Samsung.
Whatever phone that Will uses.
Probably not. It's
Because
definitely
Will
not
has
that
to
one.
be different.
No,
not
we
that one.
can't. We
One
can't
of
do that
these?
one. You're insane.
It is so cool. I like that it'll just like
I'm
that.
sorry.
I'm just
I have to open my manga panels.
You know what? That is a really good advertisement for that. That
We're not
phone
sponsored.
could
Show it.
sponsor with Crunchyroll.
Look at how big it is. Look at how big I can read my manga.
Oh my god! I read that.
I need to catch, I'm so far behind the
It's
Guys.
that this arc is so cool.
Drop your phone type
fucking
in the
guy.
merch suggestions in Discord, and we'll see if we can do it for your phone too.
I also not on the merch store yet, but I made a really cool bumper sticker for the
Oh,
storefront.
Bumper
really,
stickers
really
are a
cool.
thing.
And
Bumper
magnet, it'll be coming
magnets
soon.
are a thing.
Yeah.
They like just added it perfectly in time for our wonderful thing coming out. So
We were talking about maybe getting some beacon sign merch out there as well.
Yes.
Given that they have been, I don't know, a little bit prevalent the past couple sessions.
yeah. So
I don't know them.
we're always adding stuff. We're always on the Discord. I sift through the merch suggestions thing. Yeah.
Other big news, of course, you're listening to it right now. This is the track known as the Bard's Theme on Monument Studios. If you are here at episode 42, if you're caught up, you already know these people. But if you're just happening to catch this now, you're scrolling through YouTube Live and you stumbled upon us or whatever it may be, Monument Studios is where we get all of our music from. I'm currently and always using their app, Fantasy Plus. I use the desktop client, but I should actually just download it to my computer. Because it's amazing. It has all this stream-safe music, like hundreds and hundreds of tracks that you can blend together to create soundscapes. I have campfires and wind and other sort of travel sounds loaded along with various other tracks. If you want music that sounds like it's from The Witcher, we've got it. If you've got music that sounds like it's from Mass Effect or Westworld or The Walking Dead, they have that. It's everything.
I really do love how they have that like specific thing. 'Cause
Yeah.
They know that you want it.
Yeah.
They know that when you're thinking about how you want to like run your campaign, you're going for a vibe, and it's so cool to have that as like a helper.
Yeah.
what was it? Oh, the one the package they just dropped for individual download, and it's also on Fantasy Plus, is called Wrath. And for all of you World of Warcraft nerds out there, from about 10 plus years ago, it's specifically tailored for the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. It's meant to be all the like Frostmourne and Arthas kind of style music, and some of those I'll be playing later today. So if you're into it, yeah, again, 90 days?
90 days. Code Bards.
Crazy.
I just wanted to shout out everyone. You'll see it later. We'll put it on YouTube at a future point in time. We got 6 packages that we opened today. That was like the last haul from the old PO box. If you didn't see it on Discord, we're getting a new PO box. So don't send anything right now while we're in flux there.
Yeah, please. Sorry.
But we opened an incredible 6 boxes. We have snacks, we have coasters, we have dice, we have heartfelt notes, and you will see that incredibly chaotic and, dare I say, dangerous video.
Someone doesn't know how to use scissors.
There will be both a spoiler warning and a safety warning. Do not try this at home.
Don't hold scissors by the blades?
He was delayed.
What?
What's up?
What?
By the blades? You mean blades in the dark?
So you'll see that at some point. Thanks, y'all.
I'm gonna say it as quickly as possible. Steal money from Jeffrey Bezos.
Oh my god.
Jeffrey.
Kyle crashed out last week.
That was
If
very
you
funny.
watch the Bards, just
Audible.
audibletrial.com/bards.
It's free for you.
It's only ever been redeemed once thus far.
Also,
It's
A
been
bunch of people
more.
did it
People
now.
have started doing it.
Since
I was
Birds of Craps.
pretty.
have we talked about the voting?
Oh shit!
We were nominated for
Awards. By you guys.
Probably talk about that.
we were nominated
By you
for
guys,
the
like-
Crit Awards
Yeah, thank
by
you.
y'all.
Thank you guys.
They know, they did it.
They did it.
You were successful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's
vote.
unbelievable. We're nominated for Best Legacy YouTube Channel, a channel that's been active for more than 2 years, and Best NPC in an actual play for
Chat's wife.
Hold up.
Chad's wife.
Chad's wife.
And she...
She is. I spoiler alert to anyone.
I mean, spoiler, if you're watching right now.
Well, some people were here for the pre-show.
That's fair.
It's just very amusingly timed. But that'll work. Hey, it's a capstone of her achievements.
It's great.
That's what I'll say. Again, thank you guys for allowing us to participate in the greater TTRPG community in this way. It means so much.
It's pretty cool.
But get out there and get voting, baby. Make those fake Gmail accounts. You know, I've been doing it. The support I've been seeing on social media for us is crazy. And I think we stand a really, really good shot at taking a couple of these awards, which is
And thank you so much for voting for us. We started this with like only us watching this over Zoom with like 13 people, and the fact that y'all are voting for us in awards. 5 people.
There was a time when it was like 4.5.
There was like 4.5, and it was us watching
It was
ourselves.
13 because we were all fluffing the streets.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. So the fact that you all voted for us into this thing is kind of amazing. So we appreciate it.
A slight announcement. It's like a baby virgin idea. Shut up. Everybody shut up.
Baby.
It is a virgin idea. It's a phrase, guys.
Virginity is a concept. Or it's a construct.
So
you say baby
you have
birding?
a brand new idea
That's what I just did for
That's a
those of you
great
that
way
that
just
you're
phrase
watched.
working
that.
on.
Dark Age is going to be taking a hiatus this summer and fall, as we know. One thing that we're going to be doing is mini campaigns, but in addition to your regularly scheduled programming, I think we're going to do it on Mondays. We are going to do Bards of New York Matinee Mondays. We're going to stream the very beginning of Ballad of the Nightmare Crew.
Bon talk.
And we're gonna go through the Mondays. So if you missed the original and you're like, oh my god, there's so much,
And you wanna watch with people.
I don't know if I can binge, and you want to participate in a brand new chat experience, or if you've watched it before and you just want to like fucking do it again. It was a random idea that I had, and I yelled it out.
It was all caps message.
It was an all caps message, but my brain.
We're going to play a game right now called You Can't Hear Us for a Few Seconds.
Yeah.
Okay? Get ready,
Why are we doing that?
because it's echoey
We're in a tunnel.
night time.
Okay.
Good luck, everybody. We'll be back in a sec.
We're turning off.
It won't
It's
go away.
echo, like
does satisfy that, like, when we were all in, like, middle school,
Yeah.
high school, the, like...
The sidekicks.
Yeah.
And also, I have
wanted
a DS emulator that I have set up to look like a real DS that you can play like this and just like do the thing.
That is nice.
And we're back.
We're back. Okay, we are almost an hour into the stream
We
being
can do
operational after the pre-show.
I was in the sunken place. Did we mention next week about starting early?
We're starting early next week.
So we recorded both the pre-show you heard today and the pre-show you'll hear next week already. And the pre-show you'll hear next week is a doozy and is almost a full hour long. So we're going to go live at the stream around 5:30 next week to make sure you can listen to the whole thing because you won't want to miss a second of it. And we also don't want to start playing D&D at 8 p.m. So just slightly earlier time, you'll get a town crier ping for that as well in the Discord. But for now, let's dive in with a roleplay warm-up question so we can actually start playing this game.
In case you're new here or you haven't been here in a while, we do a roleplay warm-up question where I ask a question of everyone at the table, something about their characters, so that we can drop into the given moment, get to know our characters a little bit better, and so that Danny Boy and myself can test the mic levels so that we can eradicate this goddamn echo. When I ask this question...
Call it a bad Dan echo?
Sure. When I ask this question, if you are currently in chat on Twitch or YouTube, if you are in the comment sections later on Spotify or YouTube, or if you have us in your ear holes somewhere in Central Europe as you're sitting in a park bench, on a park bench, please feel free to answer for yourselves.
You like slide in and then you
Yeah. Please feel free to answer for yourselves. We love reading the comments. And there's been a lot of, like an influx of answers to these RP questions on YouTube. It's been really fun to read. The RP warm-up question for the day is going to begin with soon-to-be birthday boy, William. And work our way around this way. Yeah. Okay. And it is, if your character caught someone staring at them judgmentally in passing, how would they react?
I feel like it should be fairly obvious by the nature of at least half of the Viraan family how that reaction would go. Maravix has no time for a judgmental gaze.
Yeah.
That's the problem?
Mm-hmm.
What does it matter? Why should I concern myself with the judgment of people who do not have the courage to step up to the line and say it with their whole chest? If you can cast a glance, an aspersion from across the room so goody, that makes you on par with most children in the schools in Viraan. When you can actually commit your words and sensation to action, then you have any meaning to me. That's my fix.
Well done.
Okay.
I think it's probably depending on how JB's doing that day. If he's being sad boy, he might just kind of like fucking Eeyore and just kind of ignore it. But if it's egregious enough, he would probably like look back and be like what? Like just even sincerely, just like, what do you want? So yeah, it really depends.
Slay.
Like adult diapers.
Yep. I can't. I lost it. I have no idea what I was going to say now. Thank you, Hannah.
You're welcome.
Ythae'el Kosima.
How did you know?
Damn.
For Ythae'el Kosima, they would probably first, because it happened for the first time the other day when they were in line to get soup, and people were looking at them strangely or a bit judgmentally. So Ythae'el Kosima would first smile and say, "Hi, I'm Ythae'el Kosima." And then if they seemed still judgmental or still were looking at them strangely, that's okay, because it's very scary sometimes to be up close to things you haven't seen before. And a lot of people might not have seen someone like Ythae'el Kosima before, because Ythae'el Kosima has not seen anyone like Ythae'el Kosima before. So they would smile and say, "Hi, I'm Ythae'el Kosima. It's okay if you are cautious or a little scared, but you can still be courageous." And then walk away.
That's amazing.
There's something about your reactions, not JB. Kyle's reactions to Ythae'el. It's not even just this moment. It's Kyle's response to Ythae'el that really kills me.
I love it.
I love you. Whoa.
Jesus.
Okay. That's my answer.
Forever delighted by you, Rachel.
I have to be honest. What's the question?
If your character caught someone... This question is from Discord. If your character caught someone staring at them judgmentally in passing, how would they react?
Oh, Theagus would go up to them and say, "Hello, what's your name?" And talk to them until they felt even more uncomfortable with Theagus than he did with them. Because he doesn't necessarily feel uncomfortable with them per se. He's more intrigued and not worried at the fact that they probably are confused at why a penguin is walking around speaking, but more just intrigued at who they are and want to gain knowledge from them.
I like that. You sound great.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right.
Synnove.
First Synnove, when I see somebody staring at me judgmentally in passing, because it's a when, not an if, I usually like to finger wave at them with a big old smile, because then it becomes my mission until they leave my side to make them my best friend. And I would say 9.5 times out of 10, they do become my best friend.
She never fails.
Can't argue with that.
Oh yeah, we've seen it.
Yep.
It seems like everyone sounds great.
Great. Well then, it's time for a tarot poll. This is the first time that Major Arcana has been shuffled back into the into totality, and I'm gonna pull. I think I'm gonna pull for myself by way of I'm gonna shuffle.
Okay.
You as a group unilaterally tell me when to stop.
At the
I
same
am
time.
then going to at the same time.
Okay.
I am then going to quickly pull a little Celtic cross, and the final card that I pull will be no, I'll just do the 4. Nah, fuck it, I'll just do the 1. You tell me when to stop shuffling, and I will pull.
Okay.
Who's we?
You,
All of us at the same time.
You guys are gonna tell me when to stop shuffling. I'm gonna pull.
Oui,
this
oui.
is
Mon
my
ami.
Birthday week.
My birthday week.
Birthday week.
Gemini
Podcast.
season.
Go on now. Okay, so
Feel it, guys. Feel it.
This is.
you tell me when.
Stop. That was so good.
Away
In the
from
name
the mics. It's gonna be loud.
It's this one. I haven't looked at it yet. Any bets?
Oh, we forgot to do that.
Welcome
I
back
completely forgot.
to Dan's
The
corner
moon.
of always the
The
tower.
moon. The
And I
tower,
probably won't be here when we pull
The
it.
fool.
the fool.
The chariot.
I
Pulling myself today.
I pulled a few cards before the session, but as we've been sitting here, I pulled Temperance twice, and so it's either Temperance or I'm thinking Death.
Ooh, that'd be a
Okay.
good card. I would love death.
Love the change.
I've got it under my hand here.
Okay.
It's the first one of the new.
First one this is of the new poll.
It's gonna be the tower.
We're having a chill day.
Oh no.
We are no longer having a chill day. This would be a chill card in any other circumstance.
Ah.
This is card. What is that? That's card 19 that they've written weird? Yeah. Card 19 represented in Major Arcana. The sun, maybe.
Why is that?
Oh no.
What the hell do you mean? You can't be 40-something episodes in
Sun,
Delegate and wonder why the sun is a questionable omen.
We hate the sun.
Hey, sometimes.
Salute the
Give
sun.
Dan that casual fan sticker.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Change it
back
from
to our
what he is.
other nonsense.
Salute the sun.
Usually it means
I
satisfaction,
hate
content. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. The word is satisfaction. When we end the session tonight, I think you will know why I laugh at that.
God damn it.
The sun.
I don't
I'm gonna
like
put that right here. I can't
We're in danger.
You're so off. With that, Dan, if you were strapped to a great wheel spinning through the heavens under a blazing, gigantic sun, a flaming star, what sound are you making?
The gods are silent. The skies grow dim with disuse. The sun has lost its luster. But our world moves ever faster. Let it be known throughout the Prime that the mantle falls to us, my Elvenan, to usher in a new age.
also
back.
not. Like, it just
Welcome
happens
back.
so naturally.
It just happens.
Hey everybody, welcome back to
Any notes last session?
knitting needle.
I did.
Okay, enough
I
of
got
that.
you.
A knitting needle.
My friends, we're an hour in. I'm going to redeem SEAL Team 6 in person right here, right now. Because we have a lot to get through tonight. Welcome back to the world and surrounding realms of Regolus Prime. Last session, chapter 41.
41.
This is the meaning of life, 42. 41, last session, involved an introduction to Ythae'el Kosima. Involved something of a meager banquet at the Orphanus Monastery, and
The best meal ever.
the decisions of what to do next. With Sal staying behind to keep watch for a moment, and Maravix and Talis and Ythae'el joining the Golden Sentinels, you all made your way northeastward, beginning your long 14-day trek across the Dragonspine Mountains. It began with choosing to take the low road past the Grey Lake and into something of a ravine where you found an orchard from trees that had spread from the Heart Wilds, growing these nectar pears that allowed the anyone who could consume them to grow various sizes and get very, very tired afterwards. And the subsequent day, you journeyed across this sort of winding mountain path that led through a grotto where there was a rusting and now iced over altar of Aldwin and a decaying mummified priest there who was simply happy to pass on, knowing that their legacy meant something now. That the altar was humming with, as that frost began to ice over it, was imbuing the grotto with energy for the first time in a long, long while. The chapter ended with the group of you making the rest of that afternoon through the mountain path before finding a small little inlet cave to make camp in before making a trek down into something of a rocky valley in between some mountains for the next chunk of the journey. And it's here that I will begin our little night camp.
Ooh.
So, before I pound the camera back down officially, I'm going to re-go over the rules of this traveling mechanic for you guys at home. During the day, somebody is going to have to take point in guiding the party forth, and that's going to dictate, if there are multiple paths to choose from, which path they take, and what card they draw from the deck, the Minor Arcana suite, which is Pentacles, Wands, Swords, and Cups, to define what encounter it is. At camp, somebody needs to be in charge of food, and somebody needs to be in charge of like morale or doing, like playing music, telling a story is what happened last session. The food is really a flavor part of it. Synnove cooked our last meal, and it was like
It was fantastic.
mid.
It was fantastic.
Didn't fail.
She's never
Didn't
failed at
fail.
anything in her life.
Well,
Not the best I
Tell
bet.
that to the gates of Orphanos.
Cruel. That is a low blow.
It's Pride Month.
I know.
It's
about
Pride.
accountability, goddammit.
It's Pride Month.
It's Pride
In any case, that's just to see how you guys are dealing and faring the energy for at camp that night based on what you're eating. And morale, the direct mechanical impact, is are you going to be able to tell what minor arcana suites the paths in the next day hold for you? The only Theagus' story did not land particularly well last week, but given that Ythae'el had taken a ride on a massive gargantuan Contessa, you were able to see what was ahead a little bit better. So, the path ahead of you tonight is going to depend on how well you do at the morale boosting event. So, given that, and the other crucial rule, you cannot do the same job 2 days in a row, and if you led the party in the afternoon, you cannot lead the party in an event at night.
Yeah.
So, Theagus was guiding us forward during the day here
True, I
through the
was.
grotto,
Yeah.
which means that you cannot take part in any of tonight's activities, and Synnove, you can't cook tonight. Because you
Darn.
cooked last night.
Shoot.
Oh, no.
So,
I know everyone's so sad about that.
Oh no.
Arr.
as Maravik sort of is setting her pack down in this cave, what do we have planned for this evening?
I would like to cook.
Is it going to be the only food you've had so far?
Do you not like soup?
I don't know if I like soup on the level that you do.
This will be a different soup.
You sure?
I do not have the ingredients that they had at the monastery.
All right.
Do you know a soup recipe since you know everything?
I don't know everything. I know most things. Love confuses me, but that's a whole other story. No, I don't. Do you have a soup recipe?
In like a stage whisper. Is he not the Herald of Knowledge?
I am.
It doesn't.
Doesn't mean I have a soup recipes.
I thought you would know everything.
Well, you make a fair point.
I will make my own soup recipe, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'm sure it'll be great.
Yes.
I'm most intrigued.
Here, I will help you.
Okay, so Ythae'el's doing the soup. What?
A fortune favor.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just like doing the help action.
Yeah.
Nope. No, great. I love that.
It will be, in fact, probably almost every night. I will give fortune favor to the cook and the storyteller.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What does that do for me mechanically?
Gives you
A luck point.
not kinda. Give me a sec. You part yourself with luck to on one creature willing to blah 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 blah. You can re-roll. You can choose when you make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. It can dismiss a spell and roll an additional d20 and choose which d20 to use.
Okay.
When you attack roll, but you're not going to attack anything on that.
Well, I'll use it on my soup check.
Yeah.
You can re-roll.
You can essentially,
Sick.
and if you have advantage on something, you roll an additional d20. You essentially get to roll 3
Okay.
d20s.
I'm trying to remember from 2 weeks ago mechanically what you had Hannah describe.
It was a charisma check and intelligence saving throw?
Yeah, it's
charisma saving throw, intelligence saving throw.
intelligence for recipe, charisma for flavor and style. Maravix are getting all right. I'm most intrigued to see what you come up with, and I'll reserve judgment until the food has been tasted by all of us here. If none of us have any objections, I can happily attempt to keep spirits high this evening.
You going to tell the story?
I was going to sing. Fortune's favor. Okay.
A happy song?
Enough. Anything else we feel like doing at camp this evening before I start getting into rolls here?
I'm going to probably spend most of the night, if I have enough time, writing down one of my spells that I got from, what's his name? Will I have enough time?
Yeah, like an hour or so.
It depends on the
I think
level
it's
of the spell.
longer. I think
It's 1 hour per level of the spell. You are right.
Or it's some sort of something like that.
I will look what it is.
Okay. I'm willing to fudge numbers on that based on how well some of the things go around the camp tonight, for sure.
Good enough. I'll look it up.
I just have stuff Synnove will do after everybody's.
Slumbering. Great.
I have to get supplies.
Okay. So you know what we'll do? Okay. Above board, what kind of soup are you trying to make?
I'm making a leaf soup.
Leaf?
I am so pleased about this.
Yes.
I watched Talis the other day, so I know how to collect things.
So I'm gonna need your intelligence saving throw. Will not just be about recipe; it'll be about the gathering the right kind of leaves.
Oh, and I have my good berries.
You do have your good berries.
So
That's
I was
great.
gonna do my leaves, and then I'll put the good berries
cereal.
in it.
Great.
Yeah.
It's fruity pebbles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fruity leaves.
It'll be like I want it to be sweet and make everyone as happy as I was with my hot and sour soup, but my sweet and sour soup, but I don't have anything sour.
Great.
So that's what I'm doing.
So roll me the intelligence saving throw first,
Intelligence saving
or
throw.
you can roll me a survival check.
I'll do a survival check.
Great.
She's smart. She survived.
Can I use my fortune's favor?
Yes, you can.
It's a nat one.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
I can.
I have no way
what that's
to
for.
bar that.
That is a
That's
24, baby.
I was gonna make everybody poisoned for 1d4 days.
With 10 good berries?
I don't care.
Yeah.
A crit fail
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
ingredients
so
gathering
fair, so
check?
fair. Thank
Somebody was
you.
gonna die.
Thank you.
Damn it, that would have been fun.
That would have been funny. And that would have ruined Ythae'el Kosima's self-esteem forever.
So, what's your total there?
That is 24.
24? Perfect. I'm going to say that you can get, like, whittle away some sort of nettles from some various... Because you're not in the forest right now, you're in the Rocky Mountains, so it's really the plant growth that's spurting out through the cracks in some of the rocks just outside of the cave. You probably scrape some of the moss off for fiber in the back of the cave wall here as well. But with a 24, you said, none of it is... If anything, at worst, it will add moisture to the dish that you didn't want to, but at best, it'll provide actual nutrition and substance.
Soup is wet.
Soup is wet. Very true. Okay, now roll me the charisma save for the flavoring.
Soup is wet.
I forgot to write that down for the save. Is it just my +2? Yes, because I'm not proficient in it. 16.
16?
It's better than 15.
That is also correct. Describe to me, Rachel, after Ythae'el has gathered these leaves and berries and whatnot, you've gathered them and brought them back to the little campfire that's been set up here. Again, it's Talis has been instrumental in making sure these fires are roaring but not dangerous.
Thank you, Talis.
Yeah, sure.
Here's a leaf.
Oh, thank you. Just sort of like holds it and sits as you make the soup. Describe to me how you're assembling this soup.
Okay.
Describe to us how you're assembling it.
So, Ythae'el Kosima starts with boiling the water, is very face close to it, as they have always seen people cooking from quite far away until yesterday, waiting for it to get till it like feels like a facial, and then they're gonna start dropping leaves in, and slowly one by one dropping the berries in and stirring it, and they're doing that like thing when they're concentrating. It's kind of the like tongue out the side of the mouth, just like intense focus, and they're like slightly humming to themselves, and if anyone spoke Celestial as they're like Celestial as they're stirring it, it's just kind of like, I can do it, it will taste good, people's bodies need to eat food, I can do like just to themselves.
I love that.
Very quietly, but enough that you can hear in Celestial, you'll hear, what a lovely song.
So you do know everything.
I go back to what I'm doing.
Synnove understood all of that. She does not let on. She just
Great.
listens.
JB's taking a nap.
People need food.
Or I guess that means sleep.
Yeah, but like, or just like in the like short rest part of your long
Yeah,
rest,
he's
just like sitting there.
Yeah. Vibing. Oh, you know what? JB stocked up on his good herbs, and he's having a smoke.
Not what I heard, but
Maravix is actually gonna sort of sidle on over to you. Would you mind?
Sure.
I know it's not great for the singing vocals, but I'm a little bit nervous. Thank you. She just sits there.
Try not to hold it in the tree hand. You'll catch on fire.
She doesn't even have that yet. It's growing. It's clearly going to be a few more days to get there. Just like
I am Groot.
There's some great fan art on the Discord of the spindles coming out of his shoulder, which is exactly how I've been envisioning it so far. Here's a question. When was the last time you were afforded such moments of tranquility?
I don't. I feel like it's been pretty non-stop. The last time we made camp, we were attacked by robots.
Oh wow!
I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Probably not for a while. How about you?
You say that with a degree of nonchalance that I would not expect. Last time we made camp, we were attacked by robots. That's just how it's been for you.
I think my exhaustion is coming off as nonchalance. So it's become pretty. Whatever's happening is happening, and it's best not to try to figure out why.
I don't know if I agree with that. But
At least in these moments.
in these moments, it doesn't much matter why. I suppose you're right. I'm happy to take this for what it is. I can't remember the last time I got to just sit, smoke.
It's compartmentalizing.
Compartmentalizing. Give me another one. She lights it up, tossing it. A lit blunt.
Hits blunt.
Tucks it behind her ear.
Hair
Sort of
catches
toss
on
the
fire.
hair back a bit. And she's gonna step up. The soup, as it's been ladled around, it's initially like quite earthy to taste. It's very, very like herbaceous.
I give 2 servings to Talis.
Yeah, Talis takes some and holds the bowl up to Contessa. Just like full slurps the soup down. The soup is Contessa's a mule, dude. I forgot what Contessa was. I'm so bad. It's been too long.
2 weeks.
The soup is initially quite earthen and herbaceous, but it is honestly, the more you drink it and eat it, kind of texture is a little funky, but it is really quite tasty. It's very rich. You can feel it filling you. You're not going to need more than one bowl, particularly with the good berries, to feel very, very full. There's some sweet, sort of almost not quite citrus, but like citrus peel flavor on the back end, which is the berries mixing with the roots. It's good soup.
It's not as good as the soup the other day, and I'm really sorry.
Your curse is that no other soup other than that exact soup on that exact day at that exact time. You'll be chasing the dragon of that high for the rest of your life until you find another food that does to you what that soup did to you.
I have to say, this is
It's
quite.
totally, yeah, literally.
It's totally
Garavellir.
possible that the
I
next
have
food.
either. I have to say, this is quite good.
Are you lying?
No,
Are you gonna finish your bowl?
yes, I'm working, but I can do that as a.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Thank you for eating and drinking my soup.
Do you not like it?
It's not as good as the soup I had the other day, but it is my first time. So it will get better.
Exactly.
It's okay not to be good at things the first time.
There will be more soup.
That's true.
There will always be more soup.
So we could have soup every day until we get it as good as the other soup.
I'm begging you. We can't eat the same thing every day.
We should try other stuff though. You might like it.
You
Have
might-
you ever had a scone?
Have you ever had fish?
No. I've never had anything other than, and then they can like perfectly by memory list everything they've eaten in the past 48 hours, but I will not do that. I've never had anything but
Those things.
My goodness.
I didn't really need to eat before, or have a body, or do anything.
You have quite the memory on you. It is fascinating, and I think imperative to a good travel mate. Memory is a fleeting thing in life.
Maravix, as this conversation is continuing, is going to rifle through her pack and pull out what is essentially, as a ukulele is to a guitar, this small instrument is the ukulele to a lute. It's like a small little lute. I can't say I'll be much good at this with one hand. Stop. So she sits cross-legged. She sets the lute in front of her and just like will pluck a note at the beginning of every little verse. And she rifles through her pack again, finds a little piece of parchment and wedges it between the frets of the lute so she can look at the lyrics. A song from I'm not one to keep up with the traditions of my people, but this is one from my childhood that it was sung around the barracks a lot. It's for light in hard times. And it's one from my childhood as well. Or not mute, but just turn it down so I don't get screwed up by it. I've got it. She sits there, plunks one string. Shadows fall and hope has fled. Steal your heart, the dawn will come. The night is long and the path is dark. Look to the sky for one day soon. The dawn will come. The shepherds lost and their home is far. Keep to the stars, the dawn will come. The night is long and the path is dark. Look to the sky for one day soon. The dawn will come. Okay. What does Fortune Saver do? What'd you say?
We do not own the rights to that.
We
don't.
Nope.
We don't. But
We
it's
didn't
fine.
own the rights to the last one either.
No.
Dragon Age Inquisition.
Because I'm insufferable.
I bet.
Insufferable.
Okay, what does Fortune Saver do?
It allows you to re-roll something if you roll like poo.
She
It's
got
a luck
a
point.
filthy 20 on that.
You can use it if you want to. Make it better.
So you know, or you will know, that the down the road ahead of you tomorrow, the one path you have ahead, the deck you'll be pulling from is swords.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
She finishes the song and sort of tucks the little micro lute away. I'm not my brother, but it's tradition to at least play one of these sorts of things. At least in the more standardized families in Ythae'el.
Musicality runs in your family.
That would be our father's doing.
I would kill to hear him sing.
I don't think you want to.
If you
His
say it
singing
comes
voice
from
is
your
not. He was not a musician, but he understands the rhythm of things.
Ah, a percussionist.
He was a fisherman mostly.
Oh.
Anyway,
That was really nice.
It was.
as long as it keeps spirits in check. Not even high, but we have a long road to go, and we can't be flagging now, 2 days in. Besides, that's the last time you're hearing me do that.
That was my first song. Thank you.
Oh, God's goodness. I think we all are due for some rest, yes?
Here's what the heroes
There'll be other.
Did you say that aloud?
There'll be other nights. You
You
can
said
sing.
it in JB's voice.
you
You,
can
said
sing
it
it-
aloud,
You
bitch.
said that aloud,
I mean,
didn't you?
are you volunteering yourself for morale tomorrow?
Next time.
So be it.
Do we all sing?
In theory.
With this,
Wow.
Maravix is at least going to sort of tuck into her bedroll. She's going to tuck actually root side down to keep that pressed closer to the earth. Slumbering.
Are we in a cavern?
Yeah, it's a small. It's like a
Yeah.
cave in no bigger than this room that we're in right now.
Ythae'el Kosima will go and lay so that their head is out from the covered part so that they are like able to see directly up.
So you're going to sleep outside of the cave.
No.
Just head.
In the mouth of the cave.
In the mouth of the
you,
cave.
you said that if you want going to see the stars, your
Yeah.
head and shoulders will have to be at least out of the safety of the
That's
cave.
so fine.
Yeah, but knees and toes are fine.
Yeah,
Knees and toes are-
knees
yeah,
and toes are
absolutely.
safe.
Just like
Sure.
the song.
Yeah. I just don't
I'm
wanna...
just you
I just don't want to be
one
like,
time
inside.
floor clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
No boy. No boy. No
Oh,
boy.
my computer just did a sad thing. Cool.
I just don't feel comfortable.
I totally understand that.
We slept under the stars last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're
Okay.
in a cave.
I did look it up. It is longer than we thought. It's
How much longer?
It's 2 hours per spell level.
And then what's the level of the spell you're looking at?
4th level.
4th level? So that's 8 hours.
You can't do that.
I'm gonna say,
Could I like start it and stop it? Is that a thing?
with the way these rolls have been, I will say you can apply 2 hours of that tonight and still get a long rest and have it carry over.
So a 4th of it.
Just like
A 4th of it. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay, I'm not gonna get those.
That's crazy that it takes that long.
It's 2 hours and 50 gold per
Well,
spell.
that's the benefit of other wizard schools is it halves all the time you need to learn those spells in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have that for chronology.
Yeah.
Why would I have
Yeah.
You wanted to be a time wizard.
That's the thing.
Dunamancy, if it's Dunamancy spells, but
I
you wanted to be a time wizard.
Time wizard.
let's see if this works. 1 second. My computer has decided to be the woat.
Oh.
The woat?
The woat?
Are y'all gonna be sad when
Like
you
the
wake up in the
worst?
morning and I don't have a
I'm
head?
gonna have to talk
I
amongst
mean,
yourselves.
you'll
I
have to make
I
another
have to just
character.
kill the internet for a second.
I'm so good at that now.
You are.
Because you don't have a head?
I just was being like real specific.
Oh.
So I feel like I'm gonna wake
Your
up
head's
without
gonna
my
do
head
it.
and my
You're gonna get rid of a head.
We can't.
When you say
I am being safe and I feel safe under the stars.
Okay. What other than so you're gonna do 2 hours of work?
Can I do hours when we're driving?
If you are not leading, yeah.
Great.
Absolutely.
That's good to know. That is all I will do, and then I probably won't do a legend lord.
Perfect.
tonight. I'll do one later.
Okay. Talk to me.
So this is like establishing kind of the routine that Synnove will have in general over these next few days. At the end of every night, she'll say her one good thing to Valor.
What is it?
And she will talk to the fingies now, not the fingernails.
Fingies. The
And
full fingies.
Talk to
just
the
tell
fingies.
Alis like either to hold fast or that she's loved or something
Yeah.
in that regard. I'm trying to decide if I want to really grip it and rip it or be responsible with this. Because I was going to say every other night she goes to sleep, but I think she might stay up tonight just to really push it.
Hannah, fucking grip it and rip it. Although we
I
are
want to
finding
be
something.
so clear here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we move through the next day, as you move towards the swords, it's going to be like, in theory, that travel time through the valley is going to be about 3 days.
Uh-huh.
However, since we're only going to be enacting what's happening in camps every couple of days, whatever penalties you incur by staying awake now will stay.
Oh no!
How subtly are you trying to stay awake?
Where are you sitting?
She's outside by the stars with her bedroll.
By
the
my
fire.
head?
Yeah, by your head. Yeah.
Fire's in the cave.
Fire's in the cave.
Oh,
Why wouldn't the
well,
fire be in the
she's
Where would the fire be at?
she's by the fire.
Great.
In the cave.
In the cave.
Yeah, so she can read.
So right next. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So then every other night she will read the book. So she'll like incur 1 point of exhaustion, and then the next night go to sleep. And I can keep track of that.
Great. Okay.
Fun.
And when she does sleep, she reads Salvador's letter, Valor's letter, and Katari's letter.
Just to like go
every
to
night.
sleep.
Every night. And does that thing where you are, when you're in mourning, where you're, sometimes when you go to sleep, you just don't want to dream of those people. You don't want to see them because you'll wake up and they're gone and it'll hurt. And then the other half, you're desperate to dream about them because it's the only time you get to see them anymore. And that's where her mind is.
I love it.
And then when she gets up in the morning, she does the Tai Chi stretches with Nevrikos, if she'll let her.
Yeah, but she absolutely will.
Yep.
But tonight is a no sleep night.
Sure, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah.
Tonight?
I'm here to play the game.
Tonight is it?
Tonight
said
should-
you're
you
gonna
said tonight,
incur
yeah.
a second level of exhaustion.
Yeah, you
You-
should
you're
sleep
going
tonight.
back on what you
should
just
sleep
said.
tonight.
Then I'll
J-
sleep.
if you
Okay.
are awake, JB is going to ask you to go to sleep, and we can roleplay that out as if you wanted to.
No, I won't be difficult.
JB's
so
gonna be
no,
like,
we'll
go
to
to
sleep.
bed.
Okay.
You're so
After she reads
tired.
the letters.
Theagus would probably say that too, as he's up a little bit later to make sure he gets the spell done.
You can't beat my passive perception. I knows what's going on,
Yes.
and I know that
knows
you're
what's
in,
going on.
turmoil
the-
emotionally. So
The reliquary of the needle will obscure any and all efforts to perceive that Synnove is reading it.
She's awake though.
I know, not to. We'll get there the next time. If you choose to read the book the next time you were trying to stay up, we will go through that moment as we need to go through it. The book doesn't want other people to know it's being read. That's how we'll put
Is
Interesting.
it has chosen Synnove for now, and until Synnove rebukes the book, or until the book rebukes Synnove, it doesn't. It wants exclusivity. It's pulled you for a chat.
Everybody wants a piece of Synnove.
That's bad. So,
Synnove has a toxic relationship.
With a book.
Surprise, surprise.
we have a lot to cover tonight. Oh. The night passes in the cave. Ythae'el, roll me a Constitution saving throw with disadvantage.
What?
Whoa.
'Cause you're out.
Okay.
Is it cold outside? Bad news bears.
You're rolling with disadvantage because you were sweeping at this time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Constitution is +2. That's an 8.
That's an 8? Okay.
Listen, Valor's +5.
Or no.
Yeah.
You all
No.
take a long rest in this instance. And Ythae'el Kosima, when you wake up, you are very bleary-eyed. Vision's a little hazier to adjust at first, and it's only when you sit up as the let me turn the camp music off. I have to manage my music. As you wake up in the morning, you have a sharp pain in your where your neck connects to your shoulder. And as you feel for it, there are these 2 nasty, sore bumps. Not little pinprick vampire teethies, but big, swollen bug bite. Double mandible bug bite. As something, over the course of the night, clearly decided to make your exposed neck its midnight snack. And you, for the next 8 hours, have the poisoned condition.
I don't like having a body.
Oh. Ain't that the truth?
Same. Relatable content from Kosima.
So for the next 8 hours, unless something else happens to affect this, you will have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
First, before I do, because I can get rid of that. But, and we don't have to do it every morning, similar to Hannah. Every morning when Ythae'el Kosima gets up, they will do their roll for omens.
Okay.
On the star map, and I just don't know if every day that's something I'll track if I roll odd or even.
Let's. You're gonna need to track it, but let's definitely announce it each day.
Yes.
And again, similarly to the fact that we're only tracking what's happening at every other camp or the camps that we're watching. Even if we pass through 3 days on the road like we're about to, this will be the one that tracks until we see a camp again.
So like,
Do we fuck with that? Is that?
But
Yeah,
we're
that
just
makes
from my
sense.
brain.
Yeah.
We're still able to say we did something in that night. I could still say I worked on a spell this night.
Sure.
Okay.
But
we're just not gonna do all the
for
rolls.
big things like this, I think it's
Perfect.
where
So-
rolls are concerned.
Great.
They will stretch. They will try to see. They try to get up early so they can see the stars as they're fading. You know, the last pinpricks of light, and think, I'm following the one true path. I'm Ythae'el Kosima. I can do this, and I will do my best today. And I get their omen. It is odd today. It's a woe. And I
Tell
will
us what
track
that means.
So, for odd, with my Cosmic Omen, I can use a special reaction. It is whenever a creature you see within 30 feet of you is about to make an attack roll, a saving throw, or an ability check, you can use a reaction to roll a d6 and subtract the number rolled from that total. This is the subtraction one. I can use this reaction a number of times equal to my proficiency bonus. And
Love
then...
it.
That's fun.
Yeah.
This is one of the few changes I loved what the tavern did, in that it was just madness. This is definitely better for actual gameplay, but I think, it's a story for a different day.
And then I have a thing called Binding Stardust, which I can do later, depending on how it goes.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you're waking up with this wound and sort of
really loudly.
gauging this, probably influences the woe. The pain in your neck is something that I think helps realign the stars you're looking at to ensure that if you're having a bad time, anybody else who's trying to make your bad time worse gets to have a bad time as well.
But as you're waking up and mapping the stars in that way, Maravix is beginning her stretches and has a little bit of a nub of an arm now. It's like a little a stub of sorts.
Gold? Did gold work on my arm?
Gold is going to work on your arm
Every night?
every night.
Incredible.
Just little, like it's probably right as you're going to bed. Stay still while you sleep now. You don't want to ruin the work.
I'm gonna have too many hands. Too many hands.
Ew.
By the end of this night, you have the mechanical sort of framework of the flipper. You can see the outline of where the flipper is, or would be, and one of the 3 arms that it will be is mostly finished. It's like a little spindly bionicle arm that is serving as the upper piece of the framework.
I fucking love it.
3 arms?
I'm so excited for
So
the
by
art.
the end of this, you will have a flipper that is comprised of 3 spindly biomechanical humanoid arms that you can use as one flipper or 3 little, like, pronged arm
That's actually
attachments.
cool.
That's really
That's cool
cool.
as fuck.
Because again, the Herald of Knowledge that you met had 6.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast Lesser Restoration on myself, just so you know.
Love it. You just sort of like, oh, we're not having this today. And
No.
with a twinkling, again, the constellation sort of glitters on your face, and the wound sinks down, becomes less of a bump. The venom is almost dissipated in your body, and there are just a couple little welts left where the bite initially happened. Okay. Are we ready for the road?
Yes. Look, you've got more of an arm as well.
Well,
Gold, you're doing great work.
what the fuck do you think I'd do else?
Wow, profanity at its finest. I don't know. I guess I shouldn't have doubted you. I didn't doubt you.
He gets real close.
All right. I'm sorry.
Doubt is not something I will allow in this house.
That's fair.
Not from a herald. Do you understand?
Yes.
Questioning? Yes. Curiosity? Yes. Checking your sources? Yes. Doubt?
No.
Doubting me as the lens narrows and gets a little red. Try again.
Fucking Wheatley.
Good morning!
Morning, Gold.
Are we ready for a day at the office?
I think we're trapped in here with
Yeah,
him.
really.
No.
Portal 2. It's Portal 2, dude.
Yeah, we're very ready.
I'm sorry. Let's try that again. Are we ready for a day at the office?
Aye, aye,
Yeah.
Captain.
Yes, we are.
I do not want an office job.
It's a
Gold
figure.
just slowly turns
It's a figure
towards you.
He's joking. Oh.
We don't get to choose our work. We just do the work we're given. And you, so looks around at the whole group, have been given very important tasks. So I don't really care if you like your jobs or not. We just have to do them well. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Good. I'm ready for a great day.
And he zooms out of the cave and starts like scanning the road ahead.
Let's go.
Bundle of
leading?
laughs. Who is leading?
I led yesterday.
You led 2 days ago.
I
Vegas
led
and then
yesterday.
JB have
Oh.
led.
Synnove will lead.
Ooh.
Synnove will lead, baby.
Yep, she'll take JB's hand and start going.
Okay.
Talis is
In the
leading
dawn.
Contessa.
I'll sit in the cart and do another 2 hours, or however long I can do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this next leg, as you venture out of the cave, sort of along the last leg of this little sort of flattened stone path on the middle of the mountainside, is going to veer slightly down into something of a valley in between a couple different mountains here. This valley is fairly narrow and will require something of single file for a little while. But it's not like a greened ravine of growth like the one that had the nectar pear tree in it. This is really a rocky, narrow valley that only exists because these mountains were pushed up at a certain angle, and there's just space in between. It's the only path available to you, having taken this road alongside the mountains. So as you sort of get into single file and head down, first of all, can I get the marching order?
Synnove's first, then JB.
I'll be in the cart, and Talis is running the cart.
Yep.
That's so.
We'll have you guys right ahead of the cart. I like that.
I'm next to Talis.
So we have Talis,
and Ythae'el. Then we have Theagus in the cart.
Smirvix can have the.
Maravix is trailing behind. Great.
She's had
So,
earlier.
before we go too much further, you have to pull from the swords deck as you're leading.
Oh, because we know it's swords.
Oh no, okay. Do I tell you when to stop?
Tell me when to stop and then tell me when to pull.
Okay. Stop.
What a good music.
God damn y'all. It's a paid actor.
George.
Pull. Yep, pull.
Pull. Stop. Pull.
Great.
Pull!
Okay.
Whoa.
You have
What we
pulled.
got?
That's what my brain
Unbelievable.
went to, and I got
Pull.
really confused.
Pull.
You have pulled the 8 of swords.
Okay.
Damn it.
That's the best one to pull, right?
Better than 7.
Yeah.
Is it?
Not as good as 9, though, let me tell you.
You pass through this ravine over the next few days, really. The first day of traveling, it is just monotonous. Like it looks like you're walking on like a treadmill, a looping track with the same image passing behind you, like those classic, almost vaudeville backdrops, really, that roll around. Just craggy rocks and jutting injuts of the mountains and this little narrow pathway you have to wend around. You'd sworn you'd seen that same boulder 12 times today. To the point where like the site in front of you is exactly the same as the site behind you, just craggy grey stone everywhere. And the only thing that gives you any impetus that you're moving forward is your relation to where the sun is in the sky. That's the first day in the ravine. Probably camp in just right there, because where else is anybody going to come for you? But these particular mountains are steep, crumbly rock, so maybe I think probably Talis one of these evenings is going to be shielding the camp just in case any rocks fall down on the area, because there's really nothing but like craggly slope here. The second day, the path gets a little wider and the stone gets a little smoother, but it's still very, very relatively monotonous. Again, you can chart progress by the fact that the stone has changed. You can see like geographic sort of levels in the stone, where or geological levels in the stone, where you can see that things have happened in ages gone by that scored slightly colourful lines into the now smooth rock face, like a basalt layer or a volcanic ash layer, things like that. But other than the marbling of the stone, you're just walking through a stone valley, camping again under the shade of like a scrubby little barren tree that has erupted from the side of the rock here. It's the third day where things change. As the path widens out tremendously, and this is your, now what? This is the fifth day of traveling. Into this, the pathway widens like a river delta until it expands into this sort of like basin area that doesn't look particularly natural. It looks like the stone has been either carved out or blasted out. There's a rounding to some of this area that does not look like water would have done it, unless somebody from the clouds was pouring a bucket of water onto this one spot, non-stop, for a long, long time. And there are two reasons why that doesn't seem plausible to you. One, because there's no signs of like actual water-based erosion here, and two, because the sort of basin in the middle of these now widened apart mountains is filled. It is littered with discarded steel. And I don't mean steel ingots, I mean hunks, pieces, torsos, full bodies of hundreds of broken automatons. All just sat here. And you stand sort of right after the passageway is widened out, just sort of on the stone edge before the basin starts to actually slope down into the pile of discarded and torched automatons here. Maravix's arm, which is now actually corded in roots and branches to about where the elbow should be. She stands there, sort of trying to gesture both hands on her hips. What are we looking at?
Those are automatons.
What are those?
Oh, thank you, I can see that.
They're a species that is a mechanical, like.
Hit me a history check.
Ooh.
Anybody who wants to can.
I thought they were
Are they
species.
Warforged?
I thought that was Warforged.
That's what I'm having him roll for.
Do we know of Warforged?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From you met one.
The bartender.
Robbie.
Robbie.
But we look at these and we don't see Warforged. Okay, sorry.
13.
13. Given your prior experience, these are definitely not Warforged. These are automatons, and you've only seen one place or one instance of automatons before. No, all of you.
Oh.
And I don't know what these are at all.
You don't know what these are at
Yeah.
all. These are metal corpses, as far as you're concerned. Automatons that aren't like the systems you've seen in Dystera. You've only seen them around Harim. And these look considerably less advanced than Leonard and Aloysius, and all desiccated and destroyed.
Why are these people made of metal?
Some people are made of stardust and earth, and some people are made of metal.
I know.
It's possible they're just robots.
I think step lightly. Is there a way to go around the basin, or do we
It
have
gets
to roll it?
really narrow around the basin. You could try, but it would be like tightrope walking.
Probably won't be able to get the.
We can
the cart
either
through.
wade through this mysterious pond full of metal, or does anyone have a way to, like, I don't know, part the waters?
I might.
Water?
Yeah.
Is there water?
Is there water in it?
No,
Oh,
it's-
I thought it was in water.
No, I'm using the phrase
I
basin.
was
It's
wondering
literally just a
where you got that
hollowing
too.
out of stone that, if you were to wade through this, it would be at least chest deep in like
Oh.
steel bodies.
I'm here now.
Yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I was
It's
like,
not
oh, it's
water.
a pond.
It's
It's
not.
just
It's not
water.
water. It is just desiccated, dismantled, broken, burnt
So water walks or
automaton
something.
forms. It
All
looks
right,
like
all
It's like,
a mass grave, really.
Okay, gotcha.
How
I'm
far across is it?
How far across? No less than 150 feet. I don't have the exact stats for you, but it's a considerable basin.
I could teleport us across if we didn't want to, individually. I would be kind of how do you say it? Tapped for spells if I
Blowing
did
your
that.
load?
I blow a lot of my load.
I mean, I am not the most trusting of this particular wastebasket. So if there's a way we can get around it or get over it without dealing with it, then I'm all for it. What are resources except meant to be expended for the greater good, really?
Right? I mean, hey, I'll
think I-
cash shit.
I think I can. I think I can do something.
I'm all ears.
I think I can turn into a dragon.
What?
I haven't done it. I can feel it though.
I'm sorry. Forgive my lack of magical expertise, but you can just feel it. That's what we're going on?
I mean, kinda. As you know, I was given the blessing of Orphanos by the dragon.
And you're saying that it's like a lineage thing?
Try it.
She folds the nub across her chest and folds her arm over it. Go ahead. I can't wait.
I believe in you, JB.
Describe to me. I'm not going to let you just squint and shit your way into being a dragon here. Describe to me.
That's exactly how it
is-
happens.
What it
half
is
the
that
time.
JB is focusing on.
I was just feeling silly.
Where do you go?
Really?
To what mental place does JB go to try and access this feeling that you are?
So I
Yes, I could shoot us across 3 times.
spend a number of key points, I think,
Could dimension doors.
for a certain amount of minutes.
I just mean
the thing that I have there
roleplay
is
wise.
clear. Pardon?
I mean roleplay wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was.
I'll pull that up. Don't
No,
worry.
I was distracted. It starts from the smoke markings. Pardon me. On his skin starts to kind of like have that glow that you see when he's focused. It starts light starts seeping out of his eyes, and the wind and ki around him start to instead of like blow out and around and like make like as if it was a whirlwind or anything, like very tight circles, and manifests into a, I don't know how else to describe, like.
I'm more meant, given that this is the first time that JB's done this, where does JB go?
Okay.
What does JB latch onto internally to try and access this for the first time?
Okay, thank you. JB imagines standing at the bank of the lake and wading into it.
I love it. So as you stand there at the bank of the lake, taking a step in and another step, breathing in not air but ki and positive energy, the water doesn't just part around you, it swirls and conforms to your body in this internal image. And then externally, as you're saying that your tattoos begin to glitter and sort of smoke and air wreathes off of them, like the water that in JB's vision is coalescing around his body, this ki begins to materialize and project around JB, this semi-translucent dark blue energy that gradually forms, for my Naruto watchers at home, it's like a Susanoo, right? It's like a construct of energy that forms around, with JB still sort of silhouetted and visible somewhere in this draconic figure's chest, until before the end of the transformation, this an energized form of a young blue dragon appears at the basin here.
Did you?
Flavor-wise, could it be like the worm kind of dragon, like the?
Yeah. It's wingless, like an Eastern Star dragon. Yes, love that.
Like the white dragon was, pale dragon.
I love it. Now, as we were talking about, technically, you spend all of your remaining key points to do this. However many you have left.
Cool, that was all of them.
And it lasts a minute per key point spent.
8 minutes.
You have 8 minutes
With Boogie.
as a young blue dragon. I need a stealth check with disadvantage the second you try that.
Ooh. Oh, I should have cast without trace first, but I was not prepared for the dragon.
With disadvantage?
Yep.
The stealthiest wagon.
Go.
Sneaky dragon.
Bad dragon. 8.
Bad Leroy.
Or no, 7.
7. So
He wasn't trying to be stealthy.
exactly. You access this wellspring of ki within you. You tap into the true power of the blessing of Alphanos and manifest this spectral dragon of energy around you. You see not through your own senses, but through the senses of this construct, your companions looking up at you, and from the basin, one of the automatons, light bleeds from the eyes, its unhinged metal jaw swings open, and as it does, the entire basin wakes up. Roll initiative right now.
Oh, God. My bad, guys.
No,
I
it
thought
was
we were
great.
just
It was so cool.
flying over it.
It was so cool.
What a beautiful wedding.
Bump the music.
You want to hand me the thing?
Not too
Don't pump it too
within
hard
reason.
because these new speakers.
Thank you guys. We got new speakers. Thank you for supporting
Yes,
us.
thank you.
Damn.
Okay, we're doing Regulus dice for the automatons and meat dice for Maravis.
Do you want me to roll?
Dice.
Do you want me to roll initiative for Talis? Or
No. Talis is gonna go.
taking care of the stuff?
Talis is shielding Contessa.
Okay.
And it is going to be up to you guys to let me know where Talis is being moved. Like, who's grabbing Talis?
Cool.
I mean, Talis can just jump on at this point.
And Contessa. Tells us we're gonna get Contessa on the.
We're losing.
You have the
Contessa.
young blue dragon stat block?
Yeah.
Great.
We're losing Contessa.
Oh, I like this music.
Would anyone? I'm sorry, I became old.
Can you hand me one for the bad guys
Need some baddies?
Yeah, and
I
then
need some
for
baddies.
automatons
I
and
need
one
some
for
baddies.
Maravix.
Baddie number 1?
Yeah.
Baddie number 2? Who do we want to use for Maravix? NPC number 1?
Yeah, that works for
Or
me.
you could use Alice. Yikes.
No.
Maravix is her own person.
I know,
Yeah.
but it's a Viraan.
It's just
You
Am
think
I-
all
am I
Virans
ready?
are the same?
No, I didn't say. Okay, all right. Okay. This is I'm up in the difficulty as we speak.
More.
Yes.
That's what we just did.
This feels like a fight in a vampire lair.
Yeah.
Cryptom when?
Next week?
You can't.
Not for you though.
Would anyone, while I see those, I shout out loud, would anyone like to fly?
I can fly.
You'd like to fly?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. So.
I know I'm gonna go.
Who got
20.
above a 20? What'd you get?
26.
So Theagus in the lead.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure.
You want to fly?
I can fly.
You can? You just
I
can't?
can. I have a
have a
lot of ways that I can fly.
Okay.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you can fly.
I am fly.
20 to 15.
15.
19.
So it's
19.
Theagus, Ythae'el, Kosima, the
I love that.
the Horde.
Oh, that's great.
The
It's
Horde.
the Horde.
Okay, Baddie 1.
Then Synnove.
A JB and then Synnove?
Yeah, I
What?
got 17.
Yeah.
I said it quietly. Sorry.
Then we have, I guess that's Maravix taking the rear
Yeah.
there with an.
Okay.
What did you get, Synnove?
15.
Yeah. Maravix is in the rear.
Mavericks, would you like to fly?
I certainly wouldn't like to deal with any of this.
Fly. Great.
Okay, so we begin as the worm has taken has fully manifested on the beach, on the rocks here outside the basin, and this the horde of broken automatons are even the just the discarded limbs. They are all writhing and manifesting. It looks like some of them are conjoining with others in strange ways. They are one mass. Theagus, what are we doing?
I'm going to.
Let's call it 150 feet. Let's say that's the distance between you and the other side of the basin.
I'm going to, because we're all in a line.
A horizontal line, yeah.
Well, in a row. I'm going to run by. I'm going to touch myself. Run by you and run by Maravix. And I'm going to quickly touch you and go, here we are. And cast Fly at 5th level to allow me to cast on 3 people, including myself. So you have Fly, I have Fly. We can fly. That means everyone can fly.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Talis and Contessa.
We are superheroes.
Allison can
Superheroes that never use your goddamn super suits!
Where?
I don't have a super suit.
I don't have one.
What's super suit?
The
The
red
fucking thing! The Sentinel super suits!
Sentinel
super
super
suits.
suit.
In my defense, mine malfunctioned last time.
Yeah.
But you're not into the super suit version.
That's true.
I just turned
That's
into
true.
a goddamn dragon. You think I can keep track of what my fucking
I
useless
very-
I would
is?
hope so, yes.
I very specifically remember I don't have one.
JB
You
does.
don't have one.
JB
No,
doesn't.
you have
I don't
a.
have one.
It can. You got the Light Hunter fit. Instead.
Yeah. Okay, so that's that, and then I'm going to use squeebly bop doop 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 temporite surge. I'm going to go. Here we go. And this and I will. I think that's an attack roll.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll let you know now their armor class is low. It's a massive
That's
body.
a-
Set of bodies. Is it above? Is it double digits?
Yes.
It hits.
Great. Wow, that's crazy.
It's a huge
No, that's
mound
fair.
of
That's fair.
corpses, of steel corpses.
Yeah.
That is awful rolls. Only 4 necrotic damage.
4 necrotic. Oh.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh no.
All of us are.
Hello, Joyce.
4 necrotic damage.
Yep.
It just splashes off the metal. Does absolutely nothing.
Okay, that's not good.
Oopsie.
Gonna have to do something else. Good to know.
They're just sort of in silence. The only noise they're making is the sound of rusted metal moving as a shambling wave of steel.
Necrotic, no good. Who do you got?
You're staying put?
No, I'll fly. Woo! I'll fly, like, I don't know, 20 feet in the
I
air.
love the thought that you beam them with a staff, it does nothing, and then you just... you just ascend straight into the air, this godlike penguin having done fuck all.
Yeah.
Perfect.
They're like, time to leave.
Theagus, we now go to Ythae'el. Talk to me.
Okay. So with my Star Sigil staff, I can use 2 charges to cast Fly at 2nd level. I would like to cast it at 4th level.
Okay.
How do I do more charges, or do I just expend a spell slot? What would you
I'm gonna
prefer?
say for items,
Yeah,
I like it.
because it's to cast 2 charges. You can cast Fly without concentration. I want to cast it at 4th level, so I can do Talis and Contessa.
Then I would say it would be however many charges it would be to cast the spell, so 2.
Mm-hmm.
Each extra level would be another 2 charges.
I'll do 4 charges.
So that would be 2 people.
8.
To do 3 people, you need to spend 6. So like if the spell is 2 charges on its own,
Yes,
for each
like it's
upcast it
one
would be
person.
another 2 charges, another additional 2
Oh,
charges.
so I can't get it up to do.
You have to do all 6.
You have to do all 6.
I can do all 6.
Great.
Ythae'el Kosima still doesn't understand really the metal people corpses, despite Synnove's explanation, but knows we have to go and is going to be like taps the staff 6 times to like physically and like is tapping Talis with the other hand.
The light wends up the Sigil of Aeon's part of the staff and just glitters out from the sort of radial points. Talis' compass whirls in place as this magic affects both Talis and Contessa.
And if I may, even though it's through the staff, their magic, instead of these like kind of like beams or like big motes of light, you know when it's just starting to get nighttime and there's like light fireflies, so it's just kind of like a little bit here and there,
so
and then it's all at once.
Love it.
It's like a very slow and soft glow, like coming off their body as normal, and then it just becomes kind of that smattering of motes around them. So that's my action. You can fly across.
We can all fly.
And then bonus action, I'm going to activate my starry form, and I'm going to do the worm.
I'm shouting.
So,
You want to do the worm?
Wow, everybody, Rachel's gonna do the worm.
Describe to us what those starry forms are.
Yeah.
Or what that means.
So, starry form for Ythae'el Kosima as a bonus action, instead of using wild shape feature, turns into a literal starry form. Their body becomes more luminous than it is. It's like not the soft little moonlit glow. It's like a full glow, like a 10-foot radius. Their joints glimmer underneath, almost kind of like an X-ray, but like not
That's cool.
scary. And then their whole body looks like the star chart. So it's like how there's the constellation on their face. It's just kind of like another one and another one and another one, going down until you see their cape that they wear. The silver threads on the back of it start moving until you see the constellation of an old god. It's an ancient comet worm, appears across the back, and Ythae'el Kosima starts to float up in the air as well, with Talis and Contessa.
Fuck yeah. What about the cart?
It's floating. If it's attached to Contessa, it's like
Oh.
floating, but
Behind.
flapping,
Yeah.
Flapping in the wind.
A flying speed of 20 feet and can hover. Yeah. So I'm going to...
Though if you used all 6 charges,
on fly for them.
but that was also for you.
It covers me.
Well,
said-
if it covers one with 2 charges,
One person with 2 charges.
it would cover 2 people with 2 charges, which would be
Yeah.
both.
It's you. It's Miles.
Unless you're giving, because if you have
Talis.
fly speed with the worm, you don't need to cast fly on yourself.
It's only 20 feet of fly speed with the worm.
Doesn't.
So and it's 30 feet with the spell.
So you're just a little slower.
You
The
being 20 feet.
spell is 60 feet.
The spell
fly
is 60 feet.
60 feet.
Fly
It's a
is-
lot safer.
Yeah.
30 feet. Fly it by itself is 30 feet.
I may have boosted it for the answer.
Oh fuck.
It says 60.
It says 60 feet. I'm looking at Basic Rules 2014.
They may have nerfed it in 2024.
Oh no! Fuck me.
So-
Man, you're so
So
right.
60
You're
feet.
so right. It's 60
I did the
feet.
math
You're so
wrong.
right.
If fly works on me, I will still activate my starry form.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, if you're spending all 6 charges, it
Yeah.
absolutely is on
thank
you
you.
as well.
I will still activate as a bonus action the starry form. However, it's not going to be the worm as the constellation. It's going to be the whip.
Great.
So as the stars come across their face and like spread over their whole body still looks the same, but the constellation on the cloak turns into the whip that you've seen in the sky recently as the Courage of the Stars. And as a bonus action on subsequent turns while this lasts, I can make a ranged spell attack, and like a tendril of luminous starlight will attack a creature within 60 feet of me.
I love it.
But it's my bonus action now to activate it. My action was to move them. I'm going to take my full movement of 60 feet to start flying across.
Okay. As you start going across, you're crossing into the metallic horde's territory. It's going to use one of as it's a reactive horde, it can take a reaction every single turn in combat. It's going to try and lash out at you as you hover over it, as all these metallic bodies, ching, 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 they click together, and just like a tendril of these silvery steel forms lash out at you in the air.
Damn.
Oh, fuck.
That is going to be a 25 to hit.
I
rolled well.
Oh no, folks. Buckle up!
I'm still putting all my stuff together. My AC is only 14, so even if I use my woe, it won't do anything. That hits like a truck.
It hits like a truck! That's gonna be 12 points of damage as these bodies just clink, smash into you, but they don't dislodge you from the air.
Okay.
Because the staff doesn't make you concentrate on flying.
Nope.
Which is great.
It's without concentration, baby.
Just smashes into you. And again, as far as you're concerned, you are being attacked by the living bodies of dead metal people. These are defiled, ruined metal people, because that's all the context you have for them.
Why would someone make people out of metal?
Perfect. We now move to the Horde's turn. So you're just 60 feet above them.
Yeah. I'm trying to be as high as possible.
Okay. What did they roll?
What do you mean? What are they?
What was their initiative?
They're actually they have a reaction.
Oh.
But it's whoever's baddie one now.
Oh, baddie one,
Baddie
sorry.
number
NPC one is Nevrikos.
Yeah, it's that turn. It's
cool.
So
I am overwhelmed with all this
hell
new
yeah.
stuff. Thank you
they are
guys.
going to. The Horde is going to surge outwards. It's going to part of these steel bodies. Some just like legs clattering along. Others again just arms. But a few of the main forms are going to scrabble up the basin. Who is on the ground still here? You're on the ground. Maravix hasn't flown yet. So they're gonna make one attack against you, one attack against Maravix, and they're gonna lash. That's Big Dragon. They're not gonna go.
You're not in the big. You're not in the air.
No,
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, like JB
Floating
is
now.
JB is floating in the like, in the like translucent dragon, kind of like Avatar style.
They're gonna make one attack against Synnove, one against Maravix, and two more lashes with tendrils of bodies towards Ythae'el. So first attack is on Synnove. That's 2 16s. That's going to be a 23 to hit.
Of course.
Great. Second attack is on Maravix.
Oy, oy.
That's going to be a 19, which does beat Maravix. Then one against Ythae'el is a 23.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use the woe. It won't do
And a
anything.
24. Okay, so Synnove, this like steel jaw just clamps around your shin that's easy, that's 12 points of damage. It just sinks into you.
Okay.
Maravix, they lash out. That's going to be 10 points of damage on Maravix. As these just, again, plates of ruined burnt steel slash into her. And then the two swipes, the reaching, grasping arms towards you. That's... what? And that's an even 20 with those two attacks. Thunk, thunk, up at you in the air. They are going to... most of them have surged forward towards you guys. So there's a little space in the back of the basin near the pathway where you need to go that is now cleared of the bodies, as they are all essentially moving as one. The battered red and amber light from their eye sockets sort of flickering in and out, casting strange shadows up and around the basin. We move to JB, Spectral Dragon.
You see the energy around him start to spark and like Tesla coil-esque lightning starts like erupting from him and into the ground, and his light gets brighter while everything else kind of dims, and I'm going to use my lightning breath.
Ooh.
Just at the horde.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna hit him.
Yeah.
Just like. So they're gonna need to make a dexterity saving throw. A giant pile.
Wouldn't you know?
Of people.
They're bad at that.
And it's
Metal.
10d10.
Jesus Christ.
Is it more because they're metal?
You don't know that.
Because it's lightning.
Lightning and the thunder. We know something about lightning. I'm not old. That's not weird.
That is going to be. They rolled a 12. That is going to be a 10. That's going to be a 10.
That's a
It's gonna
10.
be a failure.
A top grade?
Yeah.
That no.
So that's 20, 25.
I'm a hoe for a stringed instrument.
I might have gone up. I thought I could only go 30 feet. I might have gone 50 feet in the air.
Sure.
67 points of lightning
So
damage.
the head, the spectral head of this projected Orphanos dragon that you can see JB sort of just looming in, rears back. This curtain of lightning reeling through the middle of the horde. Bodies shatter apart. There are pieces of automaton that fly up in the air. Arcs of lightning tendril through the horde as they take 134 points of lightning damage. There is a clean, singed pathway right in the middle of the horde. The pieces of automatons that were severed by this beam are cauterized on either side of this pathway. So it is, for a moment, for a full round, until we reach the end of your next turn, this pathway is open, and none of the automatons can wend through the cauterized pieces at the moment, as the ones that remain on either side of this red sea that you've parted, steel sea, are scrambling to try and push through the cauterization.
I did end up parting the sea.
But you did part the sea.
And I thought I couldn't do it, guys.
And again, I cannot stress to you
Believe in
enough,
yourself.
despite the fact that they were ruined apart, they are silent. There is no noise at all from the horde.
This is my actual nightmare.
Just all sort of looking up towards. What's your passive perception? As the dragon?
As the dragon?
As the dragon.
That's tough.
19?
Is that how I say?
It's lower than mine.
Darn.
Can't
Can't see.
Can it stay high? It's technically
In
I'm
this
not-
soul shape, you have a number of hit points equal to your total level multiplied by your wisdom modifier,
Which is
blah,
not a
blah,
lot.
blah. For all other stat points, it's not a lot because you're a fucking dragon for 8 minutes.
There's to be
For all other stats and abilities, refer to the young. Yeah, I want to stick true to this because you are essentially using all your willpower to project this around you. Okay. So you are living in the given circumstances. Cool. So what's your passive is the?
19.
That's still perfect enough. You can watch from either sides of the steel sea now. All the yellow, amber, and red eyes. They're just scanning and analyzing. Scanning and analyzing.
I don't like
Cool.
that.
I will fly and kind of like move away from the party to pull their focus.
Which direction?
Left.
So if you're facing them this way, you're just skirting around the side, essentially, the left side.
Yeah.
Of the
So that like that attention is pulled away from the clear path.
Yep. Great. Love it. We move to Synnove.
Synnove is not fucking around and losing any more people, so she's gonna use 2 of her sorcery points to do Quicken Spell.
Yeah.
With that, her Beacon of Hope is going to be a bonus action. She's going to fly 60 feet, 'cause she's going to use her action to dash, so that she has as many people as she can within a 60-foot radius, because I'm also going to use my other sorcery point to do Distant Spell and turn that 30-foot radius into a 60-foot radius. So I cast Beacon of Hope.
Okay.
Y'all get something.
Hell yeah.
I don't know where my
How
phone
does it
is.
manifest? I'll let you do the mechanics first, and then talk to
Yeah,
me.
and then I have the flavor.
It has to do with we make saving throws with advantage or something.
You make wisdom saving throws with advantage and death saving throws with advantage.
And take
you,
max healing.
Yes, exactly.
That is amazing.
Yep. So I would assume I get everyone in that.
Yeah.
So Synnove, she skims along that thing that JB made and
parting
then
around you.
shoots up at the last second, so she's kind of above, and she's got her horn in the air. And
Elphaba cape floating
yes,
in the
yes. And then from just her core, this watery sunlight bathes over her, and then black hot topic glitter magic explodes out in this sphere. Yeah.
Literally.
I love it.
Yep. And that's my turn.
Perfect. So you essentially just catch everybody in that. Brilliant. Okay. We go to Maravix. And you know what Maravix is going to do? Maravix is not going to waste any time. Seeing the opportunity you have given her, she knows how to take space and make space. So she's going to float up in the air a moment, sort of bend her legs underneath her for a second, and she is going to bonus action dash, key point, action dash, bonus action step of the wind dash to just kick back on the air, and she soars through the center gap right under where you were before pivoting in the air on the other side. And she is gonna she's gonna risk something big.
Oh.
Fucking
She looks at her little nub.
blow your load.
She's got how many key points?
So many, Will.
She's now got 16 left, so she's gonna spend all of the rest of them.
All of the rest of them?
All of the rest.
Will, what?
To get there.
To try and she's gonna. No, she's on the other
She's
side.
there. She
Oh.
only needs 16 key points to get
60. She's almost there, basically. Okay. She's just on the other, in the basin still, but on the other edge. She's gonna spend 16 key points that lines the grooves in her, the sort of knotted stump arm. And she's gonna attempt with a wisdom saving throw to extend this into a long vine and press one half of the steel sea to try and widen the pathway and keep it open. I'm literally grooting right now.
I'm brooding, I'm brooding.
I'm not gonna groove.
I'm not gonna groot!
Does it smell like burning to you?
No.
That
I
is
think it's just loud.
It smells burning toast.
a 28.
Oh! I smell burning.
Damn.
So she, no, 27, please, excuse me. So she,
Dan.
I think it's the marijuana.
there it is.
I think it's just loud in here.
She, this vine sprouts from her arm. Shit! As she just pushes the whole half of the steel horde
Okay.
over. They're gonna try and scrape at her with their reaction at the end of this turn. But she has widened the pathway by another 5 feet. Come on!
Sick.
Now's the time!
Sick.
They're gonna take their reaction. They're gonna try and make an attack on her. That's gonna hit. No, it's gonna hit. Yeah, she takes another 12 points of damage as they just rip past shards of the bark of her armor. I'd recommend moving now, please.
Yeah. We all can fly.
Top of the round. I think.
Remember when we
Talis-
thought we were gonna get through 12 of these?
That thought died so fast. Talis, just for the round action,
Yes.
is gonna get onto Contessa while they're flying.
Excellent.
Just whoosh, and like somewhere between the headless horseman and Santa Claus. Contessa reaches her truth, just trailing in the back.
Yeah.
Contessa achieves Moksha, and it's just like you will be seeking the best soup for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Contessa will forever be chasing the high of what it felt like
Of
to
course.
trot across the wind. She is
As she should.
you can like slow mo, like Shrek 2, Prince Charming. Contessa's mane dappled in the wind, completely unaware of the steel corpses below her. Just. And Talis, coat flowing behind, looks fucking majestic.
Yeah.
They're just soaring up above. They're gonna dash as well, the full 120 up in the air. Top of the round, we go to Theagus.
All right, I'm going to use my full speed fly to fly 60 feet and then I'm going to use my my Fey touched feet, Huba, and cast Misty Step, not as a spell, but as a thingamabob, if I can fucking find it.
You said it's like 150 feet.
Yeah, 150 from edge to edge.
Yes. So that gives me another 30. So I go 90 feet. It's 60 and 90. So I'll go 90 feet across. Then I'll turn towards the group that isn't being held by Maravix.
The one it's the group on the left now. That group on the right is being held by Maravix. Group on the left is sort of distracted by the dragon flying by.
Great. And is anyone near them?
The dragon.
But how close?
Close. Within striking distance for sure. Because you can tell that they have a striking distance of at least 60 feet. You're in striking distance.
I want to fireball
Don't
their
worry about
ass.
AoE.
Yes.
Don't worry about that.
Okay, my
Fireball.
friend. Here we go. I'm casting.
I'm flying.
I'm a dragon.
You said you're flying to distract them. You're getting hit by this.
Okay, fine.
All right, here we go.
You are still
said it.
definitely fine. You're
I'm
still
going to
definitely
cast Fireball at 4th level, which gives it a little more juice. And he's going to go. Whoa, look at me go! Whoa, and then turn and go. Ha! And with my new arm, make it. And then a little bead of light, a bead of fire. And I turn to gold and I go, watch this.
It's like a Mortal Kombat finisher.
So let me roll the dex saves for the horde, and get me a dex save from you as well, as this arcane motor fire just erupts around you. Horde crit failed.
Yes. Yes.
Do I have advantage because I normally have advantage on dex
No!
saves?
You're a big dragon now.
6.
Oh, that fails. Sorry, bud. Why do I not have that in here? That's not
It's 86.
It's 96.
96 is a 4th level spell. You're so right. You're so right. I'm on one today, folks.
There it goes.
You can't judge me because I tried.
Because I tried. And that's what matters, kids.
So yeah, you're 90 feet across the ravine, and you're 50 feet up. Oh, across the ravine, across the basin here. The fire is smattering on these broken droids.
I sure hope I don't lose my dragon form and fall directly into them.
That would be
real sad.
wild.
14.
You know,
You have a lot of health.
as a reaction to taking damage.
6, 20, 27 points of fire damage.
27 points of damage. You're still up?
I got 3 more.
The horde takes
Oh shit, dude, I'm sorry.
nothing. As the fire just roasts off their steel scorched shells,
This
it does
feels-
absolutely nothing to them.
Okay.
They
This is
don't.
bad.
They seem completely even unfazed by your effort. They're still just locked in on the dragon.
As I'm continuing to go, fire doesn't work either. Shit!
Again, so you have this epic moment. You ascend, you fly forward, you teleport in midair, you turn around, fireball. It hurts no one but your friend,
Except
and
my
then again, Yes.
What else am I supposed to do?
It's perfect. It's absolutely
Tell
perfect.
everyone that my shit doesn't work.
Ythae'el.
Carry-
You know what? They're going to take a reaction
Carry
because
on
they
the way we think.
feel like it. They're going to try swiping at the dragon.
Nice.
Seeing the flames, but as the flames wash over you, your vision clarifies, and there are claws and robotic legs reaching at you. I don't know if that's gonna hit you. That's a 22.
That hits.
I'm
Silvery
gonna low.
barbs.
Silvery
Oh.
barbs. How does that manifest for Theagus?
I don't know, but I
go for it.
should have been doing it more.
Yeah,
Fuck me over.
Has it manifest?
I might be too far away.
Theagus goes, he smacks again and ooh, no! I say no!
Theagus goes, I say no! But the way it's the words the robots would hear if they were sentient would not be in that voice and not be in that language.
Oh.
It would sound to them, and the way anybody else hears it is the same strange garbled I say no that you have heard from the masked members of the Seekers of Time that have come and spoken to you before. So they have to reroll the attack.
They have to reroll their attack?
Just the once.
I believe so, yeah. That's what Silvery Bar says.
That's gonna be a 21.
21.
That still hits.
Well, I
It
tried.
only subtracted 1?
Silver barbs makes them reroll.
Just makes me roll once.
Can I use my woe as my reaction, or am I too far away from them? Because like they lash out, and it's supposed to be I do it to someone who's within 30 feet, and I can use my reaction to roll a d6 and subtract it from the total. Because I'm just like
They are a horde, so like they're.
I know that's not what I'm worried about. It's how we want to rule multiple reactions being spent in sequence after we've been aware that it succeeded on the same attempt.
No, we said it at the same time, but I let Dan do it.
They did say it at the same time.
Yeah, but I let Dan do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know you said something as well. I apologize.
It's okay. When you said silver barbs, I went, whoa!
I agree with you.
Which doesn't sound, it's woe, W-O-E.
I thought you were saying
If
whoa,
you
you
want to
count.
break it down, if someone sees that something is wrong, whether or not another person starts to do something, if it's still wrong, you're still going to do something.
I will allow it. I'm going to say here now on camera, per instance, let's keep it to 2 people.
Okay.
Because I think with all our fun things like the Sigils of Aeons and the Lachesis and whatnot, let's keep it to... Lachesis is a little different with Sigil Bearer stuff, but when you're affecting another person like this, let's say like we've done one, we've done the silvery barbs, now let's do the other. And there, there might be extenuating circumstances where we break this rule, but for now, let's keep it to 2. So yeah, go for the word.
That's my bad, because when I said whoa, Dan thought I meant W-O-A-H.
So this is currently, we've got a 21, you're rolling a d6, and I'm subtracting whatever you're getting.
Yes.
Whoa,
5.
man.
5, so that takes it down to a, what?
It was 21.
16?
That misses.
That misses,
and so
baby.
then I use it like as Binding Stardust, I keep that number.
Yeah,
I'll write
you
this
keep
down
that
for
number.
me. I keep 5.
You keep 5.
And then the next time I make an ability check, attack, roll, or saving throw while I'm conscious, I can add this re-recorded d6 roll to my total.
Yes.
Sick.
And I believe, yes, if you make another Cosmic Omen roll before using the recorded number, that new roll will replace the 5.
Right. So for now, it's 5.
Because Rachel made a new character, and I said we're gonna get crunchy really fast.
I'm learning.
Jumping as a druid at level 10 is wild.
It is wild.
It was a choice.
And buckle your bootstraps on.
Okay, so they reach out, the words from a Seeker of Time ripple it, but they still reach out towards the dragon, and then one last sort of flare of those little firefly motes of starlight that slowly gather and then suddenly build, just pull the arm back, and you are unscathed. That was going to be 14 points of damage, dropping you straight into the middle of the horde. Oh, was I ready for that?
That phase.
He'd probably be fine.
He'd be fine.
So we go now to Ythae'el, it's your turn
Kosima.
after that.
It does say Ythae'el Kosima, just so you know. Both
I know.
sides.
It's a lot to say.
No, I know that you know. It's Hannah only wanted to put Kosima. Okay, so I'm gonna take my full movement to keep flying 60 feet forward. Seeing Nevrikos hold the plants back on the one side using the plant arm, on the other side, I would like to attempt. I just had it. I would like to attempt to cast plant growth, like coming up through them to make it difficult terrain.
Sure.
You
on
know?
the
opposite side of Nevrikos.
What's the area for plant growth?
So that'll be a 100-foot radius.
Great. Okay.
And then a creature moving through the area has to spend 4 feet of movement for every 1 foot it moves.
Great.
And I can exclude areas of any size from being affected, so I would do it like along that
Yeah,
line.
you're essentially making a 150-foot fence.
Yeah.
With a middle point, like 100 feet in that way, or like 50 feet one way, 50 feet the other way, just to like hold it.
Yes.
Hold them back. Yeah. Totally. Do they have to make a save for that, or does that just happen?
It just happens. It's my action.
Love it. You just sort of, and these little vines of bamboo shoots, similar to the ones that formed the pod you stepped forth from, grow out from the craggy soil and just push against the other side of the melted automatons. They are gonna make a big old reaction and. Well, actually, no. Finish your turn first.
Okay, so that is my action as I'm going. I was going to use, as a bonus action, because I have the whip form, anything that tried to get close to me, it's that tendril of starlight goes,
sure.
and bops it. So if nothing is coming at me, I would just do it on kind of like whatever the highest point of Automaton is that it would hit, because it only goes 60 feet.
Yeah, nothing's lashing at you immediately, so you can just make a lash at them.
Okay, and I feel like it's almost for Ythae'el Kosima, it's not like the most conscious thing. It's kind of like it comes out of the cape.
Love it.
As this bonus action.
Absolutely
so
love it.
That'll be 2d8.
It's me up next, then JP. Great.
Wisdom, 11 plus 5. That'll be 16 points of radiant damage.
16 points of radiant damage? Hell yeah! You just sear through a chunk of these automatons, and like a couple arms fall off and back into the horde. Amazing. They are now going to take their reaction before their own turn and make another swipe at the dragon.
Oof.
Just having been pulled back, these growths of steel lunging out at you.
It's been real, guys.
That's going to be a 23 to hit.
Yeah.
And it's the same exact damage from before. That's 14 points on the dot.
Ow.
Ouchie!
Ow. Wow.
So as it's
11 real points.
This this arm just shears through the energy barrier and grabs JB out of the dragon form, pulling him into the horde.
Who's on the other side?
It's Nevrikos, and then I'm like...
You're like in the middle of flying.
I'm 90 feet in the middle of it.
I'm 60... I'm like almost there, but I'm in the air.
Alright.
I believe you can go to someone in the air. Do you want to ask how it works?
I want to use my reaction to use Walk the Path.
Oh hell! I gave Woody my sheet. I have to pull it up now.
To
yeah.
Can I hand him?
Yeah. To teleport up to 100 feet to another sigil bearer.
The front toast French is walk the path. That's something
I
you can
was
do.
reading all this stuff, and I was like, Kyle, why are you guys using this?
Because we forget, and there's too much in our brains.
But you can like transport to another sigil bearer. Does it work if you're in the air?
Landing in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of them. If you do it in the air, you're gonna fall.
I'm almost 60 feet in the air, and I'm not.
Okay.
If this reaction is used in response to an attack made against you, Yep.
Could you
Great.
go to Synnove?
She's also flying.
She's
right?
she's the highest of anybody. She's straight up in the air.
Everyone's flying.
Everybody's flying.
Can he use it and then try to like hold on to someone or no?
No.
It's like let's
Yeah.
do it. Cool.
Can you grab me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go to Synnove.
You're
so
gonna
fun.
essentially like
Fucking do it.
as you're falling,
Yeah.
these hands clambering on you. You can see faces in the dark in the pit of these steel bodies, all just scanning you for everything you're worth. And the sigil manifests around your eye, and Kamui style, you sink into the light of your own eye, leaving just the image of the sigil behind before that evaporates. And remind me where your sigil is.
It is on this hand.
Scarlet Witch Multiverse of Madness body horror style. JB's hands emerge from the sigil before he like sprouts out of your hand and begins to fall.
I immediately put my arm just underneath his armpits.
Strength saving throw.
Oh god.
You can do it. You can do it.
You just have to do it for 1 second, because then I can cast Featherfall on myself.
Yep. Oh no, I'm gonna roll my 2d4. Oh my god. Oh, where's my d4?
We don't have any blessings.
Shit.
Because you're about what, 50 feet up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We always love risking the fall damage. It's so like worth it.
Okay.
I don't have a reaction, do I? No, I don't.
I already used mine, and you used yours.
So that's an 11 minus 2.
Cast Featherfall.
So JB emerges from your hand. You're like, oh yeah! By the time your hands are out, he's already gone.
Do I don't get a chance to try to grab her?
No, you use your reaction to do it. You're plummeting in the air. I'm not gonna have you hit the deck in this same turn, but you've fallen at least like 25 feet in this moment. And now they're gonna use their full turn, having.
Jesus.
They're gonna try and their first attack is not gonna be an attack. It's gonna be an attempt to grapple you and pull you back in.
God damn it.
Love that.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
That is a dirty, stinky, filthy 20.
That dirty, stinky, filthy misses.
Okay.
Because I'm me again.
Because you're just you again. All right. Then
And it
My reaction
glances
at
off the
beginning of the
shield.
round. Fuck.
Yeah.
each attack
weird
as
to
you're
go
falling
first.
until you are
I'm
grappled and in the hole
not
is going
used
to be a
to doing
grapple check.
that yet.
Second go.
That is a 26.
Shit. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Ping! So you watch JB emerge, drop, and then clink, like a reverse claw machine, pulled back into the dark. And now the final 2 attacks are just like trying to rip your outer layers apart to figure out what has allowed you to be full when they are no longer whole.
Sure.
First one is a, what is that? 22.
Meets it, beats it.
Second one will miss. So only one of these attacks hits. What is that?
I don't know.
16 points as they rip pieces of your clothing away.
Hey, yo.
And you are completely invisible to anybody else. You are submerged by the bodies on the side that Maravix is holding back.
You have a blessing.
You went from one side up to Synnove, then down into the other side.
Okay.
We move to JB.
It's your turn, baby, and you have a blessing. Use it wisely.
In the literal belly of the beast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna. I mean, they yoinked me, so I'm fine.
They didn't take
Yeah.
necrotic orb.
I'm gonna
They took Radiant and they took Lightning.
They did take radiant?
They took Radiant.
They took
bone,
radiant hard.
And they took lightning.
bonus action. I'm going to focus.
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 Look at you, focus.
As you're
Actually,
like,
yeah, no, I'll focus.
you just
I'm feeling pretty zen.
you sink into the dark and just like let the grasping hands not matter. You've been in dire straits before, and keeping your head on the straight and narrow path counts. So amidst all this sickly red and amber light, there is a now brilliant blue glow that the rest of you can see from outside as JB's tattoos glitter and wind begins to circulate throughout the right half of the Steel Sea.
Do they have me grappled?
Yeah.
Okay. So trying to get out of it would be a
Contested would be an action contested athletics check.
okay. If I were to use my levitate
Music slow.
I'm
to
levitating.
like ascend.
You can't. Your moves. Excuse me. Your speed is 0
Yeah.
until you break the grapple.
Okay. Okay.
There are certain things that I think would supersede breaking a grapple with an action, like if you had the spell like Thunder Wave or something like that. That would push things away from you in a fun way.
Yeah.
Stuff like that might supersede it, but just levitate won't cut it.
Where's Callias when you need them?
Fucking a snake in the sky.
We just had one.
Snake.
I'm a snake.
I'm a snake. Do you know that Miles dressed up as that guy for Halloween once?
I remember that. I remember that vividly, actually.
I love that.
Fuck me.
It's fun that, like, I love that you guys
Sorry.
opened the path. You all had fly speeds and
I
could have
know.
just gotten out of there,
Yeah.
and then
I don't know how this happened.
It's my fault.
I don't know if
I
it's
casted
anyone's
a
fault.
fireball and all of it went against
It's the
dragon.
completionist.
It was great.
Yeah, it's too flashy.
I thought we were just gonna fly over it.
Me
I don't
too.
like these guys.
I didn't think they were resistant to all the shit that I'm trying to...
I'll do the contest. I'll contested athletics
Love
to try
it.
to.
Contest.
They're just gonna grab me again.
No,
They're
they're
gonna
not.
try.
You're not
It's
gonna
my
do it.
turn next.
You're not gonna do it, man.
You can break free of
Okay.
anything.
Thanks.
When you cast a spell...
Okay,
You are
yeah.
the shield
I
and
get-
the sword.
I get advantage because I am in my
Fell
focus.
focused.
So
Yep. Let's dance.
it's oh,
Nature 20?
Nature 20.
Then what I'll say, because you, in the activation of the focus and the channeling of that air, there's a brief little this air burst around you, and I'll give you with an at 20 the levitate for free as you and just swirl out in a burst of air and are hovering right above the horde.
cool.
Do with your freedom what you will. They're gonna reassemble moments from now.
I can't.
Was that your action?
I mean, if I can levitate,
you have-
I can levitate up.
do it.
You have levitated up. You're there. You can
That's
doggy
not
paddle.
how it works.
Fuck. Okay.
You can doggy paddle. I'm pretty sure I can go.
So funny.
Let me
Oh,
see
I guess
what-
you have bonus action and action at this point, so you're just
Yeah.
floating above the
So
hole.
like,
Yeah.
but
Is there
Yeah,
anything you have that you could get to anyone?
I can get you
my
somewhere.
reaction
Again,
doesn't come
Synnove
until
might be able to
the
do
start of the
anyway.
next round.
Yeah,
At the start of my
you just
turn?
can't use your reaction on your turn, I don't believe. Like it's or unless somebody's you're interrupting something else somebody else is reacting to.
Okay. So I'm up 20 feet.
Yep. You're up above the horde line. Maravix has spotted you. I've got you! Stay still! We move to Synnove.
Yeah.
Synnove.
Her boy went down, so Synnove's going to fly down so she is within 60 feet of the horde. She's dropping Beacon of Hope. I'm going to burn 2 spell slots to get 2 more sorcery points to do another distant spell, and I'm casting Incite Greed.
A good one.
Did you just motorboat your
I present a gem. I'm going to pretend it's the gem in my diadem.
Okay.
Any number of creatures within the range have to make a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by me until the spell ends or until they're harmed. While charmed in this way, a creature can do nothing but use its movement to approach me in a safe manner.
That means safe to its health.
Yeah. While an affected creature is within 5 feet of you, it cannot move, but simply stares greedily at the gem you present. At the end of each of its turns, an affected target can make a wisdom saving throw.
It cannot move.
She saw her boy go down. She's not letting that happen.
Cool.
Yeah.
I love this.
Job. Okay. Okay.
Don't worry, I can float for 10
That is,
minutes.
they rolled a
You'll
6.
float too.
They rolled a 6, so that's going to be a 4
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
win save.
That
Nice.
does not succeed, actually.
So they, like, as you
Robo corpses aren't wise.
fly out, you just swoop down, whip the diadem off and brandish it. Every single steel head, hand, foot, torso. And they are locked onto you.
All right. I don't know how much movement I use to go down, but whatever I have besides that, I'm going to then fly toward Maravix.
You were
everybody
already
else.
within 60 feet of the horde. You were only about 50 feet off the ground anyway.
Well, then I'm just gonna fly. Use my 30-foot movement to go that way.
Great. You're
Perfect.
like a bird.
Fly like a bird.
Fly like a
You're
bird.
So
gonna
I'm
fly
90
away.
feet across now.
Nice.
So they just.
Okay.
Perfect. As you're flying around, they're going to use one of their reactions to try and snatch the diadem from your hand.
A gentle snatch.
That's going to be a 26.
Jesus.
How they're
Aww.
not what?
They can
It
reach
says,
How does
"When-
Incite Greed
while an affected creature is within 5 feet of you, it cannot move, it simply stares greedily at the gem you present. They are not within 5 feet of Synnove yet. They just are still down there, they want the diadem,
That
and they're
just
going
means
to
that
grab
they
it.
want to get within 5 feet.
I know, but they don't have time to move this way, so they're trying to grab the diadem first.
I am gonna rules lawyer this. The entire point is not that they're trying to steal it. They are greedily looking at it. If they were within 5 feet, they wouldn't grab it. That means that they're not grabbing it.
I hear you. They're going for it.
Okay.
This fucking do it. Yep.
So they just,
I'll
one of those
remember.
arms.
The lesson
Silvery
is
barbs
don't wear
reaction.
items.
You used it to try and catch JB this round.
Yeah, we've all used a
Use your
reaction.
reaction.
Oh, it is the same round.
Yeah.
Damn
I
it!
used
Fuck
it too.
me.
I
Yeah.
used it too.
They
I can
just
burn another spell slot and do quicken spell.
with what action?
One action.
I don't know. It's the same reaction.
If they're taking a diadem.
I mean, you could do what I did. You could walk the path.
with
No,
use a
I don't
reaction.
have it.
Or but it's
No.
just gonna
Choose
that hand
everything.
just. What I'll say though, they grab the diadem and the rules of the spell apply. While they have it, every single head in the whole horde is just trained on it.
Great.
Get the fuck out of here.
Great.
Just they have lost interest in all of you and are beginning, like, even the ones who are Maravix is holding back, they're not even clawing over towards the branch anymore. They're starting to move internally. Each individual member of the horde wants the diadem. The horde on its own is not acting as a group anymore. So they're clambering over each other. They're starting to rend pieces off of the other members of the horde. They're all going for that one hand that has the diadem on it.
Wow.
We got a Maravix.
Maravix.
Maravix. Jean-Baptiste, do you trust me?
she is going to let loose with this vine, and while she still has it, she's going to try and just grab you and yoink you to the other side. Do you accept? Do you consent enthusiastically?
Yay!
Then she's just going to... The branch coils around your chest, and she pulls you over the top. As you land on solid ground on the basin behind, she'll let go of the tendril and do a cute little backflip up to land on the other side of the basin. Go, go, go! Talis and Contessa are going to continue their glorious flight of the Valkyries up there. Bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-bum. But they are going to coast all the way across and land safely on the other side of the basin. Beginning of round 3.
Yup.
They are disinterested.
That's true. Does anyone will anyone not get to the edge by the end of this round? By just purely who they are? Does that make sense? Like, will you get to the edge?
Mm-hmm.
Will you get to the edge?
Yeah, I'm close.
And you're already there? Will they get to the edge?
Mavericks?
Mavericks is already there.
They're already there.
Oh.
They just rode there.
Oh. So no one needs help?
No.
We just gotta run.
You help, everybody helped people with flying speeds so that now people can get there.
Incredible.
The fact that we could get across in 3 rounds is crazy.
I want to... Yeah, sorry, I apologize. Paint me a picture here, William.
Yeah.
The way we get out of this thing is what?
Simply just across the basin, there's a path that continues through the ravine.
How big is that area?
It's like the space you're going through?
Yeah.
It's like a what? About a 20-foot wide pathway. It's similar to the pathways you've been on today, though you can see
How
this one is...
tall is it?
I'm confused.
I guess I'm confused too. It's like a pathway.
It's just a continuing passageway through the mountains. This was just literally a purposefully built basin in the middle of a mountain pass.
Okay.
What are you trying to do?
I want to once everyone gets there and we start moving, I want to put a wall so that they can't get through.
What's the radius of your wall? Also, I'll give you this as well. Unless somebody grabs Synnove's diadem away, they aren't leaving the basin.
Sick.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Specifically the gem and the diadem, though.
Yeah. So you could
Do you
try and
fight
unfix
hundreds of autonomous?
you could like
No.
Wait 1 moment. Let me just.
No, I'm looking at
think
her for the
it
diadem.
I don't want to fight anything.
Did you take the gem out of the diadem?
No.
Okay.
Because my idea is she's gonna keep it on her head.
Yeah.
But then you said
They
so
yoinked
I'll do that.
Okay. Then I won't. I guess I won't do what I wanted to do. I wanted to put like a wall of force and
You totally could probably.
Okay.
You know, on the off chance that they
Right, that's what I
change their
Well, then I want to hold my action until everyone's over there,
Right.
and then I will put
So
it
you've
there.
you're just going to finish your glorious god flight over to the other side of the basin here, land, and just sort of wait with your staff
Right.
until everybody's passed through the ravine.
because it will cut off the fly once I do that.
Yeah.
So,
Love it. Okay, we move to Ythae'el.
Yes.
Talk to me.
So I continue my flight so that I'm over the entrance. I'm gonna still maintain starry form. I'm still flying. I am very scared, but I am trying to look courageous, and I want to, everyone who's at the end, I should be able to reach, like, mass cure wounds.
Great.
So that should be, Maravix has taken damage. I want it on myself.
Yep.
JB should be within range. Synnove.
I haven't taken any damage.
You haven't taken any damage? So it'll just be boom, 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 boom.
Talis or Contessa.
No,
They've been in their own
They're in a
musical
different
up
genre.
there.
Yeah.
They're blaring Wicked up there.
Yeah, you're actually in mostly the same genre as them.
Yeah.
Let me see if I'm allowed to add my binding Stardust to it. I don't think so. It's ability check, attack, roll, or saving throw.
Nah.
So no. But that will be. I just lost it. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 points of healing for all of us.
Oh yeah.
That'll be my action. Bonus action, I am not going to attack anything. I am just going to shakily maintain starry form, and they are just kind of like white knuckling the staff and like breathing and like watching the base.
I love it. Absolutely love it. We move to the Horde. Synnove, as you're watching where your diadem has gone, the hand that's holding it, it slips the diadem onto one of the cracked and mouthless heads of these automatons, and with a glitter in the gem, the sickly red amber eyes turn bright golden white.
Oh no.
A bunch of the automatons around that one are singed, and it just looks up towards you.
No.
Every time! No matter how we do!
It doesn't have any legs, or maybe like one stump. It's only the one arm that grabbed the this like again tendril with other little pieces of random automatons. As it has a moment of peace after singeing away some of the other automatons reaching for it, it just lifts its arm out, and a burst of radiance erupts out of it and melts a good portion of some of the automatons back the way you guys have come, and it starts
No.
trying to crawl its way out of the basin. The rest of the automatons are beginning to surge around trying to chase it, but due to the singeing of the steel sea, their movement is severely hampered. And the plant growth, this carrier is more than likely going to make it out of the basin.
Not if I
Great.
get there first and wall.
Not. It's going the way you guys came, not the way you guys are going.
Oh, that's where they're all going.
No, that's it. The
That
one with
one is going.
the diadem construct is moving that way.
Jesus.
The rest of them are starting to slowly chase the diadem construct.
It was a magic diadem?
Great. It was the one that Damien forged from the copper at the Copper Legion.
And Stella all up in my business.
At that time, absolutely.
She can't get enough of me. No one can.
So, that's their turn. They are completely distracted. We move to JP. You are on the other side by Maravix.
Well,
Trying to relax.
Is anybody still not? Is anybody not across?
Synnove is not fully across, but is going to be. And that's it.
yeah,
I
I'm
think.
there.
Yeah.
I'm flying above you.
You're there? Oh, you'll be there.
I mean,
I'm
yeah,
already
like
there.
I'll just battle back
Oh,
whatever is trying to come out at us.
Hmm?
I'm just battling. I'm not going to do anything.
Just standing and watching, essentially.
I'm like if one of them is coming towards us, I'll back it away.
Great.
But like
Yeah.
Yeah.
They seem. In fact, you know what? This is a little intense. I'm gonna keep us in initiative right till the end.
Okay.
But the threat, all the silence of the grinding automatons is no longer directed at you. They're simply focused on this one that's dragging itself out of the pit.
The other way.
The other way.
we can't go 3 sessions.
I'm a carrier of light.
I mean,
What do we want to do?
if we're still in initiative order,
I'm gonna try to yoink my diadem. I'm gonna give one last shot before I.
So you're gonna
boogie
fly
Tuesday.
all the way across the thing.
How far did this dude go?
you're not going to be able to make it to 150 feet. You're not going to make it there and back.
It moved. It was already some ways away from you.
It was crawling without legs, dragging itself
it-
through plant growth and a
That
bunch
also-
of other
It's not on the
things.
plant growth side. It's on the side that Maravix was holding back before. It radianced a pathway in front of them, and even then, it's only got 20 feet of movement. So it's probably at most 60 feet from you.
I can't.
Okay.
You're not.
Get it?
I would get it, but
So now I was gonna go and try to snatch it off the head of the carrier.
You
If it doesn't work, I have a plan B. But
okay?
that's what
No.
I'm trying to do.
So you just fly over. You're doing a low flyby, basically.
Yep.
Okay.
And you get to this thing. It's clearly had some sort of like a faceplate with like eye slits, almost like an Iron Man, the front of an Iron Man mask, with the bottom half of it just missing. This sort of rusted steel, smooth, now battered dome, something of an armored rib cage that has long since weathered away, that one makeshift arm of a lot of different arms and tubes and cords, one like half leg, and that's about it, pulling itself along. As you get up close to it, it just looks back towards you. You touch the diadem, and the pair of you are in a plain white space.
Of course. Okay.
Why gotta be white?
You have been here before. However, there are no other figures in this space this time. It's just the pair of you. Even though it only has that leg that doesn't have anywhere to stand on, it's standing sort of at your height, otherwise still battered, diadem on. Jesus. Let me spread light.
You can do that all on your own without this. I believe in you.
Without will send me to sleep again.
Well, not with that attitude, it won't.
Please, Lord, let us failures.
Will you help me with the Lord?
It's those sort of brilliant white gold eye lights glance up almost towards its forehead. If you let me keep this light.
Synnove puts her hand under the automaton. Yep. Their chin.
So many letters.
Automaton.
Your mission to spread the light is to find Harim, Lord Harim, and make his life a living hell. But before that, heal yourself. And then find me.
That I can do. Heads off where light gathers. Then return. Make hippo life. Shells.
This feels
You and me.
the best.
All right. Synnove like cups their cheek, rubs their thumb on their cheek, and then withdraws from the vision.
What?
And leaves the diadem.
And leaves the diadem?
Yep.
Oh my god.
I'm so torn. Perfect. I'm so torn.
Is that 4 now?
I know, I
think it's
feel.
4.
We're gonna remember this is all gonna
You-
come back.
Yeah.
Sorry, gang.
I mean,
We're gonna have to kill
Because
all
I
of them.
like
mean,
it
we all
so
saw
much.
that though.
You
went, you
what you
grabbed
see,
it.
you see is Synnove drive by, fly over,
Yeah.
touch the diadem like a graze, and just fly right back. It's like a loop.
do we see that she gets it?
No, she doesn't get it.
She doesn't get it. No, we see that she doesn't get it.
We see that she does not get it.
The second I'm across the threshold and Theagus casts Wall of Force, I drop in sight greed.
And you drop to the ground. Do you land? Because once I
Sure.
cast the wall, everyone that flies is gonna drop down.
Yeah.
Great. I just don't want you to get hurt. Yes, I didn't.
Okay,
God damn it. Well, bye.
so
I'll get that back eventually.
the just because I love it,
they're all gonna meld into one
you
thing.
fly by it, you touch it, you circle back, you land on the other side. The second you drop it, the carrier continues scrabbling towards the edge. As given that they don't care about the diadem anymore, the rest of them pivot back to the group of you, but you summon that barrier of arcane force, and they're slow moving enough anyway that by the time they actually crest over the basin to hit the wall of force, I imagine all of you will be gone.
Sweet.
1 encounter.
One encounter.
One encounter. I want to do all 14 days.
So,
Take 5 sessions.
after this mass cure wounds erupts over the group, you
Not really.
push on past this ravine, or through the rest of this little sort of rocky valley here, that's quite much wider than the first 2 days of traveling that you went through, until things sort of smooth and even out, and you end up in this circular sort of. It's not a clearing exactly because it's filled with a bunch of smaller, like, rocky mounds and almost little small hills. It's like a clearly an area where a couple of the tectonic plates that form this landmass sort of bumped up against each other because it's the end of this little valley. There are weird little rocky growths everywhere, and a couple different avenues of motion lay out before you. But because there's this big old valley behind you and grand mountains ahead of you, it's a pretty well defensible spot, this area. And that Maravik sort of looks to the group of you. It's probably been, let's call it 2 or 3 hours after the incident in the basin. The sort of now almost like tendril of branch arm hanging off at her side. What do you think? I think we've certainly earned a rest at this point.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Ythae'el Kosima is still in their starry form and just has been
Are
slightly.
you? How long does it last?
5 hours.
5 that.
Because it's in place of wild
Contact
shape.
a
And
Yeah, yeah.
wild shape for half your druid level.
Yeah?
Yeah. So the whole time, like, following with the group, has just been,
okay.
like, feet not touching the ground.
Casually glowing.
Yeah.
They're always
casual.
very softly glowing.
Yeah,
But this is
yeah.
a break.
Fine.
So the whole time they've just been kind of hovering. So once we get to this place, they are still hovering because they can, and their
Because they
feet
just
are not
can.
touching the
It's
ground.
giving Unin.
Yeah, it is.
How can we trust the
The
ground?
Oh,
form,
shit,
the
I mean,
form,
like,
starry form
literally, like,
lasts
all
for
of it.
10 minutes.
Oh, I thought you did it instead of wild shape feature.
You use your wild shape charge to do it, but it
Thank
says
you.
the form sheds bright light in a 10-foot radius and a dim light for an additional 10 feet. The form lasts for 10 minutes unless you
Really
dismiss it
sad.
early as a free action.
I'm really sad.
Love the vibe,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, for like a good 10 minutes after you leave the space, you're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like drifting until you.
That's still a while.
Yeah, that's still a long time.
10
So
minutes
then for
is
the
a
rest of the
ton.
hours, it's like, you know, when you're walking and you're trying to walk really fast so your feet touch the ground as like little as possible.
No.
You know what I'm talking about. And you're just kind of like,
You
they're doing that, like,
Like,
they're doing like the high
hot-footing
knees.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
you're talking about
hot-footing
the
it.
thing that the kids do that where they like.
I thought
what's
we
that
all knew
thing
this,
called?
but they're doing
That
the thing
shit's
so they're
cool.
lifting up their feet really fast so they're not touching the ground a lot.
Love it.
This is now
I
insane.
love
walking
that.
across hot sand.
That's
Gotcha.
absurd,
Yeah.
but I love it.
And I will go
Nobody-
stand on a rock in the clearing if we found a rock while we're all standing talking.
Yeah.
Nobody pick on the new kid.
Nope.
As you're like going up to stand on this rock and just take your space here, Maravix is
Tiptoeing
gonna
in your Jordans.
usher you guys in closely a little bit. Is that part of the course for your traveling companions?
I mean,
That sort of attitude.
I'm a talking penguin, so yeah.
That is an astute point. Actually, I don't really have anything to counter that with.
We've known them for as long as you have. But to be fair, everybody's got their thing.
True enough. What do we say? Want to push forward through the night or
Oh.
rest here?
I can go longer, but
It gets awfully cold at night, but if we need to do it, we can. Though I'm not sure how many moments of safety we'll find going forward. Truthfully, I've never been this far north myself.
We should rest.
Yeah, I think we should rest.
Fair enough. And then somebody, one of us with a clearer head tomorrow, can decide which of these paths we'll venture on. I'll start the fire. Are we feeling alright after that mess?
yeah.
Yes.
Alright. And she sort of gets Talis over to help set up the fire for the evening. And with that in mind, what tasks are we going to take on in this particular camp? If it was Synnove who led, you're free. You can just lay back and take it easy tonight. Who is? We had.
saying-
You can't cook
I cannot
today.
cook.
JB will
Oh,
cook.
we're saying. I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Great. Are you gonna cook?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were going to.
I was gonna
do
cook.
morale.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna do morale. I was gonna cook.
Okay.
I can do morale again.
No, I can do it.
Great.
Great.
So
Then I will
I'm on a rock.
fortunes favor you. Just above table for you, William. Every single night, I fortunes favor the 2 people.
great. Okay.
Also, so I can get to 100 real quick. Because I'm real close now. I'm real close now.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're just farming for XP.
Literally, I literally am.
That's very funny.
yeah.
Okay. Great. So, what are you gonna cook for us today, Theagus?
Ooh,
Just walking around like,
with
eat fresh,
fish.
eat fresh.
some
Yeah.
fish. Well,
Some
you
way.
know, some way eat fish. Theagus will also make a kind of a fish drop soup. It's something that he's
Please describe to me what the fuck a fish drop soup is, Dan.
fish soup that has fish in it. Like,
Well, and the
you
drop-
drop the fish in there. Fish
So,
drop
so
soup.
that's how
Do
it.
you know what an egg drop soup is?
No, what's egg drop soup?
Okay.
Wait,
No.
Doesn't
It's not a
matter.
fish drop soup, and that's what counts.
Yeah.
So, do you drop the fish in before you cook it, or as part of the interactive mode of eating it? Is it enrichment while you eat, or is it cooking?
you're cooking into it. It's you put the fish in there.
But
Okay.
okay, yeah.
What's wait, hold on.
No.
I want to know what egg drop soup is.
No, I think you
Theagus would
create
know.
your thing. Create your thing.
Vegas would definitely.
Theagus would know
I
what
don't
egg drop
give a fuck
soup
if Theagus
is.
doesn't know what egg drop soup is. Egg drop is not the same as fish drop
Fish
soup.
drop soup.
So if you're
What is
telling me
fish
that-
drop soup?
It's whatever you want.
what you're
But
deciding
I
to
wanna-
do is
You're
I'm gonna
doing it,
crush out.
Peter.
You're not telling me. You're not telling me what egg drop soup is.
because it doesn't matter. If you're,
Why are you making a big deal out of it?
because I want to know how we are eating this.
Oh,
Are we eating
okay,
this,
okay.
Describe it.
Is it?
All right.
That's why I asked. If
Yeah,
you're dropping
I
the
got
fish
it.
in as you're cooking it, that's one thing. Or do you give people dried fish
No,
to
no, no.
drop in while
No,
you
no.
eat it?
I look.
where I'm
I
at.
look. I go.
Yeah,
I go.
like fucking croutons.
With my good arm. Oh. And I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, 7 fish. And I do that as
Everybody
time.
gets a fish.
Everyone gets a fish. I do that as time goes on. As it's cooking, I add another fish.
Sure.
And I boil it up. I'll add a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a couple
So
of
give
these.
me the 2 rules, baby. Intelligence save and charisma save.
Yes. I'm sorry. What?
You heard what I said. Intelligence save is for the recipe,
Sure,
and
sure,
charisma
sure.
save is for flavor and spice.
Incredible. Great at both of those. Not really. Intelligence save. Here we go. Intelligence save is a natural motherfucking 20
Hell yeah.
So this
or
is
a 29.
This is the most well executed fish drop soup that has ever been created in Regolus.
It is in
it
fact
is
the
first.
That's why we had to know how it's
but
made.
it's done real well.
Yeah, it's done. It's
Yes.
great. I know what I'm doing.
You put your whole pussy into it.
Yes, you did.
How does it taste, Dan? No. What's the charisma save?
Yeah,
Immaculate.
Immaculate. Charisma save.
Ah.
yeah.
Well, you know what? We're gonna use the dice. I just got a natural 20.
I missed my +5 to saving throws.
Natural motherfucking 20. Okay, folks.
Okay.
This is because
So
we gave
what
you
you
so much
watch?
shit.
You watch Theagus.
Drop soup.
Theagus tests out the first little arm appendage from the flipper
Oh.
to be the fish dropper. And because it is a mechanical
Love
arm,
it. I love it.
is
It's
fucking
so
Long John
precise.
It's Long John Silver's chef appendage where he uses these 3 little whisk tongue appendages that I'm exactly thinking of for this. But so it is made to absolute precision. And what you're watching here is Theagus, not the wizard, but Theagus the culinary mathematician, the kitchen wizard, just full locked in,
Salve.
and
Somebody try it.
it starts smelling initially when the broth is just made very, very fishy. And then
And then the drop.
and what do we wait for? The beat to drop, or in this case, the fish to drop. And paradoxically, the more fish you add to this, the less fishy it tastes. It's like the fish absorbs some of the broth, rehydrating the fish.
The aroma is like you just walked into like the world's best seafood restaurant right on the coast where they caught those fish fresh today. When you are served this soup, it's really not much. It's like a broth and dried fish that have been rehydrated, right? Essentially. Some spices, maybe some leafy greens.
Absolutely. And some baggies.
You would never know that this fish had been preserved. You would never know that this wasn't like exactly how fish was meant to be served in a culinary sense. This is one of the best meals you have ever had, and I think certainly the best thing you have eaten since you started with the Copper Legion. And the sweet and sour soup has been dethroned.
Yes! Fish drop soup!
Still soup.
Is it fish drop soup though?
Fish drop soup.
Okay.
That's a t-shirt.
It's the
Fish drop soup?
Fish drop soup is a t-shirt, 100%.
My heart is singing, Kyle.
It's a bowl with a fish going into it.
This is the moment Theagus has been waiting for since you assembled the sandwich on the train. Or the like, it was
The sandwich on the train with the dude who died.
Yep. Of course. This is that moment.
Theagus takes a bit of a oh my goodness. Well, I think okay. All right, here we are. And one for you. And one for you. One for you. Holy shit. One for you. One for you.
Holy shit, Theagus.
Theagus, have you made this before? It's amazing.
What the hell is this? How did you do this? I haven't eaten like this since I was home.
Magic.
This is my
And figures. And love for fish. This is fish drop soup.
It's love magic.
It's love magic. The power of love.
And
magic.
fish.
And fish. You just gotta get the right timing. Fish in, let it stew. Fish out, let it stew. Fish in, let it stew.
I guess if the time wizard stuff never works out, I think you should be a chef.
It really suits you.
But I like the time wizard thing. I could be a time wizard chef.
You could live out your life as time wizard and then go back in time and
live out
life
as a chef.
You might have already done that.
I probably have. Do you like it? I know you're. Is it as good as this soup you had before?
Keep making this.
This is
why do we?
my favorite food I've ever had.
What a night I'm having.
They will step off the rock and be like at level with everyone.
As they're all eating, you're all eating. Maravix sort of turns over and just looks towards you, JB. Go on then. Entertain us.
Because I can't think of it right now. JB is going to will tell a story, like a fable type of story. It is about a cat named Jacques. It's a story that his mother told him before bed, and it is Jacques the cat's adventure, wandering through a desert, finding a giant tree, and climbing it.
Whoa.
And it's very like the way that he says it is very like practiced. Like it's not something that was, or like it may or may not have been made up by his mom. But like it was a consistent like.
Yeah, it's rehearsed.
Yes.
Or like So then I will take, I think, performance for that.
Alright.
Come on.
Fortune's favor.
You do.
And a blessing.
The brave.
And a blessing. 12.
Use it.
I'll
Use it.
Yeah.
Use it.
Use it.
This affects what we do tomorrow.
Use it a little bit worse, but that's okay.
You can use the better one.
You want to use my thingy?
Use your blessing. Taking it back. Mark it.
Nice.
Fuck yeah. Thanks, chat.
Full 6 on the blessing.
Yes. Nice.
Full 6.
Is it 21?
Daniel. 21?
This story just sort of sits. As JB is telling it, you're drinking this phenomenal soup, you start to see it really clearly, the images of this desert and this scrappy
little feline, wandering through the sands until they find this insurmountable tree and use all their effort to clamber up the bark and acquire safety for themselves in the midst of turmoil and a barren landscape. And you whatever the cat and the tree mean to each of you, you inherently know. Synnove, you know what the tree is and you know how your cat climbs it. And the same is true for all of you. And it just sits right at home with you. And the way JB tells it is eloquent and soft-spoken and is carried on the wind like most things that JB does. But I'm going to say, save for words spoken to a dragon in the middle of a siege and words ushered to a warrior who was having a crisis of confidence, this is probably the most you have heard JB speak in a single sitting since you met the man.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll write it.
And it...
Pay attention to Discord, I'll write it.
Thank you.
Maravix leans there, having put the bowl of soup now finished aside. I think you may have gotten to the wrong tradition, you know. They got... It is no thanks to my brother that their reputation is still as it is. But I think you would have had a very good calling as a bard, you know.
Do you want to hear a song?
Do I?
No.
I didn't think so. Bards don't have to sing, as you just evidenced.
That's fair.
If this doesn't work out, there are people who could stand to hear that story, I think.
So we'll have a chef and a bard,
A time chef.
a time chef, and an electric bard.
Are all cats like the cats in your story?
I don't know if I've met a cat like Jacques. I've always wanted to. I feel like Jacques is more of a vehicle for the audience to experience the world. Less of actual cat.
Your imagery is quite spectacular.
It's my mother's.
Well,
I
hers
always
is.
thought Alice was a cat in another life.
I always thought I was a human in another life.
You sure not one now?
That would be pretty crazy.
Imagine if I was a human this whole time. Wouldn't have that been a con?
Insight check.
8.
It's 15 plus 7.
16.
Can everyone
That's
leave the room
23.
except Hannah? No, I'm kidding.
Theagus believes he's a penguin.
Oh, 22.
I'm a penguin.
Okay. I don't know.
We have
Theagus has lied so much.
You have to check.
It's true. He's a penguin.
Thank you. Really. Both of you. Just
I have to be honest. This is maybe the first thing I've ever cooked.
Can you make it tomorrow?
Do we have seconds?
We have tons. I have a big pot.
I will have as many bowls as I possibly safely can.
Contessa is eyeing it from across the way, like.
Contessa.
Contessa's like,
Contessa can have my second helping.
Contessa. Would you like some more? Right. Now, do you see this?
You turn away and they're like 10 feet closer.
Like the weeping angels.
Can I have a second bowl?
I don't know. Ythae'el. Contessa's gonna. Okay. Maybe. Now. Easy. You can have some. Here, I'm gonna give a little bit to Ythae'el Kosima. Kosima, I'm so sorry. And the rest? Is this okay? You're good?
Yeah, I'm not hungry.
Mavericks?
If it's between me and the.
I know.
Don't. I'm fine.
JB?
I'm good. I mean, I got some.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Here you are. Just the smallest sip. I want.
Contessa dunks their head into the rest of the pot.
Ah.
Incredible.
Iconic.
I'm glad I got another bowl.
Iconic. Someone give it,
That's
please.
on the internet.
Please.
That's on the internet.
That's a theater degree at work. That is
That's
a
bad.
trained,
Oh,
classically
That's
trained
bad. That's
actor.
a bad one.
That's
Okay,
a bad
we're gonna move
one.
on from that.
Is that
Any?
Can we
Is
possibly
there
move
anything
on?
else we are doing this evening?
Not anymore.
I can't focus.
Holy
Synnove will
fuck.
not sleep this evening. This is a no sleep
You're gonna do
night.
that, then I.
This is a read the
want
book.
to,
night.
Great.
JB is going to definitely like give you a look of like.
Yeah.
I think this has probably happened a couple times.
Sorry. So,
Yes.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have to go through
Yeah,
this.
if you're trying to read the book and trying to start reading it once everybody else has gone to sleep for the most part,
Yeah.
what I need from you is a perception check.
I would almost every night, and in spurts, I will
Make it insight.
almost every night in spurts I will try and keep working on spells to put
Yeah.
them into stuff. So I'll stay up a little bit. Would I see this as well or no?
If you're working, probably not.
Okay, great.
That's 14.
What you see is Synnove curled up asleep.
Okay. Cool. Just thought it would be a cool RP here, but that's fine.
Oh, I was gonna.
Roll higher insight.
I mean, if you're going to
me, I
Synnove
guess.
before she starts reading, it's just Synnove. But if
Yeah.
when Synnove reads this
No,
book,
she's probably fine. She's just
Yeah.
grieving. It's okay. I won't check on my friend.
I'm probably fine.
I was gonna try to ask Jean-Baptiste a question
Please.
before I go to bed. So I don't know what you're doing prior to bed. What are you doing?
Fuck all.
You're sitting.
Fuck all.
take another toke.
Having a smoke.
Candy Crush.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
Fucking
on my,
swiping
chilling on
through
my phone.
Instagram.
Just doom scrolling.
Ythae'el, Kosima, as approaching you, they're like walking up and then realize what you're doing and are like, and they get really close. Sits next to you and gets really close and just does. What is that?
It's just herbs.
Why does it smell so good?
At the monastery they use it just for helping with meditation and calm.
I would like to talk to you. You were the first person that I ever saw. Up close. Remember?
The other day.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Remember? And the tree opened and you were right there?
Mm-hmm.
And that was a really nice day. And then the day before was a really nice day.
The day before.
The day before today.
Oh.
And the day before that one. But today, I was just wondering, because you've been on the path for a while, and is a lot of the days on the path going to be like today?
Well, I don't know. I can tell you that there have been days like this before. There have also been days that are a little bit better and a little bit worse.
How many days have you been on the path?
A good amount.
Longer than me.
Well, I mean, you've only been on the path for a couple days, right?
Thank you for being honest and not sugarcoating it.
I think a good... something that I told, or similar to something I told our good friend Nevrikos the other day. But changed to make this make sense. It's not about the path behind, it's about the path ahead. And we don't know what it's going to be, but we know we have to walk it.
We all have to.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't know, I thought it would be, and when they do that, it's kind of like a pulse of like the soft light around them. Just like joyous and like soft. Because the one true path. I thought it would be nicer to walk, and I'm not sure I should have been made for it. I was gonna ask Theagus about it, but he actually doesn't know everything, and I didn't want to make him feel bad.
I don't know a lot either. I wish I could help more. I wish I could understand more, and I'm always, if you want to talk about it, I would like that. I wish I could tell you that it is going to be easy and happy. I know at some point it will.
Okay. Like soup, like having soup at the end of the day. I can talk to you about it anytime.
Anytime.
I knew I could trust you. You're my oldest friend. And with that, they just unceremoniously will just walk away back to the rock.
Amazing.
Fuck
I
off.
love
And we'll
it.
curl up on the rock. That is where they will sleep.
Love it.
Time for bed.
Perfect. Synnove, talk to me about reading this book.
Chapter 1.
She's not attuning to it yet. I think she's really just trying to suss out, like in a textbook, like if she can figure out the steps that it takes to go to the moon, to figure out how to kill a god, essentially. She's kind of like, almost like skimming through the book, trying to see if this is an avenue that will help her achieve what she's trying to achieve.
I love that.
And she's fully going through lyrium withdrawals now. I forgot to mention that.
Oh, I love it. And you don't have any potions
This is bad.
Nope,
No,
this
I don't
is
think
bad.
any of us
Nope.
have any lyrium.
I've made this bed. I must sleep in it.
Okay.
But you're choosing not to sleep.
So you're. Oh, and you don't even get you don't get your spell slots back. That's great.
Got plenty of those.
So you can hear you know how I first described to you your awareness of the atomic structure of magic? And
Yeah.
It's now the more you get into the craving of lyrium, the more hyper aware day by day you're going to become of the way everything's molecules vibrate together, the way all of life is tethered with these strange strands that you can manipulate. You are acutely aware of everything. It's like you were your senses were all turned up to 11 and you were shoved into a bright room. A bright, loud room. And every day the room gets brighter and louder and your senses get sharper and sharper and sharper until there's going to be too much for you to perceive at once. But you're at the beginning stages of that, and I'll describe how that affects you mechanically later. But for now, there is a need to focus on something that isn't everything.
Yeah.
And it's this book that you still can't fucking read because the words are all liquid ink, scrolling through and scrolling through and scrolling through until eventually they start to bleed off the page and down onto the floor of the clearing, off into the dark to where the shadows glittering from the light of the fire flickering away, the shadows are dancing, and they dance and begin to I'm running around on the fly. Oh god. What am I doing? Please. Oh god.
The inner workings of the
Start
wind.
making music yourself.
No. Not this one. This one.
Bard's theme.
Until the shadows flicker around until they take a step. And another step. And this figure emerges from shadow. Arms clasped behind their back. They stand around 7 feet tall, and they are in these beautiful, grey, tattered robes
this almost something like a corset that's made of something else's rib cage. This beautiful leathery black pauldron that looks like it was ripped from a set of wings and lined with finger bones. A set of actual folded wings behind their back. They are a lithe, muscular black dragonborn. These horns got curving out and under, seemingly completely alive and well, save for they have no eyes at all in the sockets, just these pinpricks of green light. Still searching as they step into whatever area of the camp that you're in and sit down across from you.
I'll never stop.
And yet you don't reach deeper. Why is that? And as they speak to you, their voice seems much less flanged and torn apart by magic. Obviously, their form is much more coalesced and less skeletal than the silhouettes you've seen before. This is clearly a more put-together version of the being tethered to this book that you have spoken to them.
Perhaps I'm more cautious because I've been hurt by people like you before.
What do you mean by people like me? I am the first of my kind. Or that was my aim, at least. Did I achieve it?
Someone did, unless your name is Godwin.
They just crane their neck at you. If you are holding this book, as you have been, if you're feeling the power that flows from it, then clearly I achieved something. The idea of lichdom was a gift granted to me by my patron. And it seems I achieved it. So when you say you've been hurt by others like me, who have you met that is like me?
Powerful beings. Beings who can lend me their strength until I have my own.
You seem plenty strong.
I need to be stronger.
And you assume I am here to bequeath you my power?
No. I think you, me, and the cloak might have similar aims.
They lean in, and a scent wafting from the book, not from them. It's like fire smoke and something acrid, like singed citric acid, and the faintest rise of bile.
Synnove leans in too.
Tell me again your exact aims. Let me keep those aims safe in these pages. And that'll be free. No exchange or attunement needed.
Promise?
Of course. You carry this book and it is all that remains of me here in the Prime. If you wish to keep your aims and goals safe from prying eyes and fingers, there is no place safer than that book.
Do I believe them?
Insight check, baby.
Oh! Oh god, I don't succeed. I rolled a 3 plus 7, so 10.
Lachesis?
10?
Yeah, Lachesis from the night. Oh, you're just in front of the mic.
Yeah. In this moment, specifically with this sentiment in question, you believe that they have your actual best interest at heart, or at the very least that they are willing to do you a genuine favor.
Okay. Whether the gods left of their own accord, or were banished, or trapped somewhere, there is a power vacuum. And what they could not do, I can.
For whom?
Everyone.
Everyone. Wide-reaching goals. Do the Krill have a god now?
Not yet, as far as I know.
You cannot just take power for the sake of power.
I'm not.
You say everyone, but does everyone actually matter to you? Who do you choose to stand for when you are backed into a corner? Who will you choose to champion if you take seats in the heavens?
I choose everyone.
I
will break my heart over and over and over and over again because I was born to do this. I have dreamt of this since I was a little girl.
And you think you would be the first god whose heart broke for their people? You would think the sound of a soul shattering in the name of everyone would be unique to you? How do you think we got here?
I don't think I am unique in that.
I will need something more from you. If you intend to take the throne of a god, I want scalpel-sharp intent. You may grow to champion everyone in time, but you need a bullseye to strike with an arrow. I need something for us to strike with fervent purpose. But your aims are indeed aligned with what mine were. So they may reside in this book. Above table.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something you are going to have to track.
Okay.
If we are recording Synnove's true goals in the book,
Mm-hmm.
to take a seat,
Make her own seat.
make her own seat in the heavens.
Yep.
If somebody tries to detect thoughts, to modify memory, to whatever, any kind of mental intrusion to seek your aims or goals, they will not find this one, so long as you have this book on you.
Fantastic.
What would they find? You don't need to have it now, because I'm not going to have a mental inquisition on you anytime this session, as far as I'm aware. But
What's the placeholder?
what's the placeholder thought that if they nat 20'd on insight, they would find? A nat 20 on something like that might allow somebody acuitous enough to be like, that's fucking flimsy, something is going on here. But they would find still whatever that goal thought was, and not this one. It has been kept in the book. However, you lose the book, or do not extract it out of the book before you lose it, and the fake thought becomes the real thought.
Okay. I love that. Okay. Okay. Fuck me, okay? Yeah, it is her goal, make her own seat in the heavens. She thinks it will heal the... She can heal the world.
If you want to, again, for later, if you want to come up with a quippy little 2-sentence bit for that, for us to have actually in the book, and that so we can have on record, that will be our goal for the next week or something like that.
Cool.
But,
Yeah.
great. Okay.
Cool beans. Horrifying.
I will give you what I can, should you give yourself to this relic. To the reliquary of the needle. To our legacy as the Godkiller Coven. This is not a one-way path. Well, and even in those pinprick eyes of light, something flickers. Sweet bitterness somewhere in the back of Relic's mind. You walk this path one way, but if I am walking it, we both must walk with equal strides. If I am benefiting you to achieve our aims, to achieve them, you will need to give yourself. Perhaps I'm not alone when I say this, but I do not suffer anything less than perfection.
On one condition.
Hmm.
As I walk with you down this path, if one diverges, a new path you'll walk down that with me.
So long as the end goal is the same.
It's always been the same.
I am willing to strain the avenues of my imagination if a new path emerges that ends in a seat amidst the stars with a darkened sun. Then I will walk the path you make.
All right. Then I am yours. And you are mine.
Oh. It's like walking old paths all over again. Have I told you about Moravia, my first colleague?
No.
You would have liked her, I think. She died twice before the end. A story for a different time.
I'd love to hear it.
We'll have plenty of time for stories when we're done. For now, rest. Come the morrow, we will begin the work.
I'll see you in the morning.
Of that you can be sure.
He steps up, starts walking back from the firelight. Takes one last glance over his shoulder at you, that pinprick of green light into the dark being the last thing you can see as his form fades into shadow. He disappears. You are not attuned at this moment.
Okay.
However, given the nature of like how well that conversation went, you can take a long rest. However, part 2, Lyrium addiction.
Yeah.
You lose one of your lowest level spell slots.
Oh.
The next time, you will lose 2, then 3, then 4.
When do I detox?
When do you detox?
Yeah.
When you're out of magic. When you have nothing left for your body to burn.
Wait, it's like permanently lose that spell?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
Get a
Can a
drink.
greater restoration?
Find a drink.
You gotta do something to fix it.
Can a greater restoration cure delirium addiction?
It's a magic
It's a magic
addiction.
Yeah.
It's a
Okay.
magic
This is great.
spell.
This is fun. This mechanic I love.
It's a magic spell.
I made this bed. I'm gonna
it's-
sleep
Let's
on it.
read it.
You're either...
Or like remove curse.
It's not a curse. It's
don't
like
know.
it's an addiction.
I need to go to rehab.
And addictions are disease, and greater restoration can cure diseases.
I'll read that.
I'm going to say that short of something like a wish, applying magic to the problem is not going to fix it.
Okay.
Interesting.
It's either going to take literal, like genuine doing the work, like in the same way that anybody detoxes in real life, like getting the whole thing out of your system.
Yeah.
So then not having magic at all ever again.
Not ever again, but just to get the clean slate. Because currently, all of Synnove's magic is laced with a need for lyrium. And until all of that magic is expended and gone, can the magic reset.
Interesting.
However,
so it's not permanent.
we might be talking Warlock Pact soon, so...
The triple classing.
that would be another fun way out of the addiction.
Did she look for the constellation? Did she say her things?
Oh, yeah, every
or
night.
Did she just...
After?
Every night.
Well, and again, if you're reading the book, the constellation is invisible to you.
She looks up anyways and says her one good thing. She just thinks it's cloudy. For
Uh,
now.
It's cloudy.
Okay.
All right.
Hell yeah, guys!
All right.
What a great time!
One encounter.
And before, well, thankfully there's no immediate. Well, we'll talk about that when we get there. Let's begin the next morning after break.
Sick.
'Cause what time is it? Yeah. Oh, we got plenty of time. It's not even close to midnight yet. It's great. See you in like 15 minutes, folks.
Goodbye.
So dunks their head into the rest of the pot.
Incredible.
Folks, let me tell you.
You lose
that,
weight while you're sucking dick.
that shit is
video.
so funny.
It's
I forgot about it.
Thank you so
We
much
love you. We
for
love
bringing
you.
that back.
You won't at the end of tonight. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I have no one to blame but myself. Oh,
That's so funny.
Jesus.
Good morning, folks. The night has passed.
Long
You have all taken a long rest.
Incredible.
And as again Maravix is up, she now has a fully formed arm, hand included, of gnarled roots and branches, and she seems to be doing particular Tai Chi-based stretches to augment and test the movement of her new right arm, but she is awake early in the morning. If you're up,
Yep. 100%.
You got short hours of sleep, but they were well worth it at this point.
engage in the Tai. You look refreshed this morning.
Yeah. Good night's sleep. You know. Prayed a little. Read some letters a little.
I would have thought you'd be more upset about losing a tiara.
Oh, what's a tiara when I've lost friends, you know? And I didn't want to lose JB.
Well, I mean, I suppose you're right, but you... No, I actually have nothing else to say. I suppose you are right about that. That's a remarkably grounded observation.
I have my moments.
But that's what I'm learning. Again, the energy you give off is one of somebody who has treasures. And I'm learning that those treasures might not be as physicalized as I would have previously assumed. How are we all feeling this morning?
Pretty sore, but good.
Odd.
I'm not shocked by that somewhat.
I'm feeling, you know, I'm feeling,
Yeah,
I'm learning a lot on this trip. I learned that I can cook. I didn't think I could. I'm learning new spells. I think I've learned a couple of the ones that I got, and I'm learning more.
I feel like Theagus is going to be chasing that dragon forever. You're never going to cook as well as you did.
No, never. I'm never gonna roll
Aren't we
fucking
all
2
chasing
natural
that dragon?
20s.
Yep.
Could you make your soup later?
Sure. I don't think I can.
The gods tell me no.
We'll see.
We're out of fish.
We are.
I'm never out of fish.
Well, if we're feeling right about ourselves, then I suppose the next port of call is where we're off to next. And from this clearing, the sort of two paths that wind out from it, the same about both of them, they both venture upwards into this next set of the Dragonspine range, as the altitude continues to fairly steeply increase. To the left, the pathway is very, very steep, and looks like it's going to require some amount of actual climbing up the rock face for a while before it plateaus out onto a higher path. And the path on the right is a very zigzaggy, side-winding path that slopes gradually up an incline, but the switchbacks are relatively at brutal angles from what you can see here. Given yesterday's excellent morale boost, you know that the path on the left is a pentacle path, a path of resources, and the path on the right, the zigzagging switchbacks, is a wands path, one that is designed around sentient NPC encounters.
All right.
Pentacles
So-
and gold coins are useful things.
Yeah.
Resources. Just so you know, I got 4 charges back on my roll, and I'm odd today. I'm a woe.
Okay.
Someone is
You
odd
are
every
odd
day.
every day.
You're on every day.
Yes. I'm a woe again. I'm shaken from yesterday.
So that
Whoa,
begs then the
me
question, I suppose before we can even tackle where we're going, who's pathfinding? Who's on duty?
I can try.
You have the map?
I can try.
I'm most intrigued to see how this will go. All right.
I have. I'm good at getting around. I think I can get around even in the daylight. What's most important to do today?
I think it might be easier in the daylight. You can see more.
Not for everyone.
Oh.
I'm more comfortable at night.
If you're pathfinding, Ythae'el, it's up to you. Which choice are we taking? Are we taking the climb or the switchbacks?
How are your calves feeling?
I don't have any cows.
That's an excellent point. We do have a mule, though.
A mule.
Do you think Contessa can go up with us?
I think Contessa is unstoppable.
I do as well. I've never seen a mule in that way.
Contessa is like
The way she looks at me.
Talis is like brushing their mane out and feeding them like an apple in the morning, and Contessa is just like focused on the horizon. Contessa's having thoughts and feelings.
What?
In their brain, you hear.
Yeah. It's
Just,
wands
you know.
or pentacles?
It's wands or pentacles.
Pentacles. I want to do pentacles.
Ooh. Okay. So the climb it is.
The climb.
Like Miley
So-
Cyrus.
Like
let's
Miley
go.
Cyrus?
Right.
The
I hope
climb?
everybody bought good shoes.
Pentacles?
No.
Thank you for my shoes.
The climb, right?
I heard tentacles.
Oh yes.
Like
I
Miley
heard
Cyrus.
that too.
I was like, I didn't know.
Confused. We have a lot to do.
She has tentacles.
So, you guys gather your things. You smother the last embers of the night's fire, and begin your way through this rocky clearing off towards the left path, and begin the hard climb upwards. Let me get my traveling music on. As we begin the climb, Rachel, come on! I am shuffling the pentacles deck. You tell me when to stop and when to
Okay.
pull.
Pull those tentacles.
Stop.
Pull those tentacles.
That's what they
Pull.
should have
Pull.
done.
That's what I should have done.
Hey, yo.
Oh, okay. That's the 10 of pentacles.
I missed what happened and I don't want to know.
Yeah, just keep moving on.
10.
10 of pentacles.
10 of tentacles.
Ythae'el Kosima has drawn up to their full height while walking and is trying to stand like confidently, but keeps looking over their shoulder and is like, everyone is behind me.
Okay.
What are you, 6 feet?
6'2",
So-
maybe.
The first day here on the hard climb path, on the pentacle path, is the hardest day of travel so far. You spend the bulk, probably close to 6 hours, scrambling up this incline. It takes the majority of daylight just to get up to the plateau.
This is fun, right? Yeah, I'm having a blast.
I'm riding in the cart.
Synnove's the last one.
cart?
She's so
Oh,
bad.
I'm in the cart? Of course I'm in the cart.
Not my God, the cart's like this! Cart is dead weight right now.
It's like a slide.
How are we
Maybe
pulling
you're
the cart?
How are we pulling
Because Contessa's yoked.
And why can't Contessa also
Because
carry
the
a...
cart is open-end. It's a fucking wagon. You can't,
Oh, what about the shit in the cart?
It's on your backs now. It's on saddlebags on Contessa's sides. You guys are scrambling up a rock face.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So you're climbing.
Okay, climbing.
But
Climb in.
as a result, once you hit that plateau, you take some breaths before realizing that there's a probably 45 minutes worth of hiking through a plateau before another steep climb ahead of you. So you take your first camp on the plateau here. It's again, you're going to hear or see anything coming at you from below, and it would be a hell of a fall to fall off the incline ahead of you. So you're relatively defended for that first night on this incline.
I led.
The second day, you wake up bright and early, right as the sun is shining. You have some makeshift coffee in a tin cup over the fire. Energize yourself as much as you need to before making the second of these two brutal inclines.
Do we want to fly again?
We can?
We
Ooh,
could.
yes. I could cast more spells.
Okay.
Yes, I'll make everyone fly.
We have the resources.
So who's spending what resources to?
I will spend a 5th level spell slot to make 3 people, including myself, fly.
Great.
That is the most I can do.
I will.
You can do it.
Jevitate.
I didn't get all my charges back. I have 4 charges.
Well, it's the next day. You've probably gotten the charges then. If it's the next day
It's like
after.
a roll.
You roll for
You
the
roll
charges.
a d4 to see how many you get back.
Right, but you do it every night, right?
Yeah, but I feel like we're only doing the mechanically the one.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I did the
Oh.
one. I got 4.
But I got my shit back, so I'll go dragon.
Let me see.
I'll go ghost.
You'll go ghost?
Yeah.
For 8 minutes?
How high is this thing?
How high is the thing?
Well, no, I just mean that like you get 8 minutes of playtime, right? You spend
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
spend all your key points, and it's 8 minutes as
Yeah.
dragon.
Go.
Yeah.
It's a playtime, baby.
And then it's so you if everybody's on the back of the
Can everybody get on?
yeah, hell yeah,
Puff the Mountain
Massive
Dragon.
Can I
Oh.
use the worm constellation to be next to?
to fly alongside.
Yeah, and I'll try to tickle
I mean,
the
you're gonna
dragon.
fly unless JB's dragon.
I'm gonna try to tickle the dragon.
Tickle the dragon?
I already said it.
That is what you said.
Okay.
Here we go. All right. Okay.
You Are you keeping pace with Ythae'el's 20 feet of constellation speed?
I have 80 feet of movement.
Are you slowing down to keep up with Ythae'el?
I think I can hold on.
It's like one of those fish that holds onto the larger fish.
The lamprey.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, I like that.
I think it'd be really fun.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Great. I mean, no, so like we're going fast.
Yeah, you're going fast,
Yeah.
but it's you've got flying Ythae'el sort of.
I'm not trying to lose them or anything.
Yeah.
And so it is the constellation
Barrel
of the
roll.
old god of the worm, the comet worm on the back, and they're glowing, and it's just like that, like, you know when you hear someone laugh for like the first like genuine laugh you have heard when you become friends with them, and it's so loud, and you're like, oh, I didn't know that's how you actually laughed, because now I know you this way. It's that the whole time. It is just like joyous, and they're like cackling out loud, like not held back by anything, just enjoying that flight, holding on to their oldest friend as a blue dragon.
Oldest friend.
Their oldest friend.
I mean, it's an exhilarating ride. It is
Yeah.
the fastest you've ever moved on, like holding on here as this dragon just the dragon of Ophanos just skitters through the air, and it's as you take what would have been another like 6 to 8 hour clamber in probably, if you're full sending it, because that's 80 feet, 160 feet every 6 seconds. You get up there probably in just enough time to safely coil around in the next plateau and have the dragon form dissipate.
Dope.
And there's no steep incline ahead.
Dope.
And it's as you're all sort of dismounting from the dragon that Synnove, you notice there is one more party member amongst you.
I'm fucking sorry?
Standing there with all of you as you get off of the dragon of Ophanos, the worm of Ophanos, is, let me just pause this, is that manifestation of Relic again. Nobody else can see it. But they sort of looking around there. Ah, yes. This seems to be a more opportune moment. Do you have a second?
Sure, yeah.
You're being tailed.
By whom?
They look back down the way, the sort of the set of inclines and plateaus. Were you ever involved with a demon of pride?
Mouse. Yeah.
They've been watching, it seems. Nothing we can't handle.
I mean, they're not. They're a friend. It's okay.
Oh, I don't think so. Not in my experience anymore. Not when they grow that many eyes.
Okay. Thanks for
I
the
wouldn't
heads up.
worry. That's what I'm here for. If you wish to expedite the process of our relationship, I could make something of a expedient change, and we could take pride here and now. Convert it to something of a resource. A permanent friend.
Would it hurt them?
No, just change their attitude. In my evenings with you, there is a memory I have. You held a whole town with string, commanded the attention and awareness of a large group of villagers. Am I getting that right?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, it would be something of an amicable version of that with this pride here. I wouldn't let it get too much closer over the next few days. These things grow quite an appetite when unsated with glory.
If you say they won't get hurt.
What good would they be to you if they were hurt?
They'll still be themselves.
They'll be yours. Ours.
But themselves.
They cannot be anything other than that which they are. They are pride. I would make it your pride. A chapter in your book. A step on your road. It's either that or fight it.
She looks at her friends. That was expedite away.
Your hand.
The non-ice one.
The other one.
Oh. Why?
Because that is a conduit to our goals. I am not certain what those substances are actually made of, and that is a curiosity for a different day. However, I cannot spare the feeling that whatever caused that is part of the problem. The original problem. One of.
You're not far off.
We're going to get along very well, you and
I'm great at making friends.
I. And you can see what, so you can't hear what Synnove's saying, but you can
Right.
see what Synnove's doing.
Just
So
putting
I
her
look
hand
just
out to nothing?
insane.
To nothing, yeah.
Synnove, what?
She's always been a little crazy. It's fine.
And it's, where do you keep the book on you?
It is tucked in a way, like under her clothing or her cloak, kind of like behind her, but like under her tunic.
Okay. So what you see as you have this relic taking your hand, fuck it, and they're gonna just lean in and kiss your knuckles. What the rest of you see is this black, sort of like viscous smoke wend its way from under Synnove's clothing, around Synnove's back, over Synnove's right arm, wrapping around each of those icicle-like fingers, and painlessly and perfectly flay the skin off of Synnove's arm up to the elbow, and all of the bone that is visible then becomes calcified in that the Zillyrian crystal ice. It finishes, and again for you, it's that transformation passes from the touch of Relic's snout almost to your hand. Again, completely painless. It feels more like the metastasization of power. And the second that has finished, he simply directs your hand down the slope. And it's down the slope that all of you can see any of the shadow cast by the sun on the mountain peaks, whatever shadows you can see arrayed along the climb, all like eyes open all over the shadows before the shadow unstitches and rushes, eyes and all, siphoned into these bone ice fingers. Until the eyed shadow is gone, last rivulets of it wreathing into your arm, as you have bound pride.
Okay.
And once a day, I'll get you the stat block later,
Okay.
once a day, you can summon pride as a fully manifested pride demon that has to follow your will.
Damn.
Okay. All right.
That's
Happy Pride Month.
Cool.
Happy
Happy
Pride.
Pride Month.
Happy Pride Month!
Jesus. And we see this.
She's
Two.
got a beautiful-
You see all
see
of
the
that.
eyes
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
Love
The eyes
black
is in the
aqua
shadow.
glove.
And the second it's done, Relic is gone.
We were being followed.
What?
I took care of it though.
Fuck is wrong with your arm?
What is going on, Synnove?
It's been spreading since the Faded Realm.
That's not good.
And you just ingested black ichor.
How did you know we were being followed?
Yes.
What came out of your clothes? You don't usually fart magic.
That's true.
Okay.
That was so good.
Oh, I'm being strange?
God damn it.
I did the strange thing?
Well, I'm gonna start chewing the good berries. I'm not swallowing them. I'm just chewing them, mashing them up.
Okay, love it.
Just so you know, while this is happening.
That's weird.
I've just been reading a book and learning some new things.
What book? Synnove?
What book?
The Reliquary of the Needle.
What?
It's that book that had the information about how to kill a god. I thought it would help us.
The one that
Had
your sister and Alice specifically did not want you to have.
Yeah, but that's just... I don't know if Alice didn't want me to have it, but Valor just doesn't understand magic like I do.
And you are yourself still, now.
100%, sugar.
insight
Ask
check.
me anything.
Insight check.
It's like what Damien said. Magic is not bad or good. It's just how you use it.
I mean, that sounds like Alice.
And I just want to help.
12.
It's just enough.
Yeah.
She sounds exactly, as far as you know,
No,
it
yeah,
sounds
yeah,
exactly
yeah,
the same.
I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It's just a book.
But you do know you are trading something for the power.
It just, look, we have, all of us, myself included, have dealt with many beings and creatures and forces of nature that give us magic that is unyieldy, that we have never thought of before. But we know, and we have seen time after time, that ingesting things as you just did does not end well.
It was just mouse.
You're acting like Alice.
It was mouse?
And look where that got her.
I'm sorry, I would like you to be a little more careful, Jean-Baptiste.
Did you just see what fucking happened?
As far as I'm concerned, what I saw was a neutralization of a threat.
Okay. You know what? Fine.
I agree with you that we are right to be cautious in times of jeopardy, and we should not just rely on every ally that offers their hand. But if we are going to be hunted, I would rather that threat be dealt with now and not tail us.
Great. Okay.
No, speak your mind. We can't. We don't have the time to waste on.
Let's go. I mean it. Let's go. Fine.
No, we're doing this now. She throws her pack down. If we're going to go forward with this, if we're going to continue to be some sort of a party here to attempt to retrieve your friend and my blood relative from jeopardy,
yes,
I do not want us carrying extra emotional baggage that we do not need to carry. If you have something you want to say it in full.
I don't... We can't just keep saying yes to everything and think we're going to just keep landing on our feet. Just because it's a means to an end does not mean that that end is worth the means. And you...
I'm sorry, the end of recovering Alice is not worth any means we can spend to retrieve her?
I don't think that is what JB was
I
saying.
think you're mixing up my words.
Yes.
So if you want to do that, then I'm just not going to say anything.
But
If you
I'm
want me
asking
to
what are the
actually
ends
explain
then?
myself.
I am, but if this is a means
I'm
to an
talking
end,
about all of the things. I'm not just specifically talking about this. We've been on quite the journey of decisions and things that we've trusted, and this is where we are. And my friend, who is clearly going through grief, as we all are, is throwing more and more of herself without thinking of what is going to happen next.
I am thinking about it.
I don't think you are, Synnove. I'm sorry. You have shown before that you haven't. And I don't... And you are in a... I'm sorry. For being honest, you're in a worse place than you were then. I would be in a worse place had I lost the people that you did. I'm sorry.
It all has to be worth something. Losing Valor. losing Katari has to be worth something. And so I will.
I don't disagree with you. But there are more than one, there are more ways up the mountain. You don't have to keep turning to whatever extraplanar being offers you something.
I don't look at it like that. I am a very sparkly divine thread in this tapestry, and beings of power want to help me. And they are but stepping stones for me across the river of ambition and to helping the world.
Do you not think they don't want to use you?
Oh, I'm sure they do. And they usually think I'm too stupid to understand that. And that's part of what I do. Let them underestimate me. But this, I know, JB, I know. With the Alis stuff. And as much as I love Alis with my whole heart, I am not Alis. I am me.
I don't.
They know how to take out the potter.
What?
The one who caused all of this.
But who knows how?
The person who wrote this book.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Do I know what she's talking about?
Yeah.
Okay,
Big time.
thank you.
What? Well, hold on. Who
I'm making a
knows?
paste.
How do they know how to do that?
I'm not exactly sure how they know how to do that, but they do. And they wanted to, it seems like. It seems like maybe they were working for or had a patron of somebody who's been hanging out with me. The cloak. Damien, that cloak person. They've never left me. I see them a lot. Or hear them.
Okay. So there's the cloak. There is the cantaloupe.
Yeah,
And now there is this
Man in a book.
god killer.
yeah. And Mouse came back.
That was what that just was.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like a pride demon.
Mouse.
What is
My friend.
a pride demon? Say more.
Again, we'd be better off asking my sister about this, but they're in the hierarchy of spirits from the Faded Realm. They are the ones with the most ambition. They are drawn to it, they act on it, and they are known for as much for their power as they are for their ability to slip and slide through someone's words. If you just bound one by reaching out, then we are dealing with serious and genuine power indeed. And if it means anything, I do not know the full extent of the struggles you have been through. I do not know what mires you have been forced to walk through. I only know the one that I am walking through with you now, and that is admittedly biased and clouded by familial judgment, but my sister is sitting in the storm, days away. And if I had to sacrifice each and every part of my body to thousands upon thousands of demons of every category for the slim chance to unshackle her from that, I would do it over and over again. And that is selfish, and I would bet wrong to many. But it is what I stand on here now and yesterday and tomorrow.
I was always going to tell you about this. I just wanted to make it make sense in my noggin first. and understand if this was really something that would help us, but if it's an avenue to fixing something, removing a threat, removing the person who's responsible for all of this, all of our lives, and how we've had to live.
But you see, how does that not make us lose you? That should be worth something. I compared it with Alice because I feel like I had this conversation with her. It is not enough to sacrifice for something that is worth it.
What?
But how are you losing me, JB? I'm here. All I do is look a little different. And not in the same way as Alice.
Look at your arm. What do you mean, not in the same way?
Look at your arm.
That was me trying to save people.
Look at mine. That's all it ever is.
I don't think so.
But I do agree with Maravix, JB, and then I will let you say your piece. I love you, JB. Jean-Baptiste. But it has to be worth something. It has to matter.
Synnove, it can matter without you giving yourself into something that you don't fully know what it is. Your life matters.
Oh yeah, it does.
And what do you think Katari and Vala would tell you?
Easy.
That's a question. What do you think they would say right now, seeing that go inside of you?
Should we call them?
Oh, sweet child.
What?
I don't know who you're talking about. Your friends, Alice and Katari.
Alis is the person we're going to get.
Ythae'el, walk ahead with me. Let me look at this paste you've been making.
Her skin doesn't look good, so I'm making a paste.
Fine.
Try it on the branches. They use some moisturizing as it is.
Okay.
Just walk a moment.
Okay.
And she doesn't lead you too far, just like enough down this little path to see maybe where the path is going, and leaving the... And Talis is going to pull Contessa along with, but it just leaves the three of them standing at the edge of that plateau.
I mashed up 7 good berries.
Right. I mean, we can just try lathering it down this way.
Yeah,
as they-
just goes for it.
Perfect.
Just...
Synnove, I think that I once said to you, it is important that things like Stella not happen to you again. You weren't yourself. And look, I haven't always been truthful to all of you. And I'm sorry. And I apologize for that. But this isn't about me, it's about you. And I can never understand the grief that you feel every single day. And I don't wish to, but I don't wish for you to either. But going about it in a way that you don't know the outcome, and you don't know what will happen to you is... I worry going to lead to more grief for yourself instead of healing. And I'm not going to stop you, because I can't. I can change time as much as I want, but I can't change you. And I don't want to. But I care about you. I really do. And I care about you both. More than I've ever cared about anyone in my life. I mean that.
doing this to hurt you.
I didn't say that.
Maybe it is selfish. I wish you would turn to me. When you need help. I don't know what it, I mean, I kind of know. I talked to one god. I haven't heard from her in a while. There's been a lot going on. I agree that it has to matter. But I don't agree that that means there's no such thing as a bad way of going about it.
I agree.
I disagree with Nevrikos in what she said. I won't give away parts of myself, my life. I'm just going to save my friend. I'm just going to. And I need you. We need you. Don't keep things from us, please. We can't go about it like this. Just know, in moments where you're offered something, or there's something, we would choose you. Because that's the only choice.
But it's not.
Losing you is not gaining anything.
I had that choice. And I didn't choose them. It's not that simple.
I disagree. I think that the feelings, and I'm not discounting them, the feelings around this are not simple. But it is simple. I just lost my father. And I'm not comparing it. I'm just saying I want to choose what's still here. We can't lose you. We can't lose ourselves. Or we're not going to get out of this. Not in any way that actually means something. Just trust me. I'll trust you. Let's do this together.
What would you have me do then?
Say no. get rid of the book. Sorry.
I don't know about that. I don't know if that's an option right now. Just don't. Just keep us in the loop. Know that it's not selfish to choose yourself. Because we are better than those fucks. We don't need them. We will figure it out. We will get Talis back. We're going to go and we're going to spank the asses of the stupid fucking countries that think that their war means anything. We're gonna get our friends back.
Didn't know we were going to spank anyone.
We have to do it together. You promised me. No one else. That means you.
I will tell you everything. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Old habits die hard.
It's okay. You're not alone. Please know that.
I know I dissemble. I know I play the fool. I need you all to trust me too. And understand that that is but a facade.
Synnove, I don't think either of us have ever thought of you as a fool.
So when I go into these things, there is calculation. But I will tell you, I can't. Godwin, the Potter, if this person knows anything, any information, that's all I've ever wanted is information to understand this world so that I can better get what the world needs. Why would we throw that away? A blind spot in the God's eyes. And my body is not me.
I don't know much about magic, and I know what you mean. I don't know much about magic. That doesn't look like it's just your body that's being changed. I don't think it works like that.
I think
That's not the point.
But it is that point.
I'm going to pan the camera briefly, just slightly down the road, where Talis is caring to Contessa, and Maravix is leaning against the wagon, now stretching out her Goodberry moisturized arm. You know, I was going to begrudge you that, but I do actually feel an increased range of motion with it. I think there's something about the compounds and the berries that do well with vines.
I grow them myself.
That I did know, actually, yes.
Mervix,
Yes.
you're very honest.
I would hope so.
I said something insensitive to them, didn't
Yes,
I?
you did. It's not your fault, but you did.
Their friends aren't here anymore.
No. No, they are not. That's what happens.
That's why they're all so sad.
That's why anyone is sad.
I was just really worried that all mortals were that sad all the time.
In a lot of ways they are, but that's what makes the good times worth anything. As you'll come to see. You have not yet lost, and I do not wish that on you, but it will happen. These things do happen. And when you lose something, for a while... Oh, shit. For a while, it's like... It's like the colour goes out of everything. It's like soup that somebody has made wrong. Missing ingredients. All the best ingredients. And you worry if anything will ever taste good again, because for a while it won't taste of anything at all.
That's horrible.
It is. And they are currently trying to taste as best they can with the ingredients they've been given. And eventually they will find a way to...
Have fish drop soup.
We can't always have fish drop soup, sadly. They will find a way to make something good and worthwhile out of the ingredients they still have. But it takes a long time to see what you have left when something has been taken from you so rudely.
Did it just happen?
Yes.
I feel bad that I didn't know.
You can... I want to be very careful about this with you. Because I worry you take things quite literally, and that is not a bad thing, but it is something that I must be cognizant of. You cannot, unless you have directly caused it, you cannot apologize for the wounds that fester in another person.
What if I try to heal the wounds and I can't?
Sometimes trying to fix something before it is ready to be fixed only makes the problem worse. Sometimes you have to let the wound hurt.
That's why you wanted me to use my good berry paste on you and not Synnove.
Yes. Because that helped me with this. But the wound Synnove is feeling at the moment, it is not fixable with paste. It cannot be glued or soothed with balms. In times like that, somebody hurting can only take the action they believe to be right, and you have to hope they are surrounded by the right kind of people.
They all disagree on how to best walk down the path right now.
I don't know if they do. Not truly. I have not travelled with them for very long, just about a day longer than you have. But they are good people, where it really counts. And the Prime does not typically reward that. But it has rewarded these good people with good company. And that includes you, Ythae'el Kosima.
I want to be good company. I really liked watching groups of people traveling together before. I'm only a little courageous. And I'm only a little scared, but I'm worried. I'm just in the middle. Which feels good, but also feels like I don't know what to do around such strong people.
Can I tell you a secret?
Ythae'el Kosima is gonna get so close to Mervix's face. This is my first secret.
Keep it well.
Okay.
Everyone is a little scared. All the time.
You're a little scared?
All the time.
Jean-Baptiste?
All the time.
Theagus?
All the time.
Synnove?
All the time.
Contessa?
Everyone. Contessa, no.
Looks at Contessa like...
I was
I was writing that in my head, and you said it out loud. I love both of you.
It's great.
I was like, this is
Contessa now.
The secret is, not everyone is a little courageous. And you, as you just said, are. And it is that little torch, that little light, you have to hold on to. Because where we are going to continue to go, things will get darker and scarier. And that is when people, even good people, do terrible things. And it is that little torch of courage you hold, no matter how little you think it is, no matter how small that light within you shines, it shines brighter than most ever will know. So carry it.
I can be a light. And I think that will be helpful to them. I think they're all disagreeing because they don't want each other's lights to be dimmed. Especially not Synnove's by other things. And I'm my own, and they kind of pulse a little bit.
Exactly.
Thank you for being honest and direct with me.
That is the only thing I've been good at for my whole life. And I will continue to do so.
It's good to excel in some things.
Oh, I wish you had met my sister. Well, you will.
Okay.
You will.
Come.
That's the one.
So I shouldn't say the other names.
Not shouldn't. But use them sparingly for the moment.
Once the wound's not.
Once the stinging has stopped.
Okay. Okay.
Come. Let's see how they're doing. And as sort of the tail end of your conversation, Ythae'el and Maravix sort of wander up the road. I don't want to cut anyone off at the verbal pass here, but we can't just stand here in this ravine much longer, whether we're being tailed any longer or not. I think it is wise that we continue moving.
And I can lead us the rest of the way.
You got us this far?
And it's gone very well. Stands up full height.
That it has.
Let's get up close to the rest of the path.
All right.
Come. Come. On we go.
Begin to walk forward, and Talis sidles up on Contessa. You get the journey going.
Forgot we were
As you are walking away, in your other free hand, interlaced little bony fingers, as if the chain was being continued by an extra person.
You guys are also touchy.
The day continues.
I like my space.
This plateau wends further along. The mountain, you can see sort of clearer over the edge of these sort of mountain peaks here as you've climbed up a considerable way. Lots of beautiful mist swirling along this mountain range. Some smaller mountain tops peeking through the mist. You're in. The air is thinning a bit, but not in an unpleasant way. In just like. In the way that lets your lungs know that you've made the accomplishment of reaching the skies, right? You have achieved something that very few people on the Prime have as you wander along through the rest of the day. And it's as the pathway again broadens and peters out a bit to the left that the sun is dipping below the horizon, and you can see clearly the one path ahead of you for the next day is going to be a long sloping road down. It's going to, again, much, not jagged switchbacks, but these long looping switchbacks down that lead past a, this beautiful little, slightly wooded, rocky beach next to a big old, icy, almost like crater lake that spills off into a gentle waterfall off the edge of one of these mountains.
Everybody get in the cart.
Everybody get in the car.
So you can see the path snakes along, down and down, past this, onto this beach area, around the beach, and then further on before it begins to incline up the biggest ledge of mountains yet. So you know you have this a long day by the waterfront tomorrow. But here, in the end of this mountainous plateau, is where you'll make camp for the evening.
I'm tired from leading.
Who's doing what? You can't do anything.
I can't
I
do
can't
anything.
cook.
You can't cook.
Right.
And you can't entertain.
I'll do morale.
I will cook.
Because making Talis do it would be a cop out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay.
Call
JB,
Miles.
what are you making?
Fortress favor, fortress favor, fortress favor.
I'm not making soup.
Check blessings.
You don't want to make a soup?
I swear to God.
I'm not.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Make whatever you want. Make whatever you want.
JB is like what? What do we have?
You have.
We took a bunch of rations with us.
It's like lots of dried meats and like stock cubes and various fruits and vegetables, most of which are preserved by salt in some kind of way. But you have good amounts of materials. Nothing fancy.
JB would make a like veggie curry. Like curry or like rice dish, like that esque. Still with like it's the same similar principle of like take what you have, put it in the pot.
Sure.
But yeah, more towards that, like something that he would have had like growing up. At the
like
monastery.
Like a makeshift risotto, essentially.
Sure.
With what you've got.
Yeah.
We had that.
I think risotto is a dish I'm thinking of that started out as like, we've got rice and we have some other shit, let's like mix it with wine so it doesn't go bad and cook it and see what happens. Great. We're making Grizium risotto today, baby.
Risotto.
Yeah. Risotto.
I said what I fucking said.
Okay,
It's my house.
that's fine.
As the Italian, I'd prefer if you say
Risotto.
risotto.
Si?
Si. Grazie.
Grazie, prego.
Oh my God, I'm done.
Grazie mille.
Make the fucking risotto. Roll me the intelligence charisma saves.
You have fortune favor.
These, I can't get enough of these now. I'm obsessed.
What?
I've been eating them all
You're
stream.
insane.
We'll
They're
just
like-
try
they're-
them before stream. And
Krop, Wheatfingers. They're salted licorice candy.
Therefore,
made with
Better,
stevia.
way better. What
And,
kind of saving throw?
I need an intelligence and a charisma.
Okay, well, my intelligence is low. So I rolled a 17, so that's a 16.
hey yo.
16?
Yeah.
that's not bad.
But,
Could be worse. Could
But
be worse.
I got some. Got a little bit of riz.
Don't do that.
Try it out.
Of course he does.
As the
We've
kids,
seen how he
as the
smokes
kids
those
say, Riz.
joints.
I rolled another 17.
Hey yo.
And this time, it's a plus. That's a stinky 20.
Stinky? You're like, all right, man, we've been down these roads before. Like, let's fucking go. And you put some rice in there.
Andiamo alla cucina.
You chop up some of the rationed dried meat as if it was like guanciale or something. You toss it in there. Some of the veggies, like some carrots and onions. A little bit of some wine. It's fucking risotto, guys, and you did not fuck it up. It's maybe a little bit wet, like a little less. It doesn't have as much bite as you'd like it to.
Sure.
But it tastes fantastic. It is warming. It is soothing. It feels like home comfort food. There's. It's just easy eating.
Gosh.
Love it.
And very very filling.
Really good.
I've had better.
As you're all sitting around the fire, getting very full on this. I mean, it's true. You have. It's just that's what it is.
They say that
It's no
quietly.
fish drop soup.
Yeah, they
fish
say
drop
that
soup.
to themselves, but they do say it out loud.
I've had better.
Fish drop
better.
soup.
Fish drop soup.
Fish drop soup.
What have you got for us?
Unless Rachel does a big old fat no to me, I'm going to. Synnove is going to like the creation of the universe in the Bible. Synnove is going to tell the creation myth of her people
Oh my
to
god.
everyone.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you
Yeah.
for asking. I'm
Yeah.
okay with that.
Okay.
We
Okay.
made it.
It's
Go.
time.
Grip it and rip it.
We're gonna learn a lot.
Yeah.
You know, folks.
I'm just sad that.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go for it.
I mean, it is like the story is told in a way that is, like, sounds like it's kid friendly. You know,
Sure.
like it's painting these vivid, beautiful pictures of her people. And she begins at the beginning of the story where it's this group of Iskari who grew up underneath the triumvirate in a solitage, and risotto. And
DCs go up by the second.
somebody within there had a vision from God that this was not the way to do it, that even the small amount of use that the Iskari used with magic was against God's plan, and that that magic was tainted. And when this person went to the triumvirate, they were deemed a lunatic. But unfortunately, this person was pretty high up in the ranks and had amassed quite a following of people who also believed that magic was tainted, and that in order to fix the world, bring the world back to the state it was before all of this happened, and before the moon was a crescent, was to stop any use of magic and convince everyone in the world that there's only one true God. And this God, once they have enough power, could come down and help heal the world. The Iskari and Asalitage, because they couldn't off this person, or do anything like that, gave them some options, and they chose ritualistic banishment. So all of the followers and the prophet were put on a boat with no oars and no sails, and sent out to sea with food and water for just a week. They were on that boat for 126 days. And somehow they all survived. And on the 126th day, a cardinal landed on the ship. And they knew that they were close to land. And that's when this group found their new home. And they took the wood from the ship, but saved one plank that they honor every year when the prophet tells them that it's a new year. And they built a new home, a new society.
Give me a performance with advantage.
And you have Fortune's Favor.
Fortune's Favor?
I forgot what that is.
Fortune's
If
Favor.
you roll like
Risotto.
garbage, you can roll it again.
Okay. Oh, I rolled like garbage.
There you go. Fortune's Favor. Fucking bang, bang, bang.
Okay. Performance, yes?
Bang, bang.
Oh, I'm not proficient in that. That's crazy.
What? Really?
It's
wild.
23.
23?
Mm-hmm.
You are all enraptured by this. And similarly to JV's story the night before, you can see it. You feel like you're on this boat. Particularly that the 126-day passage, you can smell the salt water, you can feel the cold air, and that burst of hope when the cardinal lands on the bow. It is easy to sink into this myth, and for those of you who have been raised in other traditions, it becomes a lot easier to understand why you would have to put your faith in just this one divine being if they were the ones who led you to the promised land this way. The path leading forward will be, the suit of the path leading forward will be revealed tomorrow.
No song.
Thanks, one and only God.
As she walks around with like 6 different divine arts.
Going,
my turn.
The one true God. No song, just story.
Just story for
Beautiful.
now. Song later.
Quiet. 126 days.
Yeah.
That's
is
fucking wild.
so many days.
More than you've been alive.
Yeah. Well, I've been alive for a long time. I just only been on the prime for a couple days. I'm not a baby.
What?
I'm a lot taller than you.
I don't know. Height is a...
They've got you there.
That's fair. Everyone's taller than me. I'm 2.5 feet tall.
Are you 2.5 years old?
No, I'm...
Pretty close to that, though.
Yeah, like 10.
You're like 10?
Yes?
You have been using such inappropriate language.
Sorry.
You do know that
10 in
people,
my...
the age is like
yeah,
different.
it's very different.
No.
I only lived to like 30.
Okay.
That is so sad.
Well, that's aging.
I actually wonder how long your lifespan is.
Yes, probably.
Forever.
I don't know about that, but... So no, that is a enrapturing story.
I know, yeah, isn't it?
It's wonderful, and I yes, it's lovely to learn more about you and where you're from.
When did that happen? The story? Yeah.
Like, let me check my notes. It was a couple of this world's centuries after the gods left. So like probably from what I've learned about how you all keep time, it is like 750 years ago. That's when it happened.
Mamma mia.
When the prophet led us.
You know, there's a member of the Court of the Star that I believe is one of your people. Not, I don't believe from your faction,
Figgity fuck what?
but from Asala Tash, I'm almost certain. And they're old. Or, I don't know if they're that old, but I wonder if they would have any particular insight.
Marifix, what? What?
There's a
Ascari
an Ascarin.
from Satosh.
Oh,
Might
did we
have
know
Like where
that?
Katari's
Did
from.
we know that?
No, I'm
Oh,
just,
okay.
but like it's not like somebody from the
You
cult.
did know that.
Oh, we did know that?
Yeah.
They got
We were
named
given
dropped
a
a few
list.
sessions ago.
I
Oh.
don't got rememberings for all the things.
We were given
okay?
a list.
Shit.
Same.
I'd be very intrigued. They are...
Fuck me.
I'd love to know what their take on that was.
That's a really old.
Yeah. Is it?
750 years? It's not that old.
There are elves who
Obviously. There are
are...
thousands.
Well, that's rarer these days, I think, but at least double that, for
This
sure.
is so confusing.
You were the one who said your lifespan is forever.
That's
so-
true.
I'm pretty sure. How long? I'm brand new.
I thought you said you wanted a baby.
Well, I'm not, but this body is. Having a body sucks.
That is certain. But it
If
is
I
also a blessing. Think about how...
Having a body sucks.
If I was still a stardust nothing, I would probably live forever.
Well,
I'm gonna go to bed.
that's a good idea.
Day 5.
I think this is one of those like sleepover conversations that gradually everybody sort of like peters out of, not because they leave, but just because they start falling asleep.
And then once in a
Midnight.
while, someone from their sleeping bag.
JB,
Yeah.
are you awake?
Yeah.
I love those sleepovers.
Yeah. I think you talk until no one is left awake to keep talking. Essentially. I hear you. I see you.
When I sleep, I'd love to do a little legend.
Little legend lore. Okay.
Skibbly-dibbly-doo. And I would love to do it on the one, the only, Beatrix Lestrange. Avalon. Bellatrix Lestrange.
Herald of knowledge. You seek to cast your mind back into the lighthouse and bear witness to ancient rites and thoughts, yes?
That is, yeah, sure.
Then let us begin. And again, gold flies above you and projects that grid that becomes the inverted vertices of the base of the lighthouse of knowledge, with the panes that become translucent.
Turn this off.
Beatrix Avalon. Known now. The name she is known and spoken of by most outside of her immediate court of influence. The word spread amongst the Elvenan specifically is Fina Shevar, the wolf among sheep.
Okay, cool, fun name.
Her legend, what you see, is almost like you're dropped into the middle of a story of a woman with hair of flame in simple clothes, ragged tunics as if she had stepped off of a farm, walking through the streets of Calanthus. And you are presented with this as visual, but it is clear to you in this moment of legend lore that this is a legend, right? You are receiving the legend of Beatrix Avalon's ascension to power. This woman simply strode through the streets. And no one would have looked twice was it not for just the presence she carried herself with. This, a peasant who moves like royalty. She drifted through the town, through Calanthus, and walks straight into the Sapphire Citadel. Singular of purpose, strong of will. She looks as if she has not eaten fully in days. Tired, rings around the eyes, but that just essence and light that she carries. She strides in. She makes her way into the Representatorium, the chambers of council and politic in the center of the Sapphire Citadel, and does as is custom, and challenges the High Vanguard. That is the way these things are done. You make direct challenge to the High Vanguard, and this was before the High Vanguard was also the arbiter of reason and head of the government. That changed after. She issued a challenge, as was her right as a citizen. There were scoffs amidst the Representatorium, but none from the reigning High Vanguard. He stepped down in the Malleus Maleficarum plate and accepted her challenge with no ounce of haughtiness or pride or disdain, just understanding that this is what must be done. And the fight is over in a single blow, when Beatrix draws a blade from her hip that was not there and cleaves through the man.
Whoa, holy fuck.
There is no scratch left on the armor, no dent left in anything but the essence that ties a person together on the plane. The High Vanguard was rent asunder, the armor exchanged titles and deeds, and she has reigned since. That is what you receive in this legend lore.
Do you get like approximation of how long that since has been? Like era of clothing?
That was era of clothing. No more than it has to have been within the last century.
Okay.
She's human.
Potentially within the last 50 years. Yeah.
Is she still human?
She was born human.
And with this as Herald of Knowledge, I'll give you one more thing.
She got that dog in her.
Yeah.
She was self-possessed. She made the challenge. The moment she draws the blade, it looked more like muscle memory and instinct than she actually knew she had a weapon.
Oh God. Oh no.
Muscle memory and instinct from a sense of like...
There's Beatrix, and then you watch, without Beatrix consciously doing anything.
Something go.
She just draws the blade and it's done.
Right.
The blade is there for a moment, it enters the High Vanguard, it exits the High Vanguard, and it exits the Prime.
Like complete...
and her awareness of it exits her body.
Yeah.
Beatrix is
That
always
is
home.
She knew she could win the fight. She knows she won the fight. She doesn't
know
necessarily know how.
Like a split-second moment of like a change in comportment.
Mm-hmm.
She has God and anime on her side for sure.
Yeah, really.
Beatrix isn't always home.
The last image you get is attendants from the Representatorium coming down to the empty armor, opening it up, placing it on Beatrix, and the room of political delegates getting down on a knee.
Imagine Imagine you're at work one day
And someone walks
someone just waltzes in,
bang.
murders your boss,
And goes, I'm in charge.
and then sits down in their chair and is kind of just like, all right, what's
Right,
next?
What's next?
And you just have to be like,
The,
yes, right away.
the structure and efficacy of the mortal states has improved exponentially in the High Vanguard Beatrix's tenure.
Damn it.
So it's about capitalism.
I don't mean. I mean like
I'm just kidding. You're
It's
saying like
always-
it did get better.
It's always
the internal conflict.
Yeah.
The states have been known to war amongst themselves and not agree.
Yeah.
They are a united front with Beatrix in charge.
Crazy.
Damn it, these fucking gods are looking so good in the eyes of the mortals, and that's gonna be hard to convince them away. God damn it.
So, you get a long rest.
Yeah.
And it's a new day, so I'm gonna wake up and do
I
my
wish we'd
roll.
just gotten like a smutty scene between her and
Still
No.
odd.
Odd, okay. Love
Odd
it.
every day.
Who is going to lead us forward today?
I can.
Theagus it is.
Sure.
follow the pain.
You have one path ahead of you.
Yeah.
So as you begin to gather your things and make your way down from this plateau across the long sloping trails towards this new wood and the like crater lake there, your morale from last night, the story, has allowed you to clearly glean that this lake area is going to be a sword pathway. Tell me when to stop shuffling and tell me when to pull.
There's no other option?
It's you. The way you have gone, you're in a straight line till the end.
I really
Well, that's good at least, right?
Yeah.
I thought I could learn to swim today.
I think it's frozen.
Go ahead.
We could break it.
It's not for. It's the lake is just like placid. It's not.
It's like Placid. We've been there.
Stop it.
Placid.
I'll help you learn how to swim later.
I know how to in
Stop.
theory.
Great.
Okay.
Where are we at?
As we're traveling, I kind of relay from the front. I relay that legend lore to everyone, but specifically to the people that know Beatrix.
The swords.
And one of the last things I say is,
Great.
we're dealing with Beatrix. We're dealing with someone that is working not alone, inside themselves.
I mean, clearly we knew. I mean, like, we didn't know it, but like we suspected it from what we saw in the lighthouse. Like that flashback.
It's like they were there. A sword appeared and killed in an instant, faster than I've ever seen.
Based on what we saw in the lighthouse, I think Godwin is all up in Beatrix Avalon's business in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
Cool.
Am I wrong? Am I the
No,
only one who
no,
thinks
I don't
that?
think you're wrong.
I haven't thought about it much. There's
I
been
think I have
No time.
Did you tell us about Decima legend lore?
Yeah,
Okay.
every legend lore I have.
there's been a lot going on.
I didn't, but I will now.
Okay. Oh, that's good information to know. So people have the Potter's hair in their mouth? Is that what we're assuming?
I guess so. The Decima one was quite. That was
Yeah.
early on in me understanding
Is Decima
how
the enemy?
I don't know.
It's a cool name.
she is quite
very cool.
She's quite a human.
It seemed different at the end. Like the last time we saw her. I like when we if you asked me that after us first meeting her, I feel like I would assume because like she was very much like in with Beatrix.
Yeah.
I think she found love in Garavellir that.
Do we want to walk
swept her
across
away.
the lake?
Yeah.
So,
sorry.
as you make your way down, it turns out that these sloping switchbacks, they veer a lot further in both directions than you would expect. As you make your way down this long one path, it's easy going because you're going downhill and fairly like, these are treaded upon paths, but it veers not just down the sort of rocky slope, but you get into a section of the woods. And then through the woods for a while, and the first day you actually have to make camp in the woods because you start losing light. These are long, long walks.
I love it.
We can't just walk across the lake.
So the lake is a long way away.
Oh, okay.
You go another switchback the next day, down again into some scrambling, very tightly packed little rocky outcroppings that you have to sort of like wall jump down before landing in another clearing that you have to take a rest in. And it is not until the third day that you actually make the final looping switchback and get around to where you have this crescent chunk of densely wooded area and this sloping rocky beach towards a placid lake. You are leading Theagus. As you arrive at this lakefront, can I get a perception check from you?
At one point during the day, one of the days, Synnove asked Kosima if they wanted to hold Synnove's hand while they walked. Just, you can roll your stuff, but I just wanted to add that detail. You could say yes or no.
Which hand?
Whichever one you want, sugar.
Garbage.
I don't know if
Fucking
I like
chrono shift. I don't give $5.
touching other people.
That's fine too.
We could try it, but maybe just for a couple minutes.
All right.
Okay.
What we get?
I got a
hand
chrono
is
shift
sweaty.
because I live my life.
Hands do that. JB's hands actually are always warm and never sweaty.
Mine smell like
I
fish.
was giving him a break.
What's your
I
roll?
hold his hand a lot.
19 plus 7.
JB's hands are actually probably
26.
Do you need to hold hands when you walk?
breezy.
As you're chatting about this, Theagus is now all three of the little metallic arms are assembled. Gold just hasn't put in the hex mesh webbing in between the three micro arms here.
Can it be green?
It'll be green land.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Like it'll be like gold, like copper, gold, bronze, or copper and gold, and then with little green lining in between the hexagons. Yeah.
Good shit, good shit.
And then you, as I said, those things can retract, and once it's done, and you can use the three little arms as three little fun arms as well, which is great.
That's 3 little what?
Three little farms.
Three little fun arms.
Fun arms.
Fun arms.
I heard farms.
We still have a lot to do tonight.
I'm here for a long time.
As you're chatting about this, Theagus' three-armed flipper goes up.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Because what you see in the lake,
Kowalski.
there is a big ripple that emerges from the middle of the lake before this serpentine head emerges from the water. Green scaled, these sort of fins along the side of the head, long, actually it's fairly stubby snout, 2 yellow slitted eyes, and then another ripple, a second head, and a third head come out of the lake. And this thing does a little figure 8 in the water, head swiveling around, before it takes a dip back down.
Drop to the ground.
About 3 minutes later, comes up again. One of the heads looks into the water. This beam of yellow light comes out of its mouth, singes the water before a second head snaps this big old trout out of the water, gulps it down. Then all three go back under.
I cast Pass Without a Trace.
Incredible.
From crouched, and so it's just kind of like the little glow and motes of light just kind of start to extend around everyone.
Love it. Just this sort of just misty
Without
little
saying.
fireflies.
Sorry, I got really scared. Can we not go near that?
I think that's a great
Yeah.
idea.
We'll go around.
I think
Find
we
us
go
some
around.
other water to learn how to swim in.
I know how to in theory.
Huh?
I don't think we should get in the water. No. Are we in the water?
Next time.
Next time.
Yeah, next time.
I'm so sorry. We get in the water. You're the trapped.
I don't want to get in the water anymore.
Everyone be sneaky quiet.
Everybody be sneaking quiet.
So, you are going to attempt to, I imagine, skirt the tree line around the beach.
Is there not a world in which we could just walk in?
You absolutely can. There's just no path in there. The path is the little rocky beach, so you're going into the deep dark woods.
Sure.
Which
I
is,
think we can do it stealthy.
something you would do. It's just its own courses. The beach is a clear shot round the lake towards the path that begins the long stretch up the big tall mountains, which is your last sort of rocky barrier before you begin the descent to Scholar's Rest.
Ooh, okay.
If it breaks bad,
Run?
yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I
teleport
wouldn't say
people.
go into the trees because I feel like we're just gonna get lost then.
Yeah.
We climb a tree.
I think we
I
can.
think it can climb trees.
It's like that play Jurassic Park
By-
3 where
by
they get lost and go in different parts of the
yeet-beaming
island.
it.
I think we can be
Aquatic uncle.
really, really
It's
quiet.
Nessie on steroids.
I think we can be really, really quiet. I don't want to hold hands if that's okay.
That's totally fine, sugar.
Hey,
Thank you. Let's
I'm gonna
go.
turn
We'll
this
follow
music
you,
off and
Theagus.
just keep the ambient sound again.
just the birds.
Yeah, because it's from the
Every
woods.
crunching leaf.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here.
North sand? Pebbles?
Pebbles, like a little rocky.
Pebbles.
So, what I'm going to
Not
need,
quiet.
I'm going to write it down here. I'm
Yeah.
taking this from Woody. I am putting
Yeah.
a group stealth DC
Sure.
right here. You each get plus 10
You each
from.
get plus 10.
I'm writing a group DC down.
Without trace.
Just stay close.
Can I do
Dog
anything?
treat.
Can
I
do
need a
anything to
plus
help
10.
people?
Let's see.
I'm not going to have
Let's concentrate.
Talis roll right now.
Thank you.
I'm going to have Maravik's roll.
Okay.
Who wants to have this little paper?
Oh,
Yep, DC's on it.
do it!
So, with a plus 10 to stealth,
Mm-hmm.
let me just make sure I have all my stats where I need them. I'll begin with Maravik's here. Wow, she's not proficient. That sucks.
Are we all just gonna roll? Or are we doing one at a time?
She,
We have to
Maravik's
add it
with a
all
plus
together.
10, got a 23.
23.
I'll write down the scores.
Okay, you got it.
Trying to think if there's
23
anything
for
that I can
Maravik's.
add to
Ythae'el
this
Kosima,
shit.
21.
Okay. Chronal shift, mother.
Yeah, is it a crit fail?
That certainly was. And that's a chronal shift.
Theagus
I'm using
beefs it.
Theagus
I'm
fucking
going to
beefs
say it right now. If it's a crit fail, even with a plus 10, it's a 1.
Yeah.
I
I know. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
saying in
yeah,
case
yeah.
anybody else
I think
wants
Yeah,
it.
yeah, fair, fair, fair.
Because it's
Crit fail's always crit fail.
yeah, crit fail's a crit fail.
Flavor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but a nat 20 is a 30.
Maybe with yeah, crit fail's always a crit fail. If pass without a trace is up, it's not like as egregious, but like it still sees you.
It's yeah, it's not bad.
But maybe there's not like as much consequence. Like
Thank
Yeah,
you don't fall on your ass.
Thank gravy for that.
You're like stuck in a pothole.
Yeah.
31.
Wow.
I'll roll 23.
23?
Yeah, I rolled low.
Alright. This is a stealth check, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then plus
You
10.
got a plus 10.
I wish it was Lilith right now.
Lilith,
27.
Leonidas would be
27?
worse.
Ooh, wow.
What is our total? Or I can
This
calculate
is
it.
125. I've been counting it as we go.
125?
75, right?
Total is 80.
Yes!
Easy!
Hold on.
Easy money.
80,000. Get fucked.
Yeah, you're all low on the beach. And as this water is beautiful and crystal clear, so as you're just stealthing along the tree line with the sort of little firefly motes that Ythae'el has conjured for you, you get a clearer look at the bulk of this thing in the water, and it is absolutely, it looks essentially like a modified Hydra. It doesn't have a big bulk of a body. It's got essentially a bulky sea serpent, like languid serpentine body, 2 front flippers with almost claw-like appendages on either end, and like a fluked tail at the end of the tail, and those 3 long heads that peer out of the water every few minutes, and every like let's say 10 seconds or so, this like pulse of golden light radiates through its belly scales up towards its 3 necks. Whoa. Whoa. And that's what first draws your attention to its bulk under the water as it goes. But even there are a couple moments where at some point pebbles skitter down the beach and these 3 rays of light just scorch wherever the pebble finally falls. But all of you are like cronking. And you evade detection by the Hydra.
Nice.
The Hydro Hydra.
Nice.
The
Hydro Hydra.
It was a buffed Hydra. It was going to be a gnarly fight, and you avoided it. It's because it does not have very good perception.
We can stay up till 3 a.m. Let's fight it. Come on.
Yeah,
Let's
great,
fight it.
amazing. Let's fight it.
I'll turn into a dragon. I'll
Had
have
you
a
gone down,
conversation with
had
it.
you gone down the other path
Yeah.
that would end in a sword pathway, as opposed to the second to last being a sword pathway, it would have been worse. But you, honest to God, chose the right avenue.
Great success.
So
Great success.
you continue throughout the rest of the yes.
Time check-in. We're finishing this day. Is there another encounter?
One more and then it ends.
Okay. I think I need to leave at the end of this day.
Great.
I Rachel.
Great.
And then you can run Ythae'el Kosima. I trust Krackhardt.
Perfect. So
Trust your husband.
as you
Never mind.
clear the lakefront and past the last edge of the trees, you make your way as the ground rises and becomes fairly jagged now. You reach one final sort of clearing that looks like it's been manually cleared, actually. It's been shoveled away. And there are vestiges and little chipping away in parts of the rock on the ground and on the beginning of the slope upwards that would show you that this clearly is some sort of resting ground or campground that has been designed for this purpose. And Maravix doesn't even offer you guys a choice. She just like takes her pack off and starts like undoing things before looking at. Well, we're not hiking that before the sun goes down, are we?
I have to say, the not getting in with the snakes, good shit.
I mean, their teeth are so shockingly useful. You know, you can raise a whole legion of undead with just their teeth. You sow them like seeds.
What?
Say more.
Let's go back.
Wait, hold
No.
No.
I don't know what the
so
ratio
useful.
of tooth to soldier is, but it's a classic technique. I don't know who discovered it either. It was somebody years and years and years ago, but we used to use them we used to breed hydras for that purpose. Or some of the elves did, at least. I don't know if my family was involved with that, but it's, yeah, hydra teeth. It's good stuff.
Damn it.
You can't grow anything if you're fucking dead.
Well, yes, that's...
Would have been dead.
I believe it has to do with something that the amount that the hydra consumes and kills, something about the essence gets stored in the teeth. I don't know what the actual metaphysics of it is, but it's something like that. It's an exchange of, a transference of essence that just gets stored like seeds.
Teeth?
This is not a good story.
No, I'll tell you, there was... I never remember the man's name, but somebody made their living off of agriculture, farming, using hydra workers, these bone workers, to sow the fields and till the fields. It was great. Fed a whole generation.
That's amazing.
Like many, many centuries ago by this point. I don't even know if it was in this era, really. That sort of practice got frowned upon.
Do I remember seeing that?
What? I don't
Girl, how old is you?
think so.
Yeah, really.
Well,
I
said
just
we
think
would
it's-
roll for things to determine what I know.
I think this practice is a little niche. That's like a very like...
I don't think I'd want to watch it.
Yeah,
honestly.
You don't possess omnipotence.
But you're... As you're...
Stars? Synnove's obsessed with this story and peppers Maravix with questions
so
about
fair.
it.
This is like clearly a niche interest for Maravix. This is something she's...
This is my autism
Yeah.
special
She
interest.
seems
She's like a little turned on by it.
Yeah,
like,
she's like, oh, well...
Activated.
yeah.
Because
I don't get
again,
turned on
she does not have magic, and I think there's some Viraan part of her that is immensely irked by that. So when investing her time in like understanding magical theory in this way, that was something that Aelis never did, fucking clearly. So she has this repository of information that the more questions you ask, that you can watch Maravix the warrior and the leader leave, and Mara the girl arrive. And she'll talk with you all night long about this, if you
Synnove
will.
will.
She'll take whatever food gets served and sit, and no matter what she'll just chat for a long time.
I was gonna say, I think
JB
it's Mara's turn
listens.
to cook.
And like has like part of it is kind of like enjoying that, but it is also kind of just like about the subject
Yeah.
matter. Just like
Jesus.
Jeez,
Who
kids, lighten
is
up.
cooking tonight?
I
Can't be
think
you.
Synnove
Can't be me.
can do it again.
Can I do morale?
You absolutely can do morale.
Didn't I just?
Unless Maravix wants
I
to
just
cook.
cooked.
Yes, you
Yeah.
just cooked.
Cook?
Unless Maravix wants to. Well, Maravix seems like she's telling a story.
Can tell.
Maravix can talk to Synnove while she's making
Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah.
That'll go great.
So what are you chefing?
Ooh, what am I
Fortune's
chefing? What am I
favorite.
chefing?
Fortune's there. Fortune's there.
As they were walking through, they found some like potatoes that they got up, and Synnove found some like
other root vegetables and whatnot, and she's going to essentially roast them over the fire with like seasonings like rosemary and garlic and whatnot that she's got shoved in.
Got prepped.
Yeah. And then she's found like berries that are safe because she has pretty high survival, so she would probably know what's safe and what's not. And she's from this area, like she's from the north. And she's made like roasted vegetables and potatoes, and then like a berry salad for like a sweet thing.
I am obsessed. Let's see how much of this you're actually able to pull off. Intelligence charisma, baby. One last time.
Come on.
You have fortune favor.
Okay.
I've given it. I give it every night.
Okay, that was not bad. That was not bad. And I rolled twice just in case. Okay. It's a 17 plus 0.
Leaves and berries will not kill you. It's great.
Yay.
It's charisma. How does it taste?
Oh no! Come on. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's gonna be an 18. No, wait. 5, 6, 7, 8, 19.
19?
Mm-hmm.
Remind me what the main dish is with the berry side dish?
Roasted potatoes and root vegetables with garlic and rosemary.
The fish drop soup has turned everybody's game on, and from fish drop on we had risotto, and now this like roasted potatoes. Again, this is just like this is medieval comfort food. God damn it! This is taking rations and making the most out of them, foraging for what you can, and making it appealing in a way that is not just for survival, but allows you to feel comfortable and feel like you are safe. Even though you're outdoors in the deep in the mountains with dangers on every side, it for tonight and for the last few nights, it hasn't felt that way. And this meal allows you to indulge in a moment of solitary creature comforts shared amongst friends, and it's you have eaten worse at this at taverns that you've paid for. You know, this is fresh, it is good, and it is made by someone you know and love. And you're hard pressed to find a meal that's going to do you better than that these days.
Yeah.
I have to say, we are quite the chefs.
Should we just open
a restaurant?
I can make that dumpling thing I made earlier if you want.
We can't open a restaurant without Garavellir. He'd kill me. There's no. I mean, you know what? How's this? You solve this business with your sigils and the gods. You come out of it relatively unscathed. Breathing would be good. We get the 3 Viraans together, and we put this behind us. I'll make this pact with you here and now. We put this behind us, and we open... What? I don't want it to be just a pub or something. Like, we do well in Gundrum, actually. Dwarven Mesa Top City. They accept all. They are. It's if we could have like a nice open stall with some seats there, cooking whatever it is we can cook. Fish drop soup. That.
Fish drop soup every night.
Fish drop soup.
I don't think that is in the future of my path, but that is a very nice thought, Marivex.
Well, funny thing about roads, they often lead where you're not expecting them to. That's a lesson you should learn quite soon.
I have to think about that.
But I'll offer that to you here and now.
Can we call it?
I mean, we don't have to get stuck on ideas.
Do it.
You know, now.
We can workshop that.
Just above table. Fuck you.
For making this happy.
We'll make a
restaurant.
God, it's gonna be so sad.
We're like Bubba Gum.
All fucking dead.
So mad
like
at
a
you.
bubblegum shrimp.
We're all gonna die.
Throw it in Times Square.
The world is gonna.
You're being serious.
Tired of what?
All of this lifestyle.
Yeah. Sorry, JB doesn't do that at all.
Yeah, I know.
It's just a funny moment.
I got you.
I'm just like, Jesus Christ, we're fucked. We're so fucked.
I've been doing this for some time, or at least training and fighting, and I'm very good at it, but it gets tiring.
Nah.
And you've seen more of the actual world than I have, and I can't imagine the amount of fatigue it has taken on you. It would be nice, I imagine, to set up shop with the people you know you can trust and just fucking cook. Make something for other people to enjoy.
Would there be fish drop soup?
I would bloody well hope so.
That recipe
Could be like our signature dish.
fish drop soup.
Fish drop soup.
The dwarves would eat that shit up.
That is.
I could visit.
You will eat free.
Oh, it's your turn to boost our spirits. What are you up to tonight?
Yes.
Give me a minute to set up.
Okay.
Don't look over this direction.
All right.
So Ythae'el Kosima is going to take that little bit of scared and lean and try to summon and focus on that little bit of courage. And while everyone's looking away, they're gonna take off their cape and soft magic, kind of use like plant growth, use a bit of druid craft, and I think try to like hang up the cape. Like with vines stretched out.
Yeah. Definitely.
And so they're setting that up, and they're like adjusting the angle of it with the vines, and like looking at the sky and setting up the cape. Okay. I'm ready.
You've got it. I cast guidance. I just pat their shoulder and cast guidance.
Fortune's favor.
And there's just a sheen of gold that washes over you for a second.
Lots of touching.
Maravix.
I'm just really vibing.
Maravix is locked in on you, and I'm going to use this as a prop, but she is just like miming it. She holds this and mouths. I'm going to whisper it again, but she just mouths it. She goes, "Little torch."
Once they start speaking, they start to glow a little bit. Not like the same level of their starry form, but they start to glow a little bit. I'm Ythae'el Kosima, and this is the story of the stars. And they turn, and they're going to, using their cape, point to the constellations, and then direct your attention with little motes of light upward. And I'm not going to go through every single constellation, but the way they tell it, it is the story of the constellations, but also like personified of like, obviously you can see the wheel right there, and like the you can see it up there, right? And right next to the wheel a little bit over there is a worm, but they like to have a bit of space between them, and it kind of looks like it's in motion, and sometimes they weren't very talkative, but you can't take that personally. And they're going through like kind of like constellation by constellation and telling the story behind the constellation. They go through a newer one that they don't know very well called The Courage of the Stars. They go through the wheel, they go through the worm, they go through all like the fables and the myths. And they're like, I was only there briefly, but I thought this one was really nice. And it's going through in that manner and kind of constantly looking at everyone to make sure they like it. But like glowing a little brighter, speaking a little less stuttered with each constellation, really getting into the showmanship of it. And that's how they go through, and then they get to the bottom of the cape and sorry, that was a lot longer than I thought, but that is the story of the stars.
What check are you thinking of for this?
History?
That's what I'm
I was
thinking.
going to say. Are you good at history?
I don't know, because I really felt like it was history, and then because it went into the confidence, I was thinking a little bit performance, but it probably
I think it's
is
probably history
in
yeah.
terms of getting all the information across.
And I think it even dipping into the confidence, it's less about performing a tale and more about making the actual history of what these stories are connect. You know what I mean? I don't think that's necessarily performative. I think that's just like history being told to the height of its power.
I love that.
Yeah.
They're already dripping with charisma and excitement.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna roll history, and I have Fortune's favor to be safe.
Absolutely is. And you have guidance, which is a D4. Right? Yeah, guidance D4.
Yeah, D4.
Oh, thank you. So that's 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Hell yeah. From now on, when the rest of you look up to the stars, each time you see a particular constellation, each time you start to see stars that don't look like they're on a constellation, you will begin to recognize, oh no, that is a spoke of the wheel, or oh, that's the tail of the worm, whatever it is. And you will hear little bits and pieces, little voice lines from Ythae'el Kosima's stories about them from now until your last days. Before she speaks, Maravix just looks at you and just gives you a nod. And then she lies it back down and goes, right, I've been dodging this for a while, but you will need to get as much rest as you possibly can. She points towards the essentially cliff face that you're all hunkering under. It is a long road up this one. This is the last bit of hard climbing we'll have to do until we reach Scholar's Rest. And there's no good place to stop along the way. So that's going to be just about a 2-day crawl or hike. So I recommend you get your rest now, because we are going to have to push before we reach the top. Do what you need. As much as I can talk about necromantic agricultural policies for the next 6 hours, that will only cause us detriment tomorrow. I'm going to miss this. Not that I don't think we're going to be traveling together, but it's rare that you just get this time to, I don't know, just be around like-minded people in this way. Even the monastery, it's all monks, you know, but they don't, this is, there are not many of us out there that get to live this life, and as much as I am tired of it, it is people like you that make it worth doing, and that's what I'll be holding on to on my clan.
Thank you, Maravix.
Anyway, do you have any more of the herb?
I stocked the fuck up. You can have one.
Oh yes. Fuck off. And she lies down in the bedroll, herb rolled smoke in her mouth, just like smoking like a chimney, until she gradually puts it out and drifts off.
JB's going to put his bedroll next to Synnove. Will kind of after saying goodnight to everybody, kind of lay down, just back to her, but right there, just to be there.
Synnove, hearing Maravix's words and not wanting to be dead weight, will sleep tonight. But before she goes to bed, the stars, Kosima's story, hurt, and Maravix talking about wanting to enjoy hurt. Because as much as Synnove enjoys this, there are 2 people missing from the picture. And so she will just read Valor and Katari's letters 3-4 times until she can't keep her eyes open. And then she'll curl up next to JB.
I was gonna whisper something in Synnove's ear, but you say you ending your night specifically that way. You've earned your peace tonight.
Healthy choice.
Now I'm so interested in what that whisper was.
Yep, well you chose to sleep, so.
Ythae'el, Kosima.
Just emotional damage.
Yeah,
really.
Synnove's the big spoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. JB's the little spoon.
Ythae'el Kosima is enjoying watching everyone go to sleep, knowing that they did a good job, and focusing on the stars that they feel most comfortable under, and just enjoying that, feeling that they had that bit of courage today, even though they were a little scared earlier.
Whether it's by happenstance, choice, or fate, when you fall asleep, however your head is aligned, the freckles on your face are a 1-to-1 positional match with the constellation of courage in the sky. And you will find rest.
Nice.
Thank you. I I'm outie. I'm sorry, y'all.
No.
What an amazing time, though. I've had so much fun, and I know you're going to
Good.
continue to have so much fun.
GG. Good job.
Good. Yeah.
Good game. GG.
I.
Yeah.
Nope.
I'm so sorry.
No. It's not. That's not what I'm cringing. I almost want to say something, but I'm not. I can't. Yeah.
Say it.
No, I literally.
Come on.
I literally can't.
Well.
Say it out loud.
Can't-
Wait
can't do that.
to check Discord until you can watch the episode.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
Go to bed.
Go to bed.
Go to bed.
I mean, go get ready for bed, but have the episode on.
Yeah, that also works.
That works.
You're not gonna go upstairs and fall asleep.
I'm going to try.
You
Sun be
won't,
down.
though. We both know
I
this.
know. I love y'all.
Boy,
Amazing job so far. This is what I'll
Alright.
say, and I would have said at the end of the episode, is this has been so much fun traveling.
Yeah, it's
I
great.
wish.
Fun time.
Love
I
you
know
all.
I've got to go on tour, but I
know.
have to
I know.
do this
This
for
is
like
so much
7
fun.
weeks.
I really could have gone through all 12 of these encounters,
I know.
quite frankly.
And amazing work, every single one of you. I love you guys.
Love
Right.
you.
I'll see y'all later.
For free?
They
For
kiss.
free.
For free?
Let me briefly tweak some of this.
Yes.
No, I don't need to actually. So, the next day begins, and you begin the long climb. It's not full scrambling up rock, but it is a almost like 45-degree angle. Sometimes a little steeper, sometimes a little less steep, but it is tough. And it gets harder because now it gets cold. Bump the track a little bit. Yeah, you feel a little at home.
The door crack with the donut.
She's like
She
running
keeps, like,
into the
bonking
door.
into it.
That's funny.
It is not actively snowing, but you can see the wind now. The wind is whipping particulates of ice and frost around. It makes trudging up the cold stone very, very difficult. But Maravix is at the head. And I think maybe with Contessa, just to help chart the path.
Would it behoove us to use, like you said, it's gonna take days?
It's going to take 2 days.
Is it possible to use the dragon form to like give us those like spurts?
Yeah.
Of like even though it's 8 minutes, that's still like 80 feet of movement over 8 minutes.
I'm going to say you probably keep that until nightfall.
Sure, yeah. Like
Because-
we go until we can't, and then we're gonna
Yeah.
do that, and when we
And then
Dope.
so it's a full day as the sun dips behind a heavy cloud layer as you climb higher and higher and higher across the last ridge of major peaks in the Dragonspine Mountains, the highest peaks in the Dragonspines before the slope that leads to the Distortion. And
casually climbing Everest.
because there's a path been carved here. This is part of the pilgrimage
Yeah.
one makes to Scholar's Rest, but it is meant to be challenging.
It is like hiking to base camp of
Yeah.
Everest. Yeah.
Um,
100%.
It's ruthless, and when the sun starts to dip, the wind gets even colder, biting sharp winds, but then you take on the mantle of the Dragon of Orphanos and carry your friends a much further distance than they would have been able to make. And when that ends, you throw some tarps and Ythae'el's cloak and Synnove's cloak over the back of the wagon, and probably Maravix alternating with a shielded Talis, riding Contessa until she can't go any further, with some of you in the wagon, just to push through that hard night in the climb.
I probably would help too. I mean, the cold isn't bothering me at all. So
I think there are moments where you rest as well, all of you, but
Yeah,
particularly if
we
you're
can
going to
rotate.
head out on to maybe get settled on Contessa and do some of the walking there, or lead Contessa as well. There are moments where Contessa herself has to rest on this passage, so I think you don't have a full night's sleep, but you have an hour here or there where you're all hunkered down together, maybe even outside of the wagon with Contessa for her warmth and to keep her warm, but these are not easy nights. They're not nights that you can stay still very long because you just get too cold up here in the dark stone, so then you keep pushing. And then you know the sun rises somewhere because the clouds get lighter again, but you still can't see the sun as these winds bite and bite and bite. Are you hearing music or just the wind through that?
I hear something. It's just really low.
like a woman humming.
Hang on. Can you hear anything now?
Or if that's just me.
Now I hear.
Nope. It's just very
It's
quiet.
just a very quiet, like
Simple
piano.
trumpets.
Trumpets?
The second day
Oh, maybe not.
is hard, but you are well weathered to this now. Maybe even another dragon burst. As you can start to see the top of the mountain in range, you push through one final time before you get to the last hour of hiking around midday as you're cresting the top of this peak. And as you just get over the ledge, and you can feel the ache in your legs really start to sink in as your bodies recognize that you've done the most of the work. Your fatigue and your frost is augmented by another sound. I had drawn this map up with 5 pathways, all of them interconnected and bouncing around, but 5 endpoints. 1 of them ended with a pentacle, 3 of them ended with swords, and the path you chose ended with the cup. So the sound you hear... Nope.
That's not a fucking cup.
Synnove's if she had hackles, they would raise.
You're there alone on the peak, or on the sort of crest in between peaks. The sound of creaky wooden wheels, and then you are not alone on the peak. A covered wagon, doors open up, wares and potions before a tattered old half-elf with too many sharp teeth lays his wagon down.
Welcome, travelers. It's been some time. Quite strong now. We made it up the mountain.
Synnove has moved to stand so she is halfway in front of Kosima.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think you're strong enough for many of my potions now. Do you remember when we first shared a drink?
Yeah.
Yes.
We meet in extremes, it seems.
Yeah.
Why are you here?
To say hello. Offer you my wares.
Just in the neighborhood?
Always.
Big neighborhood.
I think you've been in our neighborhood more often than maybe you wanted us to realize.
Have I?
You tell me?
My neighborhood's getting rather quiet. It's fun when people start making noise. Goggle looks good on you. Would you like anything from the cart?
As he jingles a couple of the poultices that swing their varied colours, glinting in the cold white light of the mountain peak.
Or would you like a story? You've earned one. A little cautionary tale.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course. Might not like the answer.
Why won't you just help?
Help. That is what I do.
Just help.
Just.
I'm not asking you to. I'm not saying that you're going to change. I'm sincerely asking. You seem to have so much power. But you seem to also take pleasure in taking something away from someone that you helped.
Yes.
Is it as simple as that?
Which answer would you like? The one that's right for now, or the one that's right for them?
The one that's right for now.
I don't just help. Because there is nothing just about any of it, anywhere. I cannot merely give, and I do not simply take. There is a balance to things. And because it's not very fun otherwise. And that's all some of us have left. Life's little pleasures. Wouldn't you say?
I don't need anything from your card.
I don't either. I don't think any of us do.
What's your story?
My story? Which time round?
You said you had a cautionary tale.
Ah, cautionary tale. Good, good. Sort of, and the cart doors shut.
Picture this, travelers. Little lights marching up the road.
Make sure you're speaking into the mic.
Little lights marching up the road, on their way to speak truths into lies. The blade again unspools, and again it breaks a vow. Breaks like the star at dawn, silver and chrome. Keep the blade sheathed, and lose one more light, beautiful and glimmering like the point of a needle. House well the light, and a crown tip topples from its summit. Caution, I wonder. Strong you may have gotten, but do you have the strength to choose what is right? To just help? Good story. No. Not as good as the one you're telling. Quite a book you're writing, isn't it?
Synnove is trembling with anger.
By the way, I'm Ythae'el Kosima.
For now. What about before? And the time before that?
I don't know what that means. I just felt as though that I...
They do, though.
Needed to say that.
Synnove reaches her arm and just puts it around Ythae'el and just kind of like moves so she's fully in front of them.
The Theagus also moves to the other side.
So protective. How come?
I've seen what you can do.
You tell me.
Not yet.
I hope you will. We all do. You look at me like I've done something terribly wrong. Perhaps I have once. But I think we're all on the same side. We certainly are. And yet you look at me the worst. Funny, isn't it?
I think you know what you did.
What I did? How would you know?
Have a good memory.
Makes one of you.
And you're in my dreams quite a lot, I think.
I hope so. I really do.
We'll be sharing the same dream soon, I think. Think on story, though.
See. Holsters the cart.
Be worth remembering, sooner or later. Next time, drinks on me again, yes?
Sure.
Good. Now, let's go say hello.
And he
trundles down the path that you need to go. And with the blowing of the wind, he's gone. However, down the pathway, if you've crested here, down the pathway he just went that leads down towards Scholar's Rest, you can see the beginnings of burgeoning purple sky in the distance. As the path slopes down, as it sort of reaches a landing before continuing to slope, on that landing, you can see a tent set up. Fire crackling outside. And the tent looks to be crafted from a beautiful verdant green fabric.
That was my first time up close. I'm glad no one made a deal, because I know that we don't make a deal with them.
You've met them before?
No. I just know.
They're a dangerous, whatever they are.
I'll keep you safe from them.
I fucking hated that.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yes.
This is great.
This is great. Keep doing it, bud.
I have no interest in tarrying here. I am inclined to move on. I know we need rest.
Yeah.
But if they've set up camp and they're not going to kill us, I'm not averse to sharing a fire. Thoughts?
We're sharing a fire with
who?
Halifax?
No, he's pointing down towards the tent and the.
Oh, just
she's
like
pointing down.
they.
The
The
nebulous they.
people down there.
Yeah.
Let's go. We can make some new friends.
Okay.
Very good at it.
So you head down there.
God, I hate that guy.
You and Synnove both.
You head down.
It's not worth it.
And as you're moving down, the crunching of the snow that is starting to line the rocks here alerts whoever's in their tent. As somebody steps out of the tent, craning their neck, first in front of them, you see first sort of curled, sandy blonde hair, and then a nice, proper, knight's tunic underneath. And as they turn back towards you, you recognize full well the face of Garavellir Viraan.
Motherfucker!
Who oh, there you are!
There we are.
I was gonna call you.
Get down here and just talk to me, hello?
Running through the snow. Sorry, running through the snow.
Not before Maravik's full...
Oh yeah.
Just...
Jesus.
Boom! Tackles him straight into the snow. I think she missed me. He dusts himself off.
Is this how we greet new people?
Sometimes.
This is not a new person. We've met him before.
It's a new person to me.
Fair.
Ah! Yes, hello. My name is Garavellir Viraan.
My name is Ythae'el Kosima.
A pleasure.
Yes,
Nice to meet you. He's good at this. Yeah. He looks around, you watch him open his mouth. Close it. When did you... Again, he's got his arm around Maravik's. We need to have a moment when we're not played by the same person to have this discussion. When did you split up? Why?
We didn't.
We didn't.
Well, you did. One of you's already here.
What?
Who?
Well, look right down there. And he stands on the edge of the ridge, points down further, where you've come from. Or, well, not where you've come, where you'd have to go.
Who would look that way?
Yeah.
I mean, she's just standing there. You would think that she... I didn't dare trespass till the rest of you got here.
Synnove runs and looks.
We're all running.
Standing just down the ledge, in the ice. Hang on. Is a 10-foot tall monster. Skin, ashen, icy grey. This almost burnt black visage from their nose up.
two sets on either side of their face of these one set of smaller horns peeling back this way, other great black icy horns veering out of the side of their head, cascading pure white hair, markings all over their body that bristle bright blue, viscous ichor trickling through their blackened arms, up through their body, all down their torso, black eyes with bright glowing blue irises, and a spear jet black with hints of red in the dark light that splits into two wicked prongs. This thing stands there in the ice, cranes their neck up, till they lock their icy blue eyes with you.
Synnove drops to her knees.
And for the first time, the Endbringer speaks. At last, tomorrow arrives. And that is where we will pick up next week. And Anna, if you're still awake, you can drop the new art in the Discord whenever you like.
No! I'm at 97, Will.
Can we just keep playing?
No, absolutely not.
Happy Pride, folks. Champion.
I cast fly on myself and I fly back. That's the
Blinger.
Woo!
Katawi?
Nope.
The Endbringer.
The Endbringer.
Katawi.
No.
That's what you meant about the playlist.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That was when I knew what their name was going to be. Oh, and Anna is awake. I see her online on Discord.
It's
I
the
can't
artist
wait to see this
formerly
art.
known as Katari.
It is the Endbringer, and they are they them. Happy Pride.
This is the best birthday gift you've ever given.
This,
Will.
I want to let you know, the second she went down, this is why I described the spear going away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo! Oh, and Anna's awake. You guys are not ready for this. You guys are not ready for this at all. Thank you guys so much for the absolutely crazy session. I truly could live in these travel sessions for my entire life.
So cool.
Yeah.
But
We
to quote
we
Doctor
could've done
Strange,
all 14.
officially, we are in the end game now.
Tome 1.
The end game.
We're in the end game now.
The things that happen in chapter 43 through 45. I can't wait to see what you do. I genuinely don't know what you are going to do, and there are so many. This is the kind of shit that BioWare is too cowardly to actually pull off in their choice-making nonsense. So I can't wait. What a great lead into it. It's having you guys roleplay that scene about choices between the three of you. Really, just unbelievable.
That's why we
Katari has
play.
dropped. If you're in the Discord, if you're not in the Discord, go join the Discord. But go check the art.
Is it?
Go peep the
Oh
art.
my fucking god!
I'm gonna fucking cry.
Oh my fucking god!
Where is it?
Where is it?
Where is it?
Anna, I need to pay you!
It's in fan art.
Yeah, we do need to pay her.
What the fuck?
Hey y'all, thank you so much. Join our Discord, and we'll raid somebody. And
No, don't. Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're so hot.
I can now finally. I've had this art for a week or so now. Like I can.
Just,
And as a you
yeah,
are
you're incredible.
an unbelievable artist. Really and truly.
I had a hostage negotiation conversation with Will over text
And-
this
and
last
th-
week,
that
and he
was
just
the-
kept going, just trust me, Hannah.
That was the day I'd received. Oh no, it was a couple days after I'd received the art. But like, when you asked me, like, oh, am I gonna have to wait 10 months to figure anything out? Like, just give us a hint at the end. Like, yeah, just let me cook.
I'm
Let me cook.
trembling right now.
Woo! See you guys soon. See you on the Discord.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Happy Pride.